Hey guys, it's Kevin again, and Happy New Year to all of you. So, as you guys know, I talked about this a lot at my end of 2023 video and things like that, that I'm planning to be a lot more consistent on this channel. And, that's something that I still very much do intend to do. But one of the things I did talk about is that I wanted to both talk about movies coming out this year in 2024, but then also kind of make up for the stuff I didn't talk about in 2023. And while that was something I was initially planning on doing, just through thinking about it and having some conversations with friends, I don't think that's something that I'm going to be moving forward with, and that really is the main announcement here. And there are a lot of reasons for that, but I think the main one that I really want to give is that, listen, yes, there's a lot of movies that I absolutely would have loved to do a full review for when they came out and, really just get my thoughts on them. And, there are some that you will definitely still get to hear my thoughts on, but I don't think those reviews would be the level of quality that they would be if I would have put them out when they did versus now when I saw them months ago. And I mean, I've seen over 300 movies in 2023. There's still some I need to watch. And so there's no way I would just rewatch all of them in time. That just is not something that's going to realistically happen. So instead, what I'm going to do, I think, is just kind of halt the what I watched in 2023 videos. I just don't think it's realistic. I honestly think if I were to continue doing that, because listen, I'll be honest, I spent a lot of time last year on those what I watched in 2022 ones, and it gave me very little motivation to do anything else. I felt very exhausted by the end of it, and I don't want to just keep putting out videos because I feel I have to. I want to do it because I want to, and those what I watch in 2023s, I don't feel like they would, come across as me wanting to do them. They would come across more as me just doing them because I'm trying to make up for lost time. And here's the thing. The ones that I really want to talk about, I technically have already talked about. If you want to hear my thoughts on them, I have a bunch of reviews on Letterboxd. I'll put them in the description of this video of ones I intended to do initial reviews for that you're not going to get to see. And so because of that, I don't think I'm going to be moving forward. There's just way too many other things that I would rather talk about, and I just don't think I get caught up in time. I wanted to get caught up by the end of this month, but I feel like the best way to really just kind of move forward and to really just, get back into doing this on a semi-consistent basis is simply just to move on. That is the best way to go about this. Don't feel like I have to put out all these different videos because then I'm just going to feel overwhelmed, and that's going to make me feel very little motivation. So yeah, I'm not going to be doing that moving forward. I think instead what's going to happen, and I think this is probably the easiest way for me to do this, is I am instead just going to do a top 10 best and top 10 worst movies of 2023. This at least is a way that I have something to look back on this year. I have some way to kind of use as a reference point for how I felt, throughout the year and things like that. Yes, there's a bunch of films in the middle that you're not going to see reviews for, but I at least have something that I can be like, okay, it's not like I completely just didn't review anything in 2023. I still have the Christmas ones as well that I did, but in general, yeah, I definitely was not very consistent at all when it came to 2023 films. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm planning to do moving forward. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. So the last time, this is my plan for now. Obviously it can change, but this is what I'm going to say now. Most likely by the end of this month, you will get a top 10 best and worst list for me. I have a few more movies that I do want to watch before I get to that point. But I think by the end of this month, you will probably get that video. Aside from that, though, you're not really going to see a lot more 2023 coverage. The only 2023 stuff you'll see, by the way, is what we watched videos. That's a completely separate series that me and my girlfriend are doing. We already started filming it, so I'm not just going to, halt production on that at all, because that's something that I'm honestly very proud of so far. I really like the way that's been turning out. You'll get one for 2022 and for 2023, just because we filmed one for 2022. I don't want it to go to waste. August, and yeah, so that's going to be there. But other than that, movie-wise, you're not going to get to see those reviews, unfortunately, and it really sucks because I was really excited to get to film them. But again, I just feel like, considering how last year ended up going, with me mainly just focusing on catching up on the previous year, I was never able to fully get caught up on where I wanted to be. I was never able to talk about stuff that was actually relevant. The movies that were coming out, you heard me talking about movies from months ago. Maybe, yes, you saw it on Letterboxd, but you didn't see me talk about it on YouTube, and I think that is something that I definitely don't want to repeat. I want to have a much more consistent year when it comes to YouTube, and I think that is the best way to really go about it. So, yeah, I think we're just going to go ahead and leave it at there, but I'm not going to end this video right then. You will notice this video is extremely long, and you're probably confused because, oh, it's just an announcement video. Surprise, it's not just an announcement video. To make up for the fact that you're not going to get to see a good majority of the reviews, I have compiled at the end of this video just some footage of stuff I did film that I initially intended to be, whether it was a regular review or what I watched video. A lot of it is stuff I filmed with my girlfriend that I just don't want to discard because I like what we said and I like the footage, and I'd feel bad if I didn't show it in some capacity. So you don't have to watch the rest of this video, but that's what the rest of this video will consist of. I tried to go in order of release dates and things like that, but yeah, other than that, that's pretty much it for this. Like I said, I'm just really hoping to be more consistent. I do plan on putting on some new movie reviews literally tomorrow, if all goes well. I think that's probably when they should be out. But yeah, other than that, that's it for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, enjoy the rest of this video, which, like I said, is just going to be a compilation of stuff that I meant to upload and didn't. It's all edited, though, so it's almost like if this was its own video, this is how it would have been presented. And because I'm not a big raw footage guy, it feels weird, it feels incomplete to me. So yeah, that's the best way that I'm gonna go about it. But you guys enjoy that video, and I will see you guys later. Okay, bye. Okay, so the first movie we're talking about actually is the first film that came out this year, because, you know, that's something that I always try to do, is like have a movie to review like the first week of the year. And that one, of course, for this time around is the movie Megan, or Mithrigan, what have you. I know some people call it both. But this is a movie that, I'll be honest with you, I was not looking forward to very much at all. I thought this looked stupid. I thought it looked really generic. It seemed like the kind of horror movie that you typically throw into January. Very throwaway, just a very typical story of like, oh, there's this, you know, doll that ends up being, you know, bought, and something's wrong with her, and it's, you know, she seems fine, but then there's something wrong with her, and she has this more sinister intent. And we've seen this story done like 1,000 times before, and this just looks so incredibly stupid. It seemed like it was a film that was honestly going to make me laugh more than anything, and it just did not really seem like it was going to deliver. But I have to say, I actually really enjoyed this film a lot more than I expected to. Megan, I think, is a film that actually ends up being a lot more self-aware of what it is, but also had a little bit more to offer than I really did expect it to, and I think that's what really made it stand out that much for me overall. It's, you know, there's definitely issues with it for sure, which I'll get into, but it's definitely one of the most surprising films of the year for me, so I guess we'll just get into it right now. So starting off with the cast here, I think that's easily one of the best things about this film. I think the cast here is honestly stellar. I think everyone gives a really strong performance in this movie. Allison Williams is an actress that I've enjoyed a lot. I think that she is very likable, and this is the kind of role that I think she just does a really good job with. The character of Gemma is somebody who, she's trying to balance a lot of different things within her life. She has to be this, you know, maternal role to her niece, and you can see, you know, that she's trying to fulfill that role as much as she possibly can, but she also is dealing with this company that is going through a bit of a loss. You know, they haven't really had a big hit in a very long time, and because of that, you know, she's trying to make sure that Megan is like the big hit for them, and you can see how much she is struggling with that. And her, performance, I think, works really well here. She is very likable in the role, and I think she really ends up giving a very strong performance here. I think that, like I said, Allison Williams, this is just the kind of role that she really excels in, and I really liked what she ended up doing here. I think that, her performance here, it's definitely not, it's definitely exactly what we kind of expect from her, but I think she does give a really strong performance, and I really liked what she ended up doing here. But I gotta say, Violet McGraw is really the performance that sticks out here to me. I mean, she's honestly fantastic in this movie. Something I didn't realize going into this is just how much her character of Katie has really been through, and I'll get more into that when we get into the writing, but I mean, I think that she gave a really strong performance here. Katie is going through a lot within her life. She's having, there's a really big transitional period for her, and she's giving just such a raw and authentic performance, and it just shows like why I think she honestly is one of the best child actresses working today. I think that there's just so much that she gives to this film. I think that she adds so many layers to this character that otherwise she just wouldn't have, and I just really love what McGraw ended up doing here. And the bond between these two works really well. They really are the heart and soul of the entire movie. You want these two to fully cement their relationship as much as it really is. Both of them are struggling a lot with things within their life, and I think in general both of them just gave really strong performances in this movie. But it has to be said, this film really would be nothing without the titular character of Megan, who you need an actress here in order to make this role work. Someone who is so incredibly dynamic, but also never takes it too seriously. And Jenna Davis does exactly that. I've never seen her before. She is incredible in this movie. I mean, everything that you want her to bring, she brings. This character, yes, is very over the top. I mean, there's literally a scene, everybody's talked about it, where this robot is unironically singing Titanium to calm a child. The things that Megan does when she, gets a lot more sinister and things like that is absolutely insane. But it feels so convincing. Like, you still feel like there is a person underneath all this. You understand sort of Megan's motivation. I think Davis really did a great job with that. She still, and not only do you understand what she's doing, you also can understand why someone would be fooled by Megan. She comes across at first as very warm, very inviting and tender, and kind of fulfilling the whole of what Katie has left behind. And I thought that she just did a really great job here. And, like I said, I think she does a good job of towing that line between someone who at first seems very sweet, very innocent, this very positive presence, but then slowly turning a lot more sinister, slowly turning a lot more maniacal. And Davis just does such a great job with that. Yes, there are moments with her that are very easy to laugh at, for sure. There are many moments here that are definitely hard to take seriously, but it's not because of her performance. I think she really does commit here, and I think she's honestly one of the reasons this film works as well as it does. I think when people look back on this movie, Davis is going to be one of the things they immediately think of, and I just thought she just did such an incredible job here. Megan herself, I think, has kind of already cemented herself as this horror icon, and I think Davis's performance is a big reason for that. And I think that that's definitely a reason why Megan has become so legendary in that way. And this film does a really good job of showcasing why that is, for sure. But also, Amy Donald should not be overlooked either. Her physicality in this film, what she has to do, is really great here. Davis is obviously providing the voice, but Donald is the one kind of performing all of the movements, and, she just does a great job in, again, making Megan feel like this real presence, and I think that she does a great job with that. So overall, I mean, I really enjoyed the cast in this movie quite a bit. But of course, let's get to the directing and the writing here, which Gerard Johnstone's directing is really what ended up surprising me in this movie. Yes, this film definitely has a lot of predictable directions that you expect it to go in, and I think that, there are things And yes, there are definitely moments here that are very predictable, but I gotta say, he is much more talented than I expected. I kind of expected this film to be just kind of half-assed in terms of directing, not a lot of effort put into it, but no, he really does assert himself as a true talent in this movie. What I think he does really well here is really kind of towing the line in this film between this film that is so incredibly ridiculous and campy and is honestly very aware of it. It knows that a lot of this is really stupid, and I think it honestly does work really well. There's some generally very funny moments in this film, especially involving the this toy company and how they are just doing everything they possibly can to try to market to children. I think are some of the funniest moments within the entire film, and I think he does a really good job with that. But then, of course, seeing Megan, wreak havoc in the way she does, some of it is just very hard to not laugh at, and I like that Jon Stone recognizes this. He doesn't try to take it too seriously, but the thing that impressed me the most is that there are some generally very heartbreaking moments in this movie, and it never feels like one is compromising the other. I actually think they blend together very nicely. I think that's the thing that works really well in this film. The emotional moments in this movie really end up working for me, mainly because of just how attached I got to the characters of Gemma and Katie, which I'll get into when we get to the screenplay, but I think that that was something that I was honestly very impressed by. The only thing I think he doesn't do as well is the horror. I can't really say, even though there are some moments that are very effective, there's some very memorable kills in this movie, there wasn't a point where I was honestly scared in this movie. And look, I will say, I'm very tough to react when it comes to, horror films. There are very few horror films that legitimately get under my skin in that way. When it does, I always applaud it because it's very hard to make me feel that way. But there wasn't really a moment that really stuck out to me as like, oh, I really felt unnerved during this. There are definitely some tense moments for sure, and I was definitely on edge at points, but I think what really kind of holds it back is that PG-13 rating. I think it doesn't really get to go as loose when it comes to the horror as they want it to be, and I think that that's what does hold it back. There's a scene especially with Megan and her just like kind of going all out in terms of the kills, and it just felt like there was more we need to see her. I know there was an R-rated cut that was released, but I even heard that cut still felt a little bit like it was holding back in that way, and it just makes the moments feel a bit more lackluster. Like I just want a little bit more not necessarily graphicness, but I feel like an R rating definitely could have elevated this film for sure, and the kills would have stuck out that much more. And again, there are some memorable kill scenes, especially one involving Power Wash. That's definitely one that stuck out to me for sure. That I definitely have been thinking about. But it just feels like the film having all these reshoots and things like that was honestly to its detriment. We heard about it before that it was originally R, and then they cut it down to PG-13, and you can really tell because it just feels like they've kind of lost a bit of the edge that the movie originally had, and I think that is what brings it down here. But I gotta say, the script by Akilah Cooper is really what impresses me when it comes to this movie. I mean, I really was generally impressed by her screenplay here, specifically when it comes to the characters of Gemma and Katie. They both are kind of going through their own sort of dilemmas in the movie. For Gemma, it's really the fact that so much of her life has wrapped around this technology that she's trying to market to kids, and because of that, she can't seem to focus on anything else. She's so married to her work in that way that not everything else seems to kind of take a back seat. And I think that, they do a really good job when it comes to that. But it's Katie, that's the character that I really found myself getting wrapped up in, because she's someone who is going through a very personal loss. She has lost a large majority of her family. Gemma's kind of all she has left. And there's a great scene where where she starts to really open up about the grief she hasn't really talked to Gemma about, because Gemma also is suffering. I mean, this was her sister that she just lost, and you can see that it's having an effect on her. So Katie isn't really able to fully open up, and so through Megan, she kind of finds this way of getting to do that. And there's this great scene where she's just, fully pouring out all of her emotions, and it's honestly one of the best scenes in the entire movie. I really love the way they ended up handling that. I thought that not just McGrath's performance, but overall, I thought it really ended up working for the film, and it was definitely one of the most effective moments of the movie for me. So yeah, I was just really impressed by, that character overall and what they ended up doing with her, and how her bonding with Megan, it's kind of like this coping mechanism for her grief. Like, this is her only way of really being able to talk through it and having someone to kind of fully open up to with her feelings about it. And I thought that was honestly really sweet, the way the film dived into that. Like, yes, obviously the path is going to go down, but I thought overall they did a really good, they put just a lot more effort into this character than I was expecting. And I think the way this film dives into the topics of loss and sort of connection, and how we very much use technology as a way to gain connection. We are so desperate to have that within our life, and when it's not there, we don't really know what to do with ourselves. That's something this film is trying to cover, and it does it very well, honestly. I was very impressed by the screenplay in this movie. It had, like I said, just a lot more effort put into it than I would have expected it to. And again, I think there's a lot of things that work really well here when it comes to Gemma's character and her trying to appeal to kids and their whole, her whole company and things like that. I think that does actually end up working really well here, and that's something that did work well here in this movie overall. So yeah, there's just a lot more effort put into the screenplay than I would have expected to, and I don't know if this is like a start of a trend or something, but I'm just really surprised that like the first movie of January is not a complete unmitigated disaster when it comes to its screenplay. This is honestly a very coherent and competently made film, and I was very impressed by that overall. So yeah, I think in general, I think the screenplay is very strong here. The cinematography in this movie as well is really good. I think the way Megan moves and things like that, it's very tangible. You feel like Megan could be real within this universe. I think they do a good job with that. I think, like I said, the kill scenes, even though they feel a bit, some of them feel a little bit like they were, kind of stifled in terms of what they could really show. They feel a little bit tame. They still are very effective, and I think the cinematography is one of the reasons for that. Megan never feels like a CGI effect. She feels very real within the context of the movie, and I think that's something that I was honestly very impressed by. I kind of expected her to just feel like any other sort of presence, and she honestly felt very real here, so I thought they did a good job when it came to that. So yeah, overall, I was very impressed with the cinematography in this film. The score does work really well here. The editing is where I do have some issues. I think the movie can be very choppy at points, and I think that is what does bring it down for me. I think they could have done a better job when it came to that. Also, quite a few of the characters in this movie that are not Katie or Gemma just feel very underwritten. David, especially, who plays Gemma's boss in the movie, you can tell that he's supposed to have like a much bigger role in this, and it just feels like an afterthought by the end. I felt like his character was just kind of there, and I didn't really feel that connected to him. None of the other workers that Gemma's with, they don't really have characters either. There is another character in this movie. Some characters are here solely just to get killed, and that's something that I hate in slasher films, where, oh, you're just here to die. You don't really have a purpose beyond that, and there are characters like that in this movie. There's one character especially that I'm thinking of that I just don't understand the point of. They try to do something with her where there's this subplot where people are starting to look at Gemma as like this unsafe sort of parent that shouldn't be around Katie. She's not safe around her. She shouldn't be, she shouldn't be her legal guardian and things like that. And it just doesn't really go much of anywhere. I get what they were trying to do, but it just felt like an extra thing they tacked onto this movie, and it didn't really feel fleshed out. It didn't really feel like a well-realized idea, and there are some things like that in in this film. There are just some subplots that don't really go much of anywhere, and I don't know if there's like a longer cut of this movie that's out there, but it did feel like there were some things that they could have dived a lot deeper into, and they just really didn't. And like I said, tonal wise, it can be a little inconsistent at times. There are definitely moments where the movie did make me laugh and I wasn't really sure if I was supposed to, but then there are moments where I did laugh and I thought the film did really deliver on that front. So yeah, overall, Megan's a film that just has a lot more effort put into it than I would have expected it to. I went into this thing, it was going to be very cheaply made, a very throwaway movie, and thankfully, it's not one of those examples. This is not a garbage film by any means whatsoever, and I'm not saying that I think we're turning a corner in terms of January movies. I mean, maybe we will be, because there's actually quite a few this month that did not suck at all, that actually were really good. And I do think that there's a lot of things here that work really well. This is an example of a film that that was way better than it had any right to be. And, you know, it's far more common. It has some really strong performances, some really great characters here overall. I generally really enjoyed this a lot. Yes, it's definitely not perfect. There are things I think that could be better here, especially in terms of some of the kills. They just feel a little bit bloodless. They feel a little less gruesome than I think they really needed to be. But overall, I mean, if it's already confirmed that we're getting a Megan 2, and honestly, I'm very much here for it. I think there's a lot that you can really do with this character, with this concept, and I think this film honestly just kind of scratches the surface of what you could really do from here on out. I'm very excited to see what else they do with this character, and I'm generally surprised that I'm even talking about, you know, liking the idea of moving forward with this, because I thought from the start this was a stupid idea, and I actually really ended up being won over in it by the end. So yeah, overall, I was very surprised by Megan, and I am going to give it a B. Okay, the next movie we're talking about here, Missing, I was honestly really looking forward to. Even though, yes, Searching is a film that I did not want a sequel to, knowing that this was basically going to be its own thing, but still like kind of in the same universe, I was very much on board with. The only concern I really had going into it was the fact that Anesh Chaganty is not directing this movie. I think so much of what made Searching work was Chaganty's style and just the effort and the passion he poured into that film, and I was really worried that, okay, this movie is directed by people who, for the most part, didn't have much to do with it. They edited Searching, but they didn't you know, they didn't write it, they didn't direct it, they didn't produce it, so it's really weird to kind of have them in the hands of this film. Chaganty is still involved with the story, but very loosely. He's now given the reins to Will Merrick and Nick Johnson, and I'll talk about them in a little bit. That was really my only concern going into this, so I didn't really have, like, the highest hopes for this going in. I kind of expected it was going to feel a lot more watered down. The marketing wasn't really doing it for me, but my God, this film, similar to Megan, really surprised me. In fact, this film surprised me even more than Megan did, because Missing is not only a film that I think does, you know, retain what worked in Searching, but it's a completely different film entirely. This is the kind of movie that just really takes you on a wild ride and never lets you go until the very end, and there's just so much to talk about when it comes to this one, but we're going to start off here, of course, talking about the cast. And look, with a movie like this, where things are relatively simplistic in terms of the cast, I mean, it mainly is just like people on screens and things like that. You know, there's a different, I think that a lot of the time found footage movies, they just don't really get the recognition that they deserve, because the fact that, oh, it's literally just people talking on a computer screen, there's not a lot of effort put into that. But the performances in Searching, I feel like, are undeniable, and the same goes for this movie. I think all the performances here are just fantastic. Starting off with Storm Reid, though, who, holy shit, I mean, she is just such a star in this film. And I've always known she's had it in her ever since A Wrinkle in Time, a movie that I didn't really like all that much. I thought, okay, Reid has a lot of potential as an actress, and just to see what she has evolved into is just incredible. Between this and The Last of Us, and her work on Euphoria, I mean, she's really been making a big name for herself, and I think this is her finest work to date. The character of June is someone who has been kind of going through a lot, but she also kind of just wants to be this typical teenager, and you can see how sort of careless she is because of that. And you know, when what happens to her mom ends up happening, it kind of just like it kind of just like, rips the wind out of her, and it takes her down this very interesting emotional journey that really just works so well. Reed's character, June is just so anxious to get to the bottom of things, and I think she just does such an incredible job with that in this movie. Throughout the film, she becomes so much more determined and empathetic, and she really starts to kind of appreciate her mom's presence more the more the film goes on. And I think that Reed's performance just is so great in this film. She absolutely anchors this entire movie. You really do find yourself caring for June. You're just as frustrated when she isn't getting the answers that she wants, but you're also just as relieved when she starts getting the help and the answers that she wants. And I think that she just does such a great job in this movie. So much of the film is riding on her shoulders, and she is very much up to the task here. I really enjoyed her performance in this movie a lot. But similar to Searching, there is sort of this, companion to June of sorts that she has in this movie, and that's Joaquin Del Amedia's character. I think he is a huge standout in this film as a character of Javier. He is sort of her like private investigator of sorts that she ends up hiring, and he really adds this sense of like heart and sweetness to the film that works really well. The interactions he has with June are easily the film's highlights. These two really end up complementing each other very nicely. They developed this really sweet friendship that I just really liked watching, and I thought he just did a really great job here. As far as the performances go, I mean, Nia Long is great for what she has in the movie. She's not in this movie a lot, but when she's here, she works really well, and I really enjoyed her performance in this film. Ken Leon is very good here as well as the character of Kevin. He's someone that you are incredibly suspicious of throughout the entire movie, and I think he does a really great job here. And then Amy Landecker as well. The character of Heather is someone that was a huge standout to me. She is this friend of sorts to June. She is sort of like this aunt of sorts to June. She has a very strong connection to her. There's a moment with her, though, that really caught me off guard, and I thought her performance really ended up sticking out very well. So all the performances are very strong in this movie. Honestly, just as strong as I would say in the first one. Okay, but now, of course, get to the thing that worried me the most going into this film, the directing by Will Merrick and Nick Johnson. I was really worried that they were just going to kind of replicate what Chiganti did in this movie, and they don't really do that, honestly. I thought their directing was really good here. I mean, yes, there are similar things about Searching, but I would argue that Searching is more of this drama about connection and about, trying to, discover more about your child, but also letting your child, kind of grow up. It's this very sort of anxiety-ridden film about fatherhood, and this film goes in a much more, like, suspenseful direction to this one, and it's something that I wasn't really expecting, but it works really well here. I would say this film is very much this thriller of sorts, and they really do hone into that very well, but they do it very gradually. The more the film goes on, the more twisted this really does become, and I thought they did such a great job here. They don't in any way copy and paste the formula of the previous film. They really are kind of doing their own thing here, and I was just really impressed by what they did. It doesn't feel copy and pasted. They have their own style here, and it's that much better of a film because of it. I would be very let down if this film was basically just a copy and paste version, but it really is anything but that, and I really liked what they ended up providing to this overall. But their screenplay is really what blew me away to this movie, because the movie starts off and it feels very simplistic. You have June, she's this very irresponsible teenager. She doesn't really care about much of anything. She just wants to go to like the most outrageous party. She wants to have the best technology within her laptop. She has this very contentious relationship with her mother, and then her mother ends up disappearing, and immediately your eyes are going towards this guy that her mom has met that she went on vacation with, and it seems like it's going to go in a very predictable direction, and I was fully expecting it to. I was not expecting this film to do anything different than what it really set out to do, and I will just say right now, it is nothing like what you are expecting. I mean, look, Searching definitely had surprises, But this film is on a whole other level in terms of, there's one thing I think this movie actually does better, is how much it continues to build as the movie goes on. This is one of those films where once you think you know what's going on, something happens that completely pulls the rug out from under you, and you are just rethinking everything you thought about in the movie. And I was so impressed by that. And I think they do such a great job with that in this film, but it's also because of how well developed these characters are, especially when it comes to the relationship between June and her mom and her mom Grace in this movie. I think the way they develop those two characters is really well done in this film, but they don't do it in the way you're expecting. We don't see a lot of interactions between these two characters on screen. We see a lot of it through files, we see a lot of it through text messages, and you really start to recognize the relationship that these two had. And again, just how much June starts to appreciate her mom more, how much she starts to recognize, what she was actually doing. So when these revelations happen, not only are they shocking, but they are so incredibly effective in the movie because you feel very much drawn to these characters. I felt very connected to what we were seeing, and I thought they did a really great job with that. And June is just such a great character on her own. Like I said, the way that she grows more independent, but also the way her mind starts to shift throughout this case. There is a very small thing they introduce in the beginning of this movie, and you don't think it really means much of anything, and then they do something at the end of the film, and it's like, oh my god, that's really satisfying what they did with this character. I was not expecting them to take her in the direction that they did, but it really ended up working, and it really paid off. I really just can't express enough, just again, how great the characters are in this movie, how well written they are. They put so much effort into them in this film, and I was just really blown away by that. And even Nia Long's character, I was expecting her to kind of just be like just the very overprotective mother, but there's a reason why she is that way. And the film really does a great job of, again, slowly diving into that. That's what I think is really impressive with this film. At first, you kind of think you know where it's going to go. And then once we get to the actual reveal of what's going on, I mean, everything just kind of falls into place. And you're like, holy shit, I never thought, I can't believe I didn't see it that way. But it makes sense of her previous actions, and I think they do a really good job when it comes to that, and you understand what she's really trying to do, why she's so fearful about her daughter really having a life, and I think the movie dives into that very well. I think what they do really well in this movie is that Merrick and Johnson recognize, like, you've seen Searching. You know how Searching went. There are points in this movie where you think, okay, this is going to go exactly the direction that Searching did, and then they do the complete opposite of that, and I really love that a lot in this movie, and it's very hard to talk about it without getting into spoilers here, but there were so many times in this film where I was sure, okay, I know what they're doing, and then they did something else, and I really loved that a lot. It really won me over in terms of that. When you can write a film that not only is able to shock me once, but twice, 3 times, 4 times, I mean, I am very much impressed, and I really love what they end up doing here. I honestly think Merrick and Johnson have a real knack when it comes to mystery storytelling. I think they do a great job with that in this movie, and I really love to see what they continue to do in future films. I think their screenplay is really well done here, when it comes to the idea of connection, but the way it also dives into some of these other characters that we are questioning throughout the movie. There are characters here that I wanted to see, that I thought I knew what was going on. I was like, okay, I feel like this is pretty obvious. I don't understand why we're, not seeing more of them. And then you start to realize why. And I thought they did a really good job of that. But there are other things this movie is touching upon that the previous film was not able to. I think one of the things they touch upon very well here is the idea of the media and how much the media will try to villainize something and how much we often just kind of write things off. We know the story. We don't need to hear any other details. We don't even look deep enough into it. We just kind of know what's going on, and we don't really need anyone else to prove otherwise. And this film really kind of tries to get you to question that. It really is trying to put the focus on that specific subject where it's like things most of the time aren't always so concrete. There are many other moving parts of this. And for this situation especially, I mean, there is so much going on here. It is a very layered case for sure. And this movie really does a great job in diving into all of that. And that's something that I really did appreciate for sure. And I think the way they dive into that was just so well done. Again, the way they're able to do all of this just through a laptop screen is astounding to me. There's so much they're able to do in this movie, even more so than Missing, that I was like, holy shit, I can't believe that we're still on a laptop screen here. It's generally really just blew me away how they were able to keep that up throughout the entire movie. There was a point where I thought, okay, I guess we're not on a laptop screen anymore, but no, they still found a way to do that, and I really love that. But also the advancements in technology, because of that, there's so much more they're able to play around with here, especially in terms of like cameras and things like that, that I really appreciate a lot, and I thought that that was something that worked really well in this film. So yeah, overall, I was just really impressed by the screenplay here. The cinematography also very good in this movie, even though, like I said, the whole thing's on a laptop screen. It's very clear. There's a lot of things they do very well there in terms of that. There's some things that I found out you can do on a computer that I didn't even know you could do. I didn't know if you have Google, they track your trips and they track where you've gone and things like that. I think that's something that I didn't know you could do, and ever since then, I've been taking advantage of that more. And again, I know that's like a small thing, but like that's something this movie does do really well, is that it shows you advancements in technology that you might not have known about. But it's not just like they're showing it off, like, oh my god, how great this technology is. They utilize it in a way that really works for this film, and it enhances the story that they're telling. And so I think the cinematography worked really well here. The score also is so incredibly nail-biting, and it had me on the edge of my seat throughout the entire movie. I thought the score was so great here, and the pacing as well. I think this film is incredibly well edited. I mean, there's never a point here where something drags on too long, and even if it does, it's then fixed by another big revelation that we have, and there's just enough time to process it. It doesn't feel like they are rushing through these things. They recognize there is a lot that they are mounting on the viewer, and they really take the time to dive into, but also see the effect it's having on our characters, and I really did love that a lot. So there's just a lot to really love about this one that, again, I really was not expecting it was going to do. I think they did such a great job with that. That being said, there are some things that do feel a little bit underwritten here. I think the main thing when it comes to this movie is when we're not dealing with the mystery, there are some other side plots that are going on here, and they just felt a little bit underwritten. This is specifically the case when it comes to June's friend, Vina, who's in the movie. She is assisting her a bit. She's kind of helping her with this for a little bit, and kind of, giving her a chance, kind of helping her uncover some of the details. And then something ends up happening in their friendship, and we never really go back to it. We don't see her after this scene. There's never sort of a reconciliation between the two, and it just felt kind of disappointing. I was like, what happened to her? Like, did they ever, work things out? Are we ever going to come back to this? It's a character that, honestly, I think they could have just removed from the movie entirely. I don't think she really needed to be there. As much as I like Megan Surrey in this movie, I don't think she really needed to be here. There's some other characters that applies to as well that I just want a little bit more from. And there are some other subplots in here that they just don't dive quite enough into, and I think they could have spent a bit more time on it. The only other issue I do have is really concerning the character of the character here of Javier. I already talked about how he's very much the heart and soul of the movie. There is a great scene in the film where he is opening up to June and kind of talking about the something that's gone on within his family, and kind of how June has given him the chance to fully reconcile with this. And it's a very important scene, but I wanted to see more of his character. I feel like he's in the movie enough, but I feel like he could have been in it a little bit more. And I feel like there were points where he kind of goes away for a bit, and then we kind of come back to him, and I wanted to see more of him in this film. I think they could have done a better job when it came to his character. As much as I enjoyed him in the film, I think that, the scenes between him and June are so great. I kind of wanted to see a little bit more of that, and there's a specific thing that comes up with him that I just wanted to see a little bit more of, and I think it would have made the film that much more effective overall, especially because Javier, in many ways, mirrors some of the things that June has done, mirrors his own relationship with, his family, and I think they do a really good job with that in the film. I just wanted to see a little bit more of him overall. But my God, the things that this movie gets right, it really does get right. like I said, Missing really was so much more different than I was expecting it to be. I kind of expect this to be just a watered down version of Searching, missing the nuance that film had, and it very much still has that nuance. It's a film that had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. I was never able to predict what was going on. It's always constantly unraveling itself until its final bag of tricks. It had me on the edge of my seat, and it honestly makes me very hopeful. I feel like you could continue this series. There are so many different things you can do in the future, and I hope it's around for a long time. I know these movies are like very easy to make, but I feel like we have a team here that has a lot of really great ideas for what they want to do, and I really hope they're able to do that. So I'm just very impressed by so much about this film. I think there's so many things that just had me so blown away. The performances here are extraordinary. Storm Reed and Jakeem Del Amedia and Nia Long especially work really well here together. I think they really are the big standouts in this movie. The pacing's very good. The story is really great here, and though Anish Chaganty isn't as involved as the previous film, it proves that he does not need to be here for this still to work. I think this concept works really well. I think this was still incredibly effective. There are some things that aren't quite as well developed as the first movie, but the things it gets right, it really does get right, and this film just really ended up surprising me. So overall, I am going to give Missing a B+.
All right, so super abrupt cut to obviously a much different time that this was filmed. But listen, there were a few movies that Ali and I watched together in person recently, so I figured it just made sense for us to do this one together, but also because we suffered through this one together. Jesus Christ, this movie. Where do I even start with Alone at Night? Listen. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I feel like I am at a point in my career, if you want to call it that. I mean, I don't do this professionally. I would love to do it professionally, but I don't. But if you want to call it a career, I feel like I'm at a point where I am starting to kind of mellow out in terms of films. I'm not nearly as like harsh, and I'm not really here to like just endlessly rant about something. But there are some movies I simply just can't do that for. And this is very much one of them. My God, this film is a fucking disaster on all fronts. Okay, so here's the thing. Half of this movie focuses on Ashley Benson's character, who she decides to start like this OnlyFans account, and it starts to attract a bunch of different people, and eventually there is this killer that starts to stalk her, and she is trying to figure out, what to do about this killer. There's a bunch of guys that are constantly like she's interacting with, and this would be interesting if the film would be even slightly willing to commit to this idea, but the film is so committed to like the film is so focused on trying to build up this mystery of the killer that it doesn't really give you any answers whatsoever until literally the end of the movie. Most of the film is her and she's talking to all these guys, and it just feels very repetitive. It's very nice at first. They're very close. Then something happens and you get very suspicious of them. You're like, oh my God, it could be them. And it just does this constantly. It's spinning its wheels. And Ashley Benson is a really good actress, but even she feels so checked out of this. It just feels like she doesn't really want to be here. It feels like she's kind of just doing whatever was presented to her. She's kind of just doing whatever was offered to her. And it just really sucks because I think she's a great actress, but I feel like she picks like the worst projects, and this is just a really good example of that. All of the guys in this movie are fucking horrible. None of them are even slightly compelling. There was one that I was kind of into at first, and then they go in a direction with him where I was like, no, I don't like that at all. So yeah, I mean, I found this film to be just very insufferable. And if that was the entire movie, I would say, okay, it's incredibly generic. It's extremely predictable. Like who the killer ends up being, I literally could have read all the cast like bios and like what each role is in the movie and could have said, okay, this person's the killer. It was so obvious what was going on there and who the killer was and what their motivation was. And my God, when they eventually revealed the killer, I mean, this thing becomes so much more ridiculous and downright cartoony. I mean, Jesus Christ, I could not get over how ridiculous this was. But If that was the entire movie, I would have said, okay, this is bad, but it's completely inoffensive. It's just a really dumb horror movie. I've seen 1,000 times before. That's fine. That's not this entire movie. There's a whole second half of this movie where for some reason they decide, because they somehow thought in their infinite wisdom that this generic ass horror movie with Ashley Benson somehow gelled with this other half of the movie, which is literally like a parody of really bad like reality dating shows where Paris Hilton is hosting it for some reason. It's a bunch of people who are trying to date during COVID, and you have this like one guy who's like getting mad about someone using his PlayStation and things like that. And the second that this happened, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be insufferable. This is easily the worst part of the entire movie. Every time we come back to these people, it is horribly unfunny. None of them can act to save their life. I did not understand what the point of this was at all. I didn't understand the correlation between these two things. And the problem is, like, neither of them feel like they are in the same movie. It feels like this was like slapdash together. I don't know if they had an idea to like make two different movies and then they just like, combine, kind of like try to combine them together. But my God, it does not work at all here. I did not find any interest in what was happening. I found both plots to be so lame, but especially this half of the movie, it's just insufferable to watch. You're watching all these characters that hate each other. They're trying to date. Some of them don't want to. It's just, it reminded me of Allie and I tried out this show last year, just like for the fuck of it, Summer House. It reminded me of that.
God.
Summer House at least is a reality show. This was scripted, and it's still this didn't feel like a parody. This just felt like I was watching a bad reality show. If there's a parody, the parody is that they thought that it was a fun idea to connect these two together. And for a while, they don't connect these two together. They feel like two distinctly different movies. Then by the end, they try to tie them together. That was it for me. The second they tried to tie these two things together and tried to give some sort of explanation as to what was happening, I was so incredibly baffled by what I was watching. I was so incredibly baffled by the directions they ended up taking this film. I could not believe they thought this was the way to end this movie. My God, this was just absolutely insufferable to watch. Horrible directing. The editing in this movie also is so bad. Some of it's directed like it's a music video. You never really get a chance to flesh out any of these characters. None of them feel interesting. There's nothing going on with me as a character. You don't really get into her whole reasoning for why she wants to do what she's doing. It's just, this was just awful. There's a horrible cameo in there as well. I just could not stand this movie at all. There's really nothing I ended up liking about it. I was trying to find positives, but there was just literally nothing to like about this movie. I found this to be such a insufferable watch. Easily one of the worst films I've seen in a long time. It's so convoluted. It's so poorly done. I can't believe some of the ideas they had within this film. Like I said, if it was just the horror section, I still would have hated it, but not as much as I did when they then tried to combine it with this horrible parody of like a reality show. It's so totally inconsistent. It's so horribly acted. It's one of the worst things I've seen in a very long time. It also is like the definition of like, this is a COVID movie. Like, we made this because of COVID, and if COVID wasn't a thing, this probably wouldn't exist. So yeah, this is just honestly kind of an unwatchable film. An F for Alone at Night. Easily one of the worst things I've seen in a long time. This movie.
All right. I didn't really know anything about it going into it until you told me. I
actually wanted you to watch because Ashley Benson was in it. I know she's like, one of your girls.
Well, I will say this was one of the worst things I've seen in quite some time. Like, the storyline was just horrible and very cringy, and it literally just felt like two different movies because of the story.
Yeah.
Like really, like, what is happening? It's so convoluted. It's just like so out there. It's so confusing. Like, what is it even doing? And as much as I love Ashley Benson, like, I adore her. Even she was awful in this movie. Like, I did not think she did well at all. I feel like she didn't want to be there. She probably only did it because she was like paid to do it. She's like, she just did not want to be there. The The cinematography was incredibly basic. It felt just exactly like a cheesy thriller, nothing special at all. I will say it's not on hate level. It's not like Habit, but I definitely it's very low for me. It's pretty terrible, and it felt like a complete background movie. Just like, what on earth was this? Like, I don't know. This one just doesn't give me the hate vibe, but it's still like really low for me, and I give it a D minus.
Infinity Pool is one that I feel like not enough people have really seen. It's Brandon Cronenberg's next film after Possessor, which was my favorite horror film of 2020. Still one of my favorite horror films, honestly, of the decade so far. So I had pretty big expectations when it came to this one, knowing that Mia Goth was involved after, the year she just had with X and Pearl. I was really excited to see how this film was going to turn out. And it's very different from what I expected. This is definitely a horror film. I would classify it as such, but it's a very different kind of movie than, say, Possessor was. And I will get into all of that, but I do want to talk about the performances first here. And the performances were one of the things that drew me to this film immediately. I think Possessor, that was a big thing that really stood out, and that's very much still the case here. Alexander Skarsgård, listen, he has just been killing it lately, especially in something like The Northman, and I think here he gives another really strong performance. The character of James is someone who is really just feeling kind of out of his element. He really just kind of wants to get away from everything, and he really goes through a significant transformation in this movie, and Skarsgård just really kills it in this film. I really love what he ended up doing here. I think, where he ends up taking the character works really well. I thought the way he leaned into all of that, the character's, egocentric nature and things like that, but also the way this character is constantly feeling like this failure and how he delves into all of that, I thought just worked really well in this movie. I really loved his performance here. And he continues to show why he is just such a dynamic actor overall. But my God, Mia Goth, once again, just kills it in this movie. The character of Gabby is absolutely insane. She is this very boisterous and just constantly just nerve-wracking presence, and she just kills it here. You never really know what she's going to do. She's such an unpredictable character in that way, and Goth just is part of the fun of that character. She leans into the craziness of this character so well here. I loved what she evokes in this movie. You can see how much she wants to be in the driver's seat in this film, how much she wants to be the one in control, and I just thought she really brought that here. I loved her performance in this film. It's very different from what you're expecting. It definitely leans into Pearl at points, but it's also something different entirely, and I really love what she ended up doing here. The relation between these two, it's so incredibly twisted and weird, and it's just everything you could have really expected to be. They absolutely nail that, to perfection. Okay, but now let's get to the thing that you're probably most excited to hear about. Brandon Cronenberg's directing in this movie is fantastic. I think he does a really good job in this film of doing something very different from Possessor, which was this very just grotesque body horror of sorts, and this time around kind of making this like erotic horror film. This film goes into some very steamy directions, and I applaud Cronenberg for doing that. He showcases a different kind of horror in this movie, and I think it works really well, but I think the ideas that go through his head are just so incredibly creative. His approach to this movie, I mean, his vision is fully on display here, and I think he just really asserts himself as a true talent to watch out for. I think the knack for tension, the knack for horror, the knack for creativity, it very much does run in the family here. I mean, yes, obviously has a different style from his dad, but I think the thing that they very much have in common is just, again, how different and eccentric their movies really are, and I think he dives into all of that very well here. I really enjoyed his directing in this film, but the writing in this movie is really what impressed me, because I didn't really know what I was getting going into this, if I'm being fully honest. I think that was the one thing where I was like, I don't really know what this is going to end up being. And it was certainly different than what I was expecting it to be. It's one of those films where it starts off and it seems to be this story about this guy who he just kind of seems unsatisfied with himself no matter what he's doing. He has it all pretty much. Like, he has this great wife and he is this writer, but he just feels very unfulfilled. And I think Cronenberg tells this really great story of this guy who gets to embrace this new lifestyle of sorts, even if this new lifestyle is completely unethical, what he starts to dive into. I think Cronenberg does a really great job with all of that here, and I think that the character of James in this movie is very complex. You know, he, yes, at points can be very pompous, he's very egocentric in that way. He's a very selfish character, but yet you understand why he is the way he is, because this is someone who, yes, he has written a book, but it's never really had that much of a success. People don't really talk about it that much. Like, he's not even really that impressed by it, and he finally comes across people that seem to generally enjoy what he's doing. They seem to actually take a liking to what he's doing, and you can see why he gravitates so heavily towards them. Even when things start to get a lot more fucked up, he still is like fully embracing it in this movie. But you also do see his confliction in this film. You know, does he want to stay in the life that he is, or does he want to embrace this much more wild, chaotic, downright just inhumane lifestyle? And I think the movie does such a great job when it comes to all of that. I think his character is just so well realized in this movie. I think we've all kind of been in a similar situation to James, where it's like we have everything we want, but yet there's something more that we're missing. And I think that's what Scars, I think they just play into that very well here. I really like the idea that Cronenberg's trying to communicate in this movie. And then through the character of Gabby, I think he's trying to portray someone who is very alluring, someone who, you know, seems like she is someone that, you know, you can trust, someone who's on your side, but who has an agenda of her own. And I think that he dives into all of that very well in this movie. I think that her character is one that can be kind of hard to read at points, considering, again, just how insane this character really is. But the more it goes on, the more you kind of understand what she's trying to do, and I think it works really well in this movie. So I think both characters are very well realized here, and just all the characters we encounter in this film, you know, involved in this culture of sorts that James gets himself involved in, are very well explored here. You understand why they're doing what they're doing, and I think it works really well. But I also think the world building is something that Cronenberg did very well in this movie. I think this movie is trying to say a lot about the idea of tourism and how disruptive and how much havoc they can wreak, and kind of like do so with very little consequence, because they're not going to be there for all that long. And I like the way the movie tries to dive into all of that, but also the idea of fame and just how sweet that can really be, and how hard it is to really turn that down, and how do we really want to compromise our entire life for it. You know, I think all those things Cronenberg does such a great job of communicating. There's so many great themes in this movie about identity, about acceptance, and all of those are just really well explored here, and I really liked what he ended up doing. And like I said, I think the world building as well, I think, is really well handled, because yes, a lot of this movie does involve the idea of cloning, but the way they go about it here, it's very different than what you would expect. It's very different than what I think they're trying to say. And I think, you know, it's a movie that really catches you off guard with just how weird and audacious it is. But I think the movie has a very clear idea of what it's trying to communicate, and I don't want to get into it too much because that would involve spoilers, but I really like what he's trying to say here. I think the way he is using these clones as a way to tell the story that he's trying to tell was a very unique and interesting idea, and I think it really does pay off in this movie. So I really did enjoy his screenplay here, but my god, the cinematography, I mean, this film just really goes all out in terms of its visuals. It has such a distinctive sort of look to it. There are some scenes here that you truly are never going to forget, and I will definitely warn you, this is a very graphic and at times very uncomfortable film that I think is definitely going to be a little too much for some people. especially with like the amount of, again, erotic content in this movie, but it's done in a way that it feels like it fits into the film. It feels like it has a purpose in here. It never feels like this is just here because it needs to be here. It all feels very purposeful, and I think they do a really good job with that. Even though this movie has this very like erotic nature to it, it still is very unnerving. It still really gets under your skin. There are some moments here that are really going to catch you off guard, and I think the horror is very well handled in this movie. Like I said, it's a different type of horror than what he did in Possessor, but it still feels so well utilized here. There are definitely moments in this movie that very much did get to me, and I thought that overall they were just very well handled in this. One scene especially involving an orgy, and oh my god, it is something I am never going to forget. The way that they did it, not only was it so incredibly stylized, but it's like very disturbing the way they went about it. There's another scene, all I'm going to say, it involves a dog, and yeah, I mean, this movie definitely does go for it in that way. So yes, while it is a different type of horror, it's still very effective, and that's something that Cronenberg just really excels at. But I also just really, again, appreciated the look and feel of everything. It all just feels very natural, and I really enjoyed Kareem Hussein's cinematography here. I thought it worked really well for what the film was going for. It leaned into all of that very nicely. And I think they did a really good job with that. The score as well, I definitely really did enjoy here. And the editing, I think the movie is very well edited here. I think the movie is, a little under 2 hours, and I think it's honestly paced very well. The ending, especially to this movie, I really loved. I really loved what they were trying to communicate here. I thought it was very effective when it came to, how they wrapped everything up. I really did love that a lot. So yeah, there really is just a lot to love about this one. With that said, I don't think this movie is quite as perfect as, say, Possessor was. I think Possessor wasn't a perfect movie. There were a couple things that were bringing it down, but it was it's definitely still the superior film to me, and it's mainly because of the fact that I think this film is just missing just a little bit of nuance. I think that the premise here, it's pretty straightforward with what it's trying to do, even though, yes, there are a lot of weird ways it communicates it. It's still pretty straightforward for the most part, and I think there just need to be a little bit more of nuance into this film, and I think the way the movie would have done that is through Cleopatra Coleman's character, who plays James's wife in the movie, who honestly just really gets the short end of the stick here. She doesn't really have much to do here at all. There is a scene with her where we kind of get to see her reaction to what's going on with this whole thing with, what he's really involved in and things like that. But other than that, we really don't get all that much with her. She's honestly just kind of there. I was very disappointed by her character because I think her performance was really good here, but there just isn't really much that Coleman is given to work with. And I think that she honestly was what this movie is kind of missing. I think she would have provided a sense of nuance, a different perspective that the movie otherwise just simply does not have. And I think if we would have gotten to see things through her perspective a little bit, one, it would have enhanced the narrative that much more to where we were that much more riveted in what was going on. Two, it would have really made us care for James's life because we don't really know a ton of, well, we do, but we just kind of hear about things. I think actually getting to see things through her perspective would have made the film that much more effective, but she just doesn't really have all that much to do here, and I think that does bring the movie down. Also, there are some points where it does drag here and there, and there are some characters that I just wanted a bit more from. There's another couple that James and his wife are with in the movie, and we don't really get to know them all that well. Obviously, we get to know Gabby, but we don't really get to know her, her husband all that well, and I think that was something else that the movie was kind of missing. So yeah, overall, I was still very impressed by the way this turned out. It is a very deep exploration of fame and ego and acceptance and all these different things that I really wasn't expecting it to be. It's certainly not anything quite like Possessor. It's not really a body like a body horror, but it's definitely leans a lot more into more like psychological and erotic horror and things like that. And I think it's still very effective as such. It definitely is going to be a bit too much for some people with certain scenes, because it definitely does go for it in that way. But I thought this film very much did do what it set out to do. Brandon Cronenberg just really has asserted himself as a true talent to watch out for, and I was just overall really impressed by this one. So B+ for Infinity Pool.
So as I said back in the what I watched through January through March video, there were a couple movies that Ali and I watched together in person. This was another one that we ended up watching together, Carmen. I was so excited for this film. Now, I don't know a ton about the original opera or anything really going on there. Obviously, it's a classic, and I'm sure people know of the title Carmen, but I'm not entirely sure about the story. So I don't know exactly what they changed here. I know they said they're telling like a whole new story here, but this is a very special kind of film. The one thing I will say right off the bat is the performances here are absolutely incredible. Melissa Barrera, I think, gives one of the best performances I've ever seen from her. This is the kind of role I think she was absolutely born to play. She is so endlessly likable, but she also gives such a emotional performance here. And there's many moments in this film where even without her talking, just the expressions on her face, you can see how she is feeling within these moments. Carmen is someone who really wants to be independent. She wants to forge her own path in life. And I thought she just did such an incredible job in this movie. Her dancing was amazing. I just really loved her performance here. It's just so visually arresting. And she's one of those actresses that is just constantly delivering. And I feel like this is definitely one of her best performances to date. Paul Mescal is also very good in the movie. I will say he does not nearly have as much to do with, say, like an After Sun or something like that, but he's still really great in this movie. I've always really enjoyed him as an actor, and I think the chemistry between these two is very strong here, and I really liked how they both ended up delivering in this film. I thought both the performances were very strong. All the performances were really great here. But I gotta say, the star of this movie is honestly Nicholas Bertel's score. This score is just out of this world in this movie. It is so euphoric. It honestly becomes a character of its own. It represents the devastation that this film is going for, but it also represents just the beautiful nature of everything. It is one of those scores that just sticks with you constantly. You're always going back to it. The operatic the very just like epic feel of it all, and the operatic score that's playing, it's just absolutely incredible, and it's by far the best thing about this movie. The thing to know going into this film, though, is that if you are looking for a narrative film, you are going to get that, but there is a lot less dialogue than you are expecting. Most of this movie is told through dancing, and I thought that was honestly a really interesting technique that they did here. It honestly feels like not necessarily like a ballet at points, but it feels like a lot of this is told through dancing. There are many moments where you will just have two characters dancing, and it kind of represents the emotions that they're feeling in that moment, and kind of just how they are feeling about each other, how a certain moment in the film is making them feel. And I thought these were some of the most powerful moments in the entire movie. There's a great scene with Carmen in the nightclub, and you can see just how thrilled she is to be here, or a moment with, someone else that she works with and how she's feeling in that moment. There's an opening dance that is incredible. I was so riveted by what I was watching, and it tells you literally everything you need to know about these characters. It is such a great way to tell this story, and I absolutely loved what they end up doing. I thought it was such an interesting touch. And I think the directing here from Benjamin Millepied is very distinctive here. He really imbues his own style throughout this film. It feels very distinctive. It feels very different from other things I've seen before. I know that he hasn't directed anything before, but honestly, it doesn't really show here. He definitely does have a significant style of his own, and I really like the way he's able to incorporate dance throughout this movie and really let the dancing speak for itself. And I thought that was just a really interesting way to tell this story. It's really the main takeaway I have from this film. And I think he just does such an incredible job. I really am excited to see what else he ends up doing. The cinematography is also just incredible here. There are so many shots that you just cannot take your eyes off of. It's one of the most visually stunning films of the entire year for sure. There really is a lot to like about it. Surprisingly, the one thing I wasn't as impressed by, though, was the writing. Like I said, a lot of this film is told through dancing. A lot of this film is seeing how these characters are feeling. To me, I found that a lot more compelling than when these characters started speaking. When they're not dancing and when there's not music going on, the movie isn't quite as interesting. It's because these characters just aren't quite as compelling as you want them to be. It honestly... They ended up being a lot more generic than I was expecting when it comes to Carmen and her just kind of fleeing, where her, the Mexican desert, and her being rescued by this guy who's like very conflicted because of his friend being, part of the authorities, but him starting to take a liking to her. It goes in a very generic direction. And I just found this part of the movie to not nearly be as interesting as what was going on when they were dancing. So this was really the only issue I have with this film, is that I just didn't feel as attached to these characters as I really wanted to. And it sucks because I thought the movie had a really strong opening, especially when it came to her mother and things like that. But I just found it a little hard to get attached to these characters. And I think it's because of just how grand so many of the musical pieces are, because this film is a musical, just not in the traditional sense. It's more so like a danceicle in that way. And I think it works really well as such. But anytime the characters started speaking, I just wasn't quite as invested. I also think the movie is just a little bit too long. There are definitely scenes that do drag, specifically once these two characters meet up. There's a lot of times the film kind of detours and they go into this location for like a very long periods of time, and I just didn't understand why we need to spend so much time in it. There is a significant portion of this movie that takes place within this nightclub, and I enjoyed what we got in there. It just felt like it just went on for a very long time, and I would have liked them to take more time to kind of flesh out the rest of the film. So yeah, that was really my only issue with that. Overall, though, I really did enjoy this a lot. There was a lot to admire about this film. It's very different than other films out there, and I really respect the risks that it takes. The ending also is just phenomenally handled. Everything about it, I thought they did such a great job with. It doesn't have the best writing, and I wish the characters had a bit more depth to them, but the performances, the dancing, and especially Nicholas Bertel's score is so just incredible, and it's on a whole other level of its own, that is enough for a recommendation to watch this film. It's definitely not the film you expect to be. It's very unique, and I think for some people it is going to just be a little too different for them to really get invested. But considering how much they deviated from the source material, but also honored the source material and things like that, and also what they were able to do to make this film feel so original and different, I really can't help but just respect so much of what this was going for. So overall, I really enjoyed this one a lot. B for Carmen for sure. But what did you think of this movie?
All right. I honestly thought it was very well done, very incredible in that sense. It was very soft and beautiful, and I just love how those soft things like After Sun. I just like those movies that are just very soft and light. We don't need a really crazy and wild movie all the time.
Yeah.
I like the uniqueness.
Yeah.
Definitely Michelle.
This is not nearly as introspective as After Sun. I
always call her Michelle Barrera. It's like when I say Danielle instead of Daniel. Anyway, Michelle. My God.
Good job.
I don't know what I'm thinking right now. Okay. Melissa Barrera was definitely the standout as the lead, of course. She's a fantastic actress, singer, everything. And everything I've seen her in. But this was definitely one of her strongest roles for sure. She was just phenomenal. Paul Mescal was great too, but obviously I kind of echo you there that he just didn't really have much to do at points, but he was still really good.
Very basic role.
Yeah, just very simple.
Yeah.
the score and the cinematography were absolutely stunning, and like the score, like I agree with you there too. It's like it was just gorgeous, and like the music was amazing, and for like it's not, yeah, like you said, it's not like a very typical musical because it's more of just dancing and such, but I think it was like gorgeous. Like
Oh, yeah.
we definitely need more movies like that.
Yeah.
But I will say it was a little over long because like it really only needed to be like an hour and a half at most, because it definitely like dragged on at some points. But like I didn't think it was like, I didn't like hate it or anything. I just thought like it just didn't, certain things were just very filler. But overall, this film like very much impressed me, and it was just like very creative and unique and like innovative and everything. And overall, a B for this movie.
Oh my God, we're back for another one of these. This time around, talking about a movie that I don't think many of you have seen, and honestly, for good reason, A Tourist Guide to Love. Look, I don't really have much to say about this one at all. I will keep this very short. You look at the poster, it gives you like Lifetime Hallmark vibes. That's exactly what this is. It very much feels like just a very simple romantic comedy. And I will say there are some things I did enjoy about it. There were some moments in the beginning that I thought were actually kind of fun. I think Rachel Lee Cook does give a pretty good performance here. She's this girl who is randomly just ends up getting broken up by this guy, and basically she ends up taking this assignment to go undercover and learning about the tourist industry in Vietnam. She doesn't really know what to expect, but you see her kind of embrace the culture more throughout this film. I do think she gives a strong performance here. I thought that she was definitely really good. Scott Lai, who is like her love interest here, I thought he also did a good job. I thought the two of them did have pretty solid chemistry overall. And also Missy Pyle, not in the movie a lot, but when she was here, I actually did think she was pretty funny. I enjoyed her as just this very over the top, very demanding boss. I thought she had some fun moments throughout this film. The problem is it's just very middle of the road in terms of romance. It's incredibly generic where it ends up going. Every single plot point, you can pretty much predict where it's going to go. There is a love triangle of sorts that ends up happening, and you can pretty much expect what ends up happening there. But the thing about this movie is that there are many points of this where it doesn't really feel like a movie. It feels more like a ad for how great vacationing in Vietnam is and all the fantastic sites to go to, because there are so many scenes of just the character of Sin being like, oh my God, look at this place in Vietnam. This restaurant right here. Oh my God, I grew up here as a child. Oh my God, this specific place. It's like, I get it. You love Vietnam, but like, where is the story here? There just isn't a lot of substance to this film. I didn't really feel like there was much to latch onto in terms of the characters here. It just came across as very generic to me. There's some other subplots that go on as well that I just did not get invested in at all. They want you to care about these characters, and they just feel so one note. It's very hard to get attached to them. I will say the two leads do have solid chemistry. There are some fun moments here and there, but this was basically what I expected. Directing pretty much non-existent. It's just one of those films where like it just has the feel of what you expect from a Netflix romantic comedy. It doesn't really have a style of its own. It feels pretty much just like all the rest of them. And because of that, it just doesn't really stick out. It's not nearly as boring as I expected, because there were moments I did enjoy, but it's a film that I very quickly did end up checking out of. So C for Tourist Guide to Love. I wish I had more to say about this, but I mean, it's pretty much what you expected. What do you think?
All right. This film was just honestly very average, very okay. I will say the acting was well done for sure. Like the leads were really good. They have like this really nice and authentic chemistry, and like all the acting, like Missy Pyle as well, and like everyone did such a great job in that sense. I thought everyone, like, I don't really think anyone did a bad job with the acting, but it was just the story was not very interesting. I think it definitely tried to be Love in the Villa at times, just because like that movie I loved. Yeah. This one was just trying to be like that, but it's just came across as just very basic and very generic. Most of this film was quite dull and a snooze fest. Like a lot of the times I was just like rolling my eyes or just like kind of like in my own little world and just kind of like forgetting that it was on. It's kind of like just one of those movies you just put on just cause. Like I didn't dislike it overall. I just because there were like some fun and sweet moments, some cute moments here and there, but it was just the definition of a background film for sure, and a C for me.
All right. So as I said, in multiple videos throughout what I watched, there's going to be some here that I review with my amazing girlfriend, Allie. Unfortunately, the film we're talking about is not one that I am incredibly fond of. The first one, at least, Love Again. Look, listen, I think it's really great that we are having this recent surge of romantic comedies coming to theaters. I feel like for a while, even though they're not usually like my thing, they weren't really taken all that seriously. You usually see stuff like this like dumped to Netflix and things like this. I gotta say, there's been like a recent streak though that I actually have been liking. Unfortunately, this is not one of them. This to me is like the definition of like a film that should have gone to streaming. Like there really isn't much to this at all. I'll say right off the bat, Prakana Chopra, I've honestly really been warming up to her as an actress lately. I used to not be the biggest fan of her, but I feel like recently she's really been killing it, and this is a very good example. I think she absolutely elevates this film. You feel this palpable sense of loss and grief with her character. She is trying to overcome the loss of her husband, and you can see how much this is troubling her throughout the film. And, seeing her starting to become more attracted to Sam Huygens' character, Sam Heughan's character, and the bond that they end up sharing. I think that's something that works, really well. And I think Prakana Chopra Jonas honestly is one of the only reasons to watch this movie. The other reason to watch this movie, surprisingly, Celine Dion. Let's talk about her. She plays a fairly significant role in this film. This is not a cameo. She is throughout this movie. And to be honest with you, I don't really know why. To me, it feels like one of those things where they didn't really know how to sell the movie. And so she's here. And honestly, I thought she was pretty good. She's like, kind of like this like counselor to Sam Heughan's character, and sort of like what he's going through, but she also is playing herself. And I honestly thought she did a pretty good job. I thought she gave a pretty strong performance. She even had some funny lines. Like if she wants to take up acting, she's not bad. Like I was surprised by how good she was in this movie. I have no idea why she's in this movie other than, again, I think she wanted to do music and they felt, okay, let's give her a large role because there's not really another way to promote this movie, which makes sense because the film in question is not very good. Right off the bat, I'll get to, I think, easily the biggest issue with this movie, the writing. The writing here is just not great at all. The premise is so incredibly basic. This woman has lost her significant other. She is having a hard time grieving him, so she decides to start texting his phone number as a way to sort of cope. But then you have Sam Heughan's character, who he's kind of in a place where he's very kind of jaded towards love and things like that. And so he starts seeing these text messages and does the incredibly reasonable and not creepy at all thing of just letting it happen, not telling her anything. These two eventually end up meeting up. He doesn't pay it any mind whatsoever. So yeah, it's just not very good at all. I think the premise here, it's just so incredibly one note. They don't really do anything to try to put it above other, cliche romantic comedies. And the biggest issue I have with this, honestly, is I just don't understand why these two would like each other. I just didn't feel it. It feels like the two of them meet up and they feel like just kind of like strangers. Like if they were friends who he kind of helps her deal with the grief, that I understand. But them just falling in love, I just didn't buy it. And, when the whole film is centered around their relationship, you kind of have a problem with the movie here when I'm not really buying into any of what they're selling. So I don't think they did a very good job with that. Also, their chemistry, it's just not there in this movie. I hate saying it. Like I said, Prakana Chopra Jonas, I think, is doing a good job. Sam Heughan, on the other hand, seems bored out of his skull this entire movie. It does not seem like he wants to be there whatsoever. He is just, I understand the character is supposed to be very sarcastic, but the way he played him, I just found this guy so incredibly unlikable. I mean, what he's doing already is highly unethical. He's literally, looking at text messages that she's sending to her dead husband, and he's like willingly letting it happen. He's not telling her about it. He's just letting her do it. It's just fucking weird. And the fact that he continues to let it happen, like, if there was more of a reasoning for why he wanted to do this, like he doesn't want to make her upset or something like that, that'd be a different story. But he just doesn't want to, he just doesn't tell her about it. And I just had a really hard time buying into the character. I didn't find him to be interesting. Like I said, the only good parts of his story is honestly when Celine Dion was on screen. I actually liked her presence in this movie. I was surprised by how much I liked her. I also liked his friend in the movie. I thought he had some funny lines here and there. Other than that, I found this to be a complete bore. I was not into this whatsoever. It's way too long. I have no idea why it has to be like an hour 40 minutes. This could have easily been like an hour 30. Like, there's no reason for it
or
to
even just an hour 20.
Honestly, yeah, it really could have been. This is just as basic as it gets. The only other thing I want to mention is we're supposed to care about this character's loss, but the way they set up her husband dying is so incredibly abrupt. You don't even it's honestly laughable the way that they do it. And I hate saying it because it's supposed to be this really emotional moment, but I was honestly holding back laughter because of how stupid it was executed. It's literally just like he's at a coffee shop, he goes down the street, and then that's it. Like, it's so stupid the way that they do it.
Like,
you don't
hello, he's gone.
Literally, like, you don't feel attached to their relationship at all. I don't know. This was just really everything I can stand about romantic comedies. There's nothing that really ends up elevating it at all. The chemistry also didn't do any favors whatsoever. I really just couldn't stand this. I didn't hate it because, like I said, I think Rakana Chopra Jonas is really carrying the film, and I think she does do a good job. There were some parts I found admittedly kind of funny, and Celine Dion had some funny lines here and there, but overall was just really not a fan of this. C- for this one. I really couldn't stand this at all. But what did you think?
Oh, right. It was incredibly generic. It was just very dull. And like, I remember I was like literally like dozing and being like, oh my God, this is literally that movie.
Yeah. And like, normally I would be like, wake up. But like, you wake up and I'd be like, you didn't miss anything. Like, nothing's happening right now.
It's just like so boring. It's like such a snooze fest. And it's literally what we'd expect. I mean, I will say the acting was good. Like Priyanka Chopra's performance was very strong, of course, as a lead. Just like, but yeah, like the whole like grievance and like how like he died and everything was so abrupt and everything, and we never really got to know anything about their relationship, which sucks. Sam Heughan, is that how it's pronounced?
Heughan. Yeah,
Sam Heughan. He was okay as this character Rob Burns, but I feel like he looked kind of bored. Yeah, he looked kind of. Well, I'm looking at my letterbox. he looked kind of bored and just didn't want to be there. And also, his character was just very unlikable. He was kind of a dick.
Yeah, he really was.
And like the only characters that made me laugh were Billy and Joel, played by Russell Tovey and Nick Jonas. I thought they were pretty funny.
Oh, yeah, he actually did. I was going to say, I kind of wish he was in the movie more because they had more chemistry than the two of them throughout the entire movie.
Yeah. That would have been iconic. Like, Nick was hilarious, and then so was the other guy.
He actually has a really funny, like, small part. His
small
part.
Cameo.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so good. And then I love Celine Dion, but her just being a part of this was kind of random. I did say her acting. I mean, I will say her acting was pretty good, but it's just kind of random and like, why?
Yeah, especially because like she's in so much of the movie.
I know.
Like, honestly, you have the two. She's like the third main character. It's so weird.
I know. It's so like, really?
Yeah.
It's just very confusing. But it was okay, I guess. This film wasn't the worst thing ever, but it was definitely like a background movie. Definitely, I probably won't watch it again. Just such a snooze fest, and I didn't hate it overall. Like, some of the acting was good, and some of the performances and such, but a C for me.
Okay, what's love got to do with it? This one, compared to the two like romantic comedies that came out, this one I thought had a bit more potential behind it, and there definitely were things to admire. I think Lily James is such a likable actress in everything that she's in.
Oh yeah,
She's
love her.
always somebody that you find yourself latching onto, and I think she does give a really charming performance here. You can see that this character, you know, her whole goal is that she wants to kind of try to authentically. Oh shit! Okay, something dropped. I'm sorry. Her whole goal is that she wants to like authentically capture this culture and this like arranged marriage that's happening, and you do find yourself really attached to her. You know, she wants to portray things very like authentically, and you know, I thought that she did a really good job in this film, and she kind of is like filming her journey as well to like find someone of her own. And I thought overall, you know, she was really good in the film. Shazad Latif also, for what he, you know, he's really good here too. I think he has some really good moments. They dive a bit deeper into his whole arranged marriage and his family, and kind of like how his sort of views are conflicting with that. And I thought his character honestly was really interesting. I liked a lot of what they did with him. I also really liked Emma Thompson in the film. I thought she plays a very interesting role. There is a bit of contention between her and Lily James. So I thought that part of the film worked really well. My only real issue, but the thing with this movie is that aside from those things, sadly, this is just a very generic rom-com. Like, you can tell every single direction it's going to go. There was nothing in this that I found surprising. There was nothing in this that really was like, oh my God, that was completely out of left field. Every direction it takes, you can see from a mile away. And so I just had a really hard time staying invested in this story. Unlike the last film, these two did have good chemistry. I will say that I thought the two of them did actually end up working really well together. I do think they do a good job at fleshing out these characters. It's just, it didn't really feel that it just wasn't all that interesting to me. And after a while, it did kind of lose me. There's no reason this movie needs to be as long as it is. It's almost like 2 hours. And I feel like this easily could have been like an hour, 30 minutes. Like, there really was no reason for it to be as long as it is. There's also some things I just wanted to see more of. Like, give me some more scenes of Lily James and Emma Thompson and their whole back and forth, because I just want to see more of that. I want to see more of Kaz's family, Shazad Latif's character. I want to see more of his family and, you know, what's really going on there. There are some funny moments here that I did end up laughing at. I like the whole documentary approach. I thought that was kind of different and unique. But aside from that, there just really wasn't all that much to this for me. So it's just not really a film that I was as into as I wanted to be. And honestly, I was a little bit disappointed because I thought this one had a bit more potential, but overall, I really just kind of found this very forgettable. It has its moments for sure, and there are some things it has to say, like about the culture of Pakistan and things like that. But overall, I just found this to be rather generic and forgettable. So C+ for this one. It's not nearly as like boring as the last one we talked about, but it wasn't anything particularly that great either.
All right. This film was actually like really sweet and wholesome. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. I mean, I will say the story was a little generic and typical, but it was definitely very charming, very cute, and like the acting was great. Like Lily James, I adore her. I love Emma Thompson, like such great actresses. So Lily James was incredible as the lead, very strong performance there. I thought everyone did a very good job, but yeah, I definitely want to.
Performances were good.
Yeah, I definitely just wanted to like see more of the story, like with more of Lily and Emma, and like all that kind of thing, like all of the back and forth with each part. Just like you said, and echo you there. I definitely want to see more of the story with like certain characters. And like the conflict wasn't anything too crazy or chaotic because of how simplistic it was, but it was definitely like a really like cute and sweet movie that I actually really enjoyed. This is like a rom-com I actually love. But yeah, so overall I really like this one, and B-.
Monica, I was really excited for this one. I saw the trailer for it, and thought it looked very effective, and that's pretty much what it is. I think this film does a really good job of portraying this girl who is in a very, she's in a stage in her life where she very often feels alone. She doesn't feel like a lot of people really can depend on her. She's kind of cut off her entire family, mainly because they just didn't accept her because of the fact that she's trans and things like that. And the movie does a really good job of portraying her almost feeling like an outsider to the family. She is going to, back to her hometown to visit a mother that doesn't recognize her, that is basically forgotten who she is. She, she has a brother who remembers her, but he's married to somebody that she's never met before. And that really is, I think, where this movie thrives, is seeing her put in this situation where she's just interacting with all these people that she's never really met before, and the effect that that really has on her. There's some really great scenes here, and my God, Trace Lysette is phenomenal in this movie. I think she gives a really great performance here. You really feel the struggle that she goes through, but also just the confidence within herself. She isn't going to deal with this bullshit. And there's a scene where she just kind of releases all of her pent up anger and frustration, and it is absolutely incredible to watch. I love what she ended up doing in this movie. But Patricia Clarkson's performance also very much does need to be marveled here. I thought she did such an incredible job in this film portraying this character that is very obviously on like the last legs of her life, but she basically has to be dependent on Monica, and the relationship that these two form, it's extremely contentious, especially because there is a lot of resentment that Monica has towards her. But I thought those were some of the best scenes in the entire film, is just seeing these two and Eugenia basically not even acknowledging Monica and things like that. I just thought it's really heartbreaking to watch, but it also is just so riveting as well, seeing this character go through what she's going through. I thought they did a really great job with that. So yeah, I thought overall that part of the film works really well. The issue I have with the movie is that I just felt beyond all the stuff with the family, we don't really get to know a lot about Monica. And I felt like this was a missed opportunity. Anytime the film veered away from the family, I just wasn't quite as invested. It honestly felt very repetitive to me. There's a guy that isn't really taking a relationship seriously. She calls him out on it. Sends him like a very angry phone call, and then they end up having sex. And this happens like 3 times throughout the movie. And I just want a little bit more exploration of her character, where she is in her life, seeing how she's been able to, grow, how she's been able to grow, from leaving her family behind, and also her, kind of accepting herself and things like that. I just wanted to see more of that. I think the film does a really good job at portraying this trans woman and kind of seeing the struggles that she's gone through and how she has, progressed throughout that. But also seeing her eventually, get closer to this family. There's some really good stuff there. There's some good scenes she shares with like her brother and whatnot. But I just wanted a bit more to her character. I wanted to be a bit more attached to her. And there were points in the movie where I just felt that they could have dived a bit deeper into her overall. So I think that was really the only issue with the film I ended up having. I also thought the film was a little bit too long. There were definitely moments that did drag out for me. Again, mainly moments that weren't focused on the family that I just didn't think were quite as interesting. But the things that work here really do work. It ends on a really powerful note, kind of an abrupt ending. I remember when it ended, I turned to you and I was like, that's it. It was very like out of nowhere for me, but I really did like a lot about this movie. I think the screenplay is very well done. Like I said, I think Trace Lissette's performance is just phenomenal here. Very good directing. They do a really good job of telling the story. So overall, I was definitely a fan of this one. I didn't like it as much as I wanted to, but I do think this is definitely a very effective film for sure, that I think a lot of people are very much going to feel impacted by. So B- for Monica. Really did enjoy this one.
All right. This film was honestly like very well done. It was another soft movie. It was very sweet. But it was also very emotional and heart-wrenching, like especially like with the lead story. Like,
Oh yeah.
Like the acting was really great, especially like a strong performance by Patricia Clarkson as Eugenia, of course. She was just fantastic. And then Trace Lysette was fantastic as the lead as well. But I mean, I kind of echo you there that we didn't really know much about her character besides like her transition and everything and like that kind of thing.
I just kind of want to see more of where she is at this phase of her life. We
didn't it's very effective, but it's also just like I wish they talked about that more.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I wish we got more about like the story besides because like all we really knew was like stuff about the family. So I just kind of wish they got delved deeper in that sense. Like I wish certain storylines just did. There was like a lot more story to tell. I wish they really delved deeper there. I also thought Emily Browning was underused as well.
She was.
I love her as an actress. We barely saw her much. She was just kind of like there. Yeah. The cinematography and the score were like really nice, very creative, very pretty, and everything. It's incredible. But yeah, this movie was a little bit long as well. Because I mean, it kind of dragged at times too. But I mean, overall, I enjoyed it. I just wish there was a little more with the storylines. And certain characters, but overall, it was really good, and I give it a B.
Darling Girl is very good. Right off the bat, this is a film that I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I really wanted to see this one at Sundance. As I said before, I didn't get to see anything at Sundance this year because there were other things more important than this. Shout out to my friend's wedding that I attended when Sundance was going on. But I did get a chance to finally watch this one. And it was honestly everything that, for the most part, everything that I was really hoping it would be. Eliza Scanlon is an actress that I've been following for a while now, ever since like Sharp Objects. I've really been impressed by her work. This might be her best performance today. I don't know. I think Sharp Objects still probably is the best work I've seen from her, but this is the first time she's in like a leading capacity, like front and center like this. Actually, that's not true. Baby Teeth, I mean, she was incredible in too. I wish more people watched that movie because she is phenomenal in that. But this is another really great term for her. The character of Jem is someone who is so conflicted. She has a family that she's very devoted to, but they have a certain way of looking at things. And you can see that she's always been kind of by the book. You know, she's looked at as like the example of her family because she's like the older sibling and things like that. But you can see that she is starting to turn the tide a bit there, you know, from the beginning of the movie, even. I mean, she's literally told like that she's wearing like a shirt that like, you know, shows off her bra and things like that. And that it's, you know, too see-through. And you can see, you know, something as simple as that. You can see how that starts to mount up throughout the film, especially when she starts to do things that, you know, are kind of against that religion. And what I like about this film is that it's not necessarily trying to draw any specific conclusions. It's really just trying to present different, you know, ideas for these characters. It's not really telling you how to think. It's more so like, this is just the way the characters like are inhabiting their lives. You know, when it comes to Jem and her relationship with Owen in this film, you kind of understand it, even though, yes, you know, there is definitely an affair of sorts that's happening in this movie. You understand why these two feel so connected to each other. They've never really had a chance to like kind of do something on their own. They've always kind of lived life by the book, and you really feel yourself connected by the two of them. And I think, you know, what really helps again is that chemistry. You find yourself attached to both of these characters, and I really like where they end up taking this film. I wasn't expecting so much of it to focus on their relationship, but I honestly found myself really rooting for the both of them, and I think they did a really great job with that. And like I said, Eliza Scanlon is just incredible in this role. I love what she ended up doing here. I got to say, Ren Schmidt, though, definitely should not go underlooked because I think she gives a very challenging performance. She's playing this woman that is just like so strict, and she's so like overly protective of her daughter, but she's never too over the top. This feels very believable. The way that she's always trying to bring her in and have her think the same way that she is, and have her do do things the way that she wants her to do. And she's always kind of keeping her on that leash. I mean, I found her to be fantastic in this film, and I think Schmidt gave such a incredible
incredible performance here. And I really love what she ended up doing here. And like I said, I think, you know, what works so well about this film, Laurel Parmet's writing is really well done here. You know, the way we're following Jem and her slowly starting to turn away from, you know, the church when she's getting more into like dancing and things like that. And she has all these different sort of desires. I think they do a good job at really showcasing all the different things she wants to do and how that conflicts with sort of the way that she's been told to live her life. And I really like what this film has to say, kind of about just like choosing your own freedoms and things like that. I think all of that is really well done here. You know, the cinematography as well is just fantastic throughout this film. There's so many shots I thought were just really well composed here. I'd say really the only issues I have with this movie is that I thought some of it was a little basic. I wish the conflict was a little bit more pressing. Like, I wish there was a little bit more here in terms of like, this is why she needs to get away. There was a little bit more at stake within this film, because at times it can feel a little meandering. It's like, okay, what are we really getting to here? When are we really going to get to that point? The film does eventually reach that crescendo, and I thought it was extremely satisfying with what they end up doing. I really like the direction they ended up taking this film. And then there were also some characters I want to see more of, mainly Jimmy Simpson as her father. There is some plight. There's plight that he is dealing with. He is someone else that has had a very specific way of living, but you can see that he has his own sort of problems that he's kind of kept locked away, and they're now starting to really become an issue. And I wish we got to dive a little bit deeper into that, because there's something that occurs with his character later in the film that was effective, but I feel like if we had spent just a little bit more time on it, it would have been that much more effective for me. And then the only other issue I would say is that Owen's wife in the film, that I just wish we got to see a little more of her, because I want to see more of his life. I want to see more of what was at stake for him. You do get to see like how strictly his father's always like, you know, wanting him to believe in things and things like that. And I think they do a good job with that. I just want to see a little bit more of their overall interactions. But again, I think this film is just spot on in the way that it portrays things, especially when it comes to the way the ridiculous things these people say to Jem when they start to find out more of what she's doing. I mean, it is just absolutely ridiculous, the things that they accuse her of, the things that they're saying to her. But again, it feels very realistic in that way. It feels like if this situation were to take place, which it has taken place plenty of times, this is most likely how it would play out. And I think they do a really good job with that. Like I said, I wish there was a little bit meat on the bones to the story, but for what this is, I think it's extremely effective. And I walked away overall feeling very impacted by this film and feeling like I really did get something out of it. I think the performances are really great here. I think it has a really satisfying ending. A lot of interesting, you know, themes and things like that. So overall, I really enjoyed this one a lot. B for The Starling Girl. Really do recommend seeing this one. I feel like it's really kind of gone under the radar, and I hope this is one that more people do end up checking out.
I'm actually really happy that I bought the tickets to see this movie with you.
Yes, we almost didn't. And then I was like, oh my God, they're showing this one.
And then I'm like, you know what? Let's just go. It'll be fun to that other theater, because I can see it too. So I can see because I know how much you love it. So, but yeah, I didn't really know anything going into this film. But I honestly thought it was very good. Like, it was incredibly well done. The story was a little simplistic because obviously it's something we've seen before. But I mean, I thought it was like charming and like sweet for how it was, though. And like the acting was fantastic, especially Eliza Scanlon and Lewis Pullman as Jem and Owen. They were just fantastic, and their chemistry was very sweet, very authentic, and just very real. Like, I always just love seeing them on screen together, because it was just like really, like, it was just really wholesome.
Yeah.
My main issue is just like the majority of the characters were just kind of underused. We just didn't really know much about them, or they didn't have much to do. I like the cinematography, and like the score was beautiful. It was stunning.
Yeah, the score was really good.
Yeah. Like, I really enjoyed this one. It was just, besides a few little things here and there, it just really impressed me. And it's definitely a movie that should be talked about more, because like it's definitely one that I don't think very many people are talking about.
No, it's really gone under the radar. which I
Yeah.
mean is Bleecker Street. So are we really surprised? Like literally when I saw the Bleecker Street logo, I think I said to you, I'm like, oh, that's why no one's seeing this movie, because they're fucking horrible at releasing films.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, I really, really enjoyed this film, and I'm just very glad we saw it. And B for me.
The Mother is basically everything you kind of expect it to be. It is a incredibly generic thriller. It's very much just have this woman who, because of some things that she has done within her life, she has had to basically, you know, put her child into hiding. She's this assassin of sorts, and she has to eventually come out of hiding because now there are these people that want to kind of come after her daughter. And it is as basic as you are expecting, at least for the first half of it. There just isn't really a lot more to it than that. And I will say, Jennifer Lopez is the glue that holds this film together. She absolutely convinces you in this film that she can be an action star. She kicks a lot of ass in this movie, and it's very convincing. You get the sense that this is an assassin, that she is very well trained, and I think she does a really good job in this film. I honestly think this is one of her most impressive performances, and I just wish the film that she was in, you know, serviced her a lot better, because the character that she's playing could not be any more generic. There really isn't that much to the character of literally just the mother. She doesn't have a name in this film even. She's just the mother. We don't know her name and things like that. And that alone like makes her feel kind of generic. But also, I just wanted to know more about her. I wanted to see who she is outside of her being an assassin. And we just don't get to see enough of that. Like, we see a few things like her relationship with Omari Hardwick's character, for example, but he also is like incredibly underused here. And I didn't feel like we got to see enough of their overall relationship. It's really glossed over in this film. You know, we see that there are some other people that she's worked with, but I just felt that her character was just super underwritten in this movie, and I wanted to see more of what she was really all about. There are some other things I do think do work really well here. For example, Gal Garcia Bernal is actually a lot of fun in this movie. He is playing the most over the top, like, drug dealer you could think of, and he honestly was a lot of fun in this film. Yes, he is very much like an antagonist, but he is just relishing it, and I honestly wanted a lot more of him, because Joseph Fiennes is good for what he has, but honestly, Gal Garcia Bernal was giving me so much more like charisma and so much more personality. I wish he was honestly the main antagonist of this film, because I thought he really stole the show when he was on screen. I thought he was a really big standout. And I will say, once this film turned more into the mother and her being reunited with her daughter, I actually thought it got a little bit better. There is a genuine conflict there. You know, you get to see these two kind of hash some things out. The daughter, you know, she kind of feels, the daughter Zoe, she kind of has a lot of resentment towards this character, and there is legitimate stakes that are presented. And I thought that the second half of this film offered a lot more than the first like 2 acts were. If the whole film was like the last, like, I would say like 50-ish minutes of this film, it honestly would be really impactful, because I thought there were generally some really good moments of character building between these two. It also helps that Lucy Paz Pays is fantastic in this role. I've never really seen her before, but I thought she gave a really strong performance. You really buy into her character. You understand why, even though this is her mother, she doesn't really trust her and things like that. You know, I thought she did a really good job here. So again, there were definitely things to like about this movie. Nikki Caro's directing, though, unfortunately, it's still just really not that great. I was not impressed by her directing in Milan. I'm not impressed by her directing here. She has a style. Like, I think she definitely has a style. I've seen her showcase that style before in like McFarlane USA and things like that, but she keeps devoting herself to projects that just don't want to utilize her style. This feels like yet another film on a streaming service that is completely identical from the others. It doesn't really have any specific style of its own. And it just really sucks that like these filmmakers are constantly being robbed of their, you know, personality, their, you know, individual style. I mean, we literally, I'm going to go back to Ghosted. I talked about this, you know, in my Ghosted review, but like literally the director said
that his film was not the one that he intended it to be, because the fact that it was not like, you know, the algorithm determined this is not the film that audiences would want. And I fucking hate the fact that we are so fixated on like algorithms, or so fixated on like what, you know, focus groups and things like that. Like, that's not what makes a good movie. What makes a good movie is someone that has like their own unique vision. And I just don't think it's being utilized that well here. I'm going to get off my soapbox now. I know I you know, it's just a very important conversation to have, I think. But cinematography and the action sequences, again, as good as Jennifer Lopez is in, you know, really constructing them and having some really solid ones, there is a good car chase in this movie. The majority of the action sequences honestly are kind of trash, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of them just really left a lot to be desired. I didn't think they were that well filmed. I didn't think they were that great. Like I said, there is one good one, like that was like a car chase of sorts I thought was kind of intense, but other than that, I just didn't really get a lot when it came to the action sequences. And once again, this movie, it's just way too long. There's no reason it needed to be like 2 hours. I felt like they're just, especially because like they take a long time to get to the point in this film. The first like 10-15 minutes is like a flashback of sorts, and we really don't learn all that much information. It seems like it should be more important than it is, but again, the story just felt very surface level to me. I wish I cared a little more what was going on. Once they started to dive deeper into the relation between mother and daughter, I thought it got a little bit better, and actually ended on kind of a heartwarming note. Like the way this movie ended, I thought actually kind of tugs at your heartstrings a bit, and I was like, okay, that's a little different than how I thought it was going to end, so I respect it for that. The problem is, again, it does not make up for just how lackluster the first like 2 acts of this movie really were. Like, it finally does get interesting, but it takes so long to get to that point. It just, unfortunately, it's not good enough for me to say like this is an overall good film. So yeah. I wish I cared a little more what was going on. Once they started to dive deeper into the relation between mother and daughter, I thought it got a little bit better, but it didn't make up for just how kind of lackluster I thought the rest of the film ended up being. So it was a better film than I expected, but also kind of what I expected at the same time. So C+ for The Mother. It certainly had a little bit more to it, but for the most part, it's just another really forgettable Netflix film, and their endless roster of films that fucking nobody talks about after like a week.
Yeah, this film was just like honestly very average, just okay. It was incredibly generic.
Yeah.
It wasn't like anything special because obviously it's a story that's been used plenty of times.
Yeah.
I mean, acting was good. Like Jennifer Lawrence had a really strong performance. Jennifer. Apparently, I'm getting all
what
the.
What movie are you watching?
It's the L's, JL's.
You really did take an L on that one, yeah.
Jennifer Lopez.
There you go.
Jennifer Lopez was very strong.
I'm keeping all that in, by the way. That was so funny.
No. Oh no, that is funny. But anyway, Jennifer Lopez was very great and had a really strong performance as the lead, of course. Like she's such a great actress, and I adore her. And then this Lucy Pays or whatever it's pronounced. She was amazing as Zoe. Like I've never even heard of her before either. Like no. I thought she was phenomenal. No, like I thought the other characters didn't really have anything to do.
No,
it's really just those two that like really stole the show for me. Like they were just underused. I thought the cinematography wasn't bad. The action sequences were pretty cool, pretty well done. I just thought it was a little overlong because like it just dragged on at points. Like it really didn't have to be as long as it was. But overall, it was just okay. I didn't dislike it or anything, but it was just kind of a background film. But C+ for me.
Hey guys, it's Kevin again, and I'm here with.
Hey, I'm Allie.
Yes, she is here visiting me once again, only for a little bit more, unfortunately. But before she does leave, we are going to get some reviews done here. Whenever the hell you're going to see this, because I am so behind on reviews on YouTube, it is not even funny. But whenever you see this, what are we here to review, Allie?
We are covering Fast X.
Woo! So I feel like I've gone on enough about how disinterested I really am in the Fast and Furious franchise at this point, but I kind of want to hear your perspective on what do you think of the Fast and Furious franchise before this movie, of course.
Well,
I will say I really like the first one,
Mm.
and the fourth one was really good, and 5, 6, and 7. But I don't really remember much of 5 and 6. It's been a while. Like definitely,
Those are like the best ones.
the ones that I've seen the most are the first and 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't really a big fan of the second and third.
Yeah.
And then 8 and 9, I just wasn't really a fan of either.
No,
but this,
especially not.
but like
Ugh.
overall, like it's a fun franchise. I like the characters, and like it definitely just not. It's very unserious a lot, but it is like just a fun franchise that you just like go to with friends and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
But like this one, I actually really liked.
well, we'll get to our thoughts in a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I've gone on about it long enough. I've never been the biggest fan of the Fast and Furious franchise. I think they had a really good streak through 5 through 7. It was like, oh my god, this franchise is finally like finding its footing. I think prior to that, it was just kind of like meh, like it was just very basic like street racing, and then it became a lot more like about like, you know, crazy stunts and action and things like that. All the crazy stuff we associate Fast and Furious with. And then I thought they just started to take it a bit too far. Fate of the Furious, I don't hate that movie at all. I think there's definitely moments that work. It just, you can tell without Brian there's just, the heart isn't there as much. It just feels like they it just feels like they are really starting to run out of ideas, especially like Dom becoming like kind of a villain and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then, oh my god, don't get me started on F9. One of the biggest train wrecks I've seen a franchise take in a long time. And to be honest, it was a movie I hate as much as I did, that I truly did not think this franchise could come back from it.
I don't really remember much of 9 or
It was
8.
so
Actually,
bad.
8 too.
It was so bad. It was, most of the movie was them like basically just setting up this movie. Like there wasn't really much of a point to anything. But I will say, because of how much I hated F9 and how much I felt like it kind of like killed the entire franchise for me, not gonna lie, it basically ruined any hype or goodwill I had for this franchise. Like after it, I had zero expectations for this movie going in. I will say, I thought the marketing was really good for this film. I was like, okay, they're starting to get back on track. They're going back to more like street racing things and things like that. But I can't really say I was like necessarily excited because of just how much I hated F9 and how much I really just felt like this franchise just wasn't going to come back from it. But I gotta say, after watching Fast X, I'm pleasantly surprised. This is easily one of the best Fast and Furious films I think we've had in quite a bit. There is a genuine sense of like urgency and tension here that I don't think we've had in this franchise in like a long time, and I actually do think it does a really good job of setting up what's going to be the final chapter in this franchise overall. But what do you think of this movie?
Honestly, this one like really surprised me because like I was a little nervous going into it, but I was also excited too, just because like there was a lot of characters, but I was also just really excited to see what happened.
We'll get into all that. It's certainly not a perfect movie.
No, it's definitely not perfect, but it was definitely fun, and I really enjoyed it. Just like it was just pretty crazy with everything that happened.
And we'll get into it more.
Oh yeah, but I will say it really surprised me.
All right, so we're going to start off here talking about the cast in this film, which, I mean, look, at this point in a Fast and Furious movie, you pretty much know what you're getting into. There's a lot of characters in this film, the most we have had in a Fast and Furious film.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen people compare this movie to Infinity War. It's an apt comparison. Like, fucking everybody's popping up in this movie. So I'm going to try to not go too long when it comes to the cast here. I will talk about the standouts overall. Let's talk about Vin Diesel, because, look, yes, at this point, he is way too involved with this series when it comes to being a writer. You can tell that he takes these films a lot more seriously than I think some other people do.
True.
And I felt like with the last movie, he was just really kind of showing that, like, the way he plays Dominic Toretto does not work for this character anymore. He was just way too, like, overly serious, and it just really wasn't working for me. But I gotta say, here, I thought he did a much better job. They gave him a lot more to work with. We delve a lot more into, like, the relationship with him and his son. I think their whole relationship works actually really well. I enjoy the dynamic between the two of them. But also I felt like he just had a lot more to work with in this movie. We see a Dom here that is like very anxious on finding his family. He has this like, inner, he has this like, determination in him and things like that. Explores that very well. He gets some really fun scenes. I thought this film played to Vin Diesel's strengths much better than like some of the other films in the franchise recently has. He's still given a lot of cheesy one-liners, and he's still kind of talking like this, and then sometimes he shouts like this. That's kind of like his range throughout the whole movie. But you know what? It worked for me here, and I thought he gave one of his better performances he's given in a while.
Yeah, I actually agree. Like
when he's not playing Groot, of course. When he's playing Groot, he's amazing. But anything else, Vin Diesel has not been doing it for me lately. But here he was good.
Like I've never disliked Vin Diesel or anything. It's just sometimes his character in this series can be very like
one note.
Yeah, just like very simple. Nothing like
family.
He doesn't really have much of a development. Like he's a good character, just doesn't really go through much. So yeah, like this one, he actually was amazing as the lead. He just had a lot of heart for sure, especially with his son.
Yeah, for sure.
And I just think it's so like pure that his son's named after his best friend.
Yeah.
But yeah, this movie he actually really surprised and impressed me because he honestly just put like his all in this role.
Yeah, and I would say the same goes for Michelle Rodriguez in this movie.
Yeah.
I thought she gave a really strong performance here. We get to see a Letty that is a lot more hell-bent on, kind of putting the end to her past and things like that. And I thought she gave a really strong performance here. She's not in the movie a lot, but when she's here, I think she does some really great stuff. Thankfully, Tyrese Gibson is funny again in this movie, which I was very happy about. Roman has honestly probably become my favorite character in this series, and I was really upset in the last movie when he basically was just used as like this device to like add this like meta type nature to the series, which like we don't need at all. And I felt like here they understood how to use the Roman character a lot better. And as a result, we were reminded, oh my god, Tyrese Gibson is hilarious in this role. And I thought this was easily one of his best performances to date. We actually get a bit of depth from Roman. We kind of dive into like him being the leader and things like that. And he really killed it here. I thought this was a really good role. Probably one of the maybe the best performance Tyrese Gibson has given in this series so far.
Oh, yeah. I think he was definitely one of the standouts. Standouts, for sure. Apparently I can't talk.
I know.
But
that's fine. That's me all the time.
But he was just so funny. Like his one-liners just kill me, crack me up. And like he can go from like serious to funny, like
oh my god,
amazing.
Yeah.
Like it just like blends very well. And
his dynamic with Ludacris has always been the highlight of this franchise for me. I love their back and forth.
Oh, I love their back and forth so much. And like any scene with like Therese, Ludacris, Sung, and Natalie, like oh my god, I just loved all of that so much.
However,
that dynamic was so good.
Yeah. However, easily the biggest turnaround for me in this film and the biggest surprise was John Cena, who, if you guys remember, I hated his performance in the last movie. I thought that he was just way too serious and over the top. They were trying to make him like this like super just like threatening villain, and it just felt so unconvincing. And here I feel like they understood how to play into his sensibilities as an actor. John Cena is good when he's just being like the goofy relative. Like that's where he is at his best, I think, is when he's playing these kind of roles. And they really did a better job, I think, of playing into that here. And as a result, John Cena just gives a much better performance. He is a lot more charming. He's a lot more likable this time around. He has a great dynamic with, Dom's son. They have a really fun back and forth. I thought he was easily one of the standouts this movie for me, which is shocking considering how much I hated him in the last movie. But here, I just felt like they understood how to play into his comedic sensibilities. And as a result, I thought he gave a much stronger performance. Honestly, ended up being one of the highlights of the film for me.
Oh, yeah. He was, like, so funny, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
He had a lot of heart, but he was also really funny.
Yeah, thank God they turned his character around, because he was not good at all in the last film.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he wasn't that great, but
no.
This time, they, like, really knew what to do with him.
Yeah.
I thought he like really impressed me as well.
Yeah, he was great here. Honestly, I think all the performances are really good. However, easily the reason to see this movie, and I mean the reason to see this movie, is for the truly incredible performance that Jason Momoa gives in this film. Oh my god, you are not ready for what he brings to this character. I mean, look, Fast and Furious, I don't think has ever been a franchise that has been known for, like, really great villains. I mean, sure, we've had villains, like, switch sides. Like, well, we've just had it with Jacob. We had it with, we've had it with Deckard Shaw. Like, we've seen villains switch sides before, but I've never really thought, like, oh, there's some great villains. I mean, I thought Luke Evans was a great villain in Fast and Furious 6, but I didn't think he was, like, amazing. That is up until this film. Dante Reyes is hands down the best villain we have ever had in a Fast and Furious film, and it's mainly due to Jason Momoa's performance. I mean, not only is he the kind of character that just steals the film every single scene that he's in, but he also knows exactly what kind of movie he's in. He plays this character in a way that I thought worked really well. He found this great balance between one point you are just so, like, threatened by this character and just how far he's willing to, like, tear everyone apart and, you know, how far he's willing to, like, exact revenge. The next second, you're laughing hysterically at him because this guy is a fucking lunatic and he's so much fun to watch. Like I said, one second he's starting the family, the next second he's painting the toenails of, like, his dead victims. It's amazing. Like, it's... Only Jason Momoa could have pulled something like this off. He just does such a great job to, give this villain the depth that he needs, make a villain that feels so memorable within this franchise, and what an amazing villain to close things out. And I assume this will be the last villain of the franchise. I don't think he's going to switch sides anytime soon, because he does some things in this movie that some other villains very much have not done. And like I said, he just... really kills it in every scene that he's in. He chews up all the scenery, and he just does what a villain should do. He's a villain we absolutely love to hate, but also he has these layers and complexity that other villains in this franchise just hasn't had. I was just so blown away by his performance. He knows exactly what kind of movie he's in. He's easily, I think you can tell, the actor that was having the most fun out of everybody with just what he's able to do here, and I just thought he absolutely nailed it in this film. I think, especially if you have not been super impressed by, like, newer characters, you're going to be really surprised by just how great Jason Momoa is in this film. He might be the reason to see this movie.
Oh, he was amazing. He was definitely the standout for sure.
Oh, yeah.
You can just, like, very much tell how much fun he was having.
Yeah.
Like, in this role, and it was just hilarious. He was iconic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He just killed me, and
me too.
Like, he had me, like, in tears of, like comedic tears.
Yeah.
When he was painting the toenails,
oh my
god, that was so funny.
There's a whole recurring joke with, like, opera as well. It's
oh god,
he is so great in this role. I really can't get over it.
He did not take this role seriously at all.
Well, here's the thing. I think he did take the role.
I mean, he did in a way.
He did, but he understood that, like, you know, this character is still really silly, and he knew when to be serious and when to be silly. And I think that a lesser actor would not be able to, like, find that balance, but he understood it perfectly, and I think that's why it works so well.
He understood the assignment.
He very much understood the assignment. Overall, I thought the entire ensemble was very good here, but those are really, like, the few standouts I thought we had for the most part. And the cast is definitely, I think, one of the best parts of this film, especially...
I will say, like, yeah, this is also probably one of Michelle Rodriguez's best performances for sure.
Yeah, well, in this franchise, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, she's given strong performances, but this is definitely a really good performance from her. But yeah, I think especially considering how the last movie felt like so much of the cast are just kind of burnt out, this was just like a breath of fresh air. It felt like everyone was, like, so much more into what they were doing here, and I really enjoyed everyone's performance here. Okay. Hold on. Am I keeping this in? Oh, no. Maybe.
Cookies.
Maybe I'm keeping this in.
We stand Panera cookies.
All right.
That was funny.
Now let's get to the directing.
Blooper.
Now let's get to the directing and the writing with this film, because the directing of this film actually has a very unique history behind that I'm not sure if you know about, actually. Basically,
this film was set to be directed by pretty much like the head honcho of this franchise, Justin Lin. This franchise has been his baby since the beginning. He's directed almost every single film. And he was set to direct like the rest of the films in this franchise, which I wasn't too keen on because I didn't really like his directing that much in the last movie. But he apparently had like a lot of clashing with Vin Diesel, and it just got to a point where he just had to drop out of the project entirely. So now we have Louis Leterrier, who is famous for directing, I believe, one of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I don't remember which one he did. Okay, no, he didn't do Pirates of the Caribbean. He did things like Clash of the Titans. He directed The Incredible Hulk. He directed like the Transporter movies. So he doesn't have like a huge body of work attached to him, but he's definitely done some films here and there. But he's definitely a lesser known director than Justin Lin. So him coming in, I was a little bit worried about, especially because like he literally had, and I don't think people realize this, like he literally had to come in and then film the movie 3 days later, and they had to do it in his style. But I gotta say, I thought he did a really good job directing this movie. He does a really good job of just making this feel so much bigger than the other films. This truly does feel like an epic of Fast and Furious proportions. I mean, he does a really good job, I think, when it comes to his directing here. And look, I will say, the thing about Justin Lin that I will always credit him for is he has such a knack for action sequences, especially like the really insane ones. I don't think Louis Leterrier has that. I think that Justin Lin has such a specific sense of style that works really well for him. But he just does a great job of making this feel like what this should feel like. And that's an epic summer blockbuster. He isn't really trying to make it feel anything else. And he really convinces us like how much more important like this is supposed to feel. And I think he just did a really good job with that. And it's really impressive like how much his style is felt throughout this entire movie. You can tell that like there's definitely some things that like he still needs to work on a little bit. He's still pretty new, but I think someone that had to pick up the pieces of where Justin Lin left off, he does enough to create his own style in this movie. And I thought he did do a really good job overall. So I was very impressed by his directing.
Oh yeah, I thought it was really well done.
Yeah.
And like just like how he did it was just like really like outstanding, like really substantial.
Especially again, he only had 3 days.
Yeah, that's like crazy and wild.
Yeah.
Like just for 3 days, like he
literally had to come in, and then 3 days later they shot the movie.
Wow,
that's insane.
That's like insane.
Yeah.
But like I'm just like floored. I'm speechless.
Yeah.
That's so cool, though.
Yeah, he did do a really good job, though. Let's talk about the screenplay in this movie, because, look, I will say this right now. There is a lot going on in this film. I said it before, and I'll say it again. This is truly the Infinity War of this franchise. There's so many different plot lines. There's so many different dynamics going on, and does the movie feel convoluted? Yes, I will say that right off the bat. This definitely does feel like there is a little too much going on here when it comes to certain storylines, some of which are very much just there to like set up future entries. But the way they divide up all the characters, I thought worked really well, and they created some really like new and fresh dynamics that I really enjoyed seeing in this film. But also, I think this is a film that just does a really good job of, finding a way to make this film feel so much more important. And look, the law of physics is always never going to be on this franchise side. There's always going to be things where you're like, how the fuck did this character survive this? So, yes, obviously, in terms of that, no, it doesn't feel any more like, realistic in that way. But we're not really looking for realism in this franchise. I still thought they did a good job of making this feel a lot more important. I mean, the lengths that Dante Reyes goes to just completely annihilate Dom and his family is crazy to watch. There's a scene that you've seen before in the trailers. It involves this rolling bomb of sorts, and where they ended up taking that, I thought honestly was really interesting. I wasn't expecting them to go in the direction that they did, but it's basically the inciting incident that ends up dividing all the characters, and I thought it worked really well. In the rest of the movie, you're seeing all these different dynamics throughout the film, and I'm not going to go through each of them because there's a lot of movie going on here. But the ones that we get, I thought worked really well. particularly when it came to the relationship that Jacob forms with Dom's son. I thought this was a really fun way to kind of take this character and like fix him. I thought they did some really great things with that dynamic overall. And what works so well about the dynamic between like Jacob and little Brian is that yes, it is very fun to watch and they have like a really great back and forth, but there also is like a genuine sense of heart between them. They actually form this really sweet relationship that I actually really did enjoy watching quite a bit. I think both of them go through a pretty big arc in this movie, and I think it was exactly what the character of Jacob needed. Jacob doesn't work as this like ultra like mega villain that's like bigger than all the other ones all the other threats they faced before. No, Jacob works when he is just like the cool, fun uncle, and he's so much better in this film because of it. I was honestly so impressed by how much they turned that character around. It really is thanks to the dynamic between these two, and also John Cena's performance that really elevates that for me. I really love what they did with Roman in this movie. Like I said, he has this great arc in this film of really needing to step up and be the leader, but also kind of feeling like he is constantly getting them into this situation and him kind of working out some of his like internal conflict. I honestly thought it was really well done. It's not like super deep or anything, but I thought it was really well written for his character in this film. I thought they did some really good stuff with him here. And then, of course, the main stuff with Dom in this movie, I mean, yeah, a lot of it is him kind of just rescuing his son, but there's an urgency that this film has that I just thought worked really well here, and I think they did a really good job when it came to the different dynamics in this film with all the different characters, all the different locations they're in. Letty is off working with Cypher, who I will say, still not a big fan of her. I like Charlize Theron in the role, but I'm still not a huge fan of that character. But their dynamic
I don't dislike her or anything. I just think she didn't really need to be there.
Yeah, I just don't know why she's still in this franchise. It seems like they don't really know what to do with her.
It was just kind of random.
Yeah, I will say in this film they definitely give her more. They give her more to do, but that subplot is kind of setting up the rest of the films in this franchise. But what do you think of all the different like character pairings we got in this film? Because there's a lot of different things going on here.
Oh my gosh, I like with all the storylines. I definitely thought it was a little convoluted.
Oh yeah.
There was definitely a lot going on, but I also still really liked it, and I do think it all blended well together.
Yeah, they do a good job of tying everything together by the end.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It didn't feel like, I've seen some people say it kind of feels like different movies. I honestly wouldn't say that. I feel like they made it feel like it all fit together. I just feel like some of it is like blatantly just there to set up the next movie.
Oh yeah, I agree. It's like, because obviously it's going to be a trilogy now, so I think it was...
Allegedly. We don't know if that's true. Allegedly it might be a trilogy, but...
Yeah, so...
Kind of hope it's not, because I think they do enough here to kind of set up the last one, but...
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, like, I actually really liked what happened. Like, all the character pairings are great. Like, John Cena and then the one who played little Brian.
Oh yeah,
that was like really cute. Just like him and his uncle.
Yeah, that whole dynamic was like so unexpected.
It was so good. Like I love like the plane scene.
Oh my god,
so funny.
Yeah. That's the other thing. This film remembers to be funny again. I feel like F9 like was so self-serious, and they felt like when they had humor in there, it just felt kind of random.
Yeah.
Here, I felt like the humor just felt a lot more natural, and I feel like this franchise, I don't think has been funnier than this movie. This might be the funniest film in the entire franchise.
Yeah, I think because obviously it was way better than 8 and 9.
Oh yeah.
Like I will say, it still had stupid moments. Like
at times. There always is. There always is.
Like always. But it was still just really fun.
Yeah. But you're not like, it's not like 9 where you're like, okay, this is taking too far. Like, nobody goes to space in this one. Like, this is definitely more like what you expect.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, it was still like a really, like, iconic film, and it was just, like, what they did with it. What the hell? Oh, sorry, just on Letterboxd.
Oh, yeah, that pops up at midnight.
Oh, it's funny. But yeah.
That is Stripes from Gremlins.
But yeah, overall, like,
good movie.
All the storylines though were pretty fun to watch, and I just cannot wait to see what happens with with the next movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a very, very big cliffhanger that I'm very excited to see how they tie up in this film. But yeah, I think, like I said, in terms of all the different character dynamics, I thought they did a really good job with that. But also I think the film is at its best when it is focused on Dom and Dante. They have such a great dynamic. I think the two of them have such strong chemistry.
Yeah.
And that's something else that we just haven't seen from Fast and Furious films. It's like a lot of them are just kind of like lurking in the shadows. They're not really doing too much. There's a lot of exposition given to them. But I actually think they did a pretty good job at developing Dante as a character in this movie. Obviously, from the trailer, yes, they do kind of try to retcon a few things, kind of make it seem like he's been there from the beginning. But honestly, I bought into it. Like, they did enough good work here to where it does feel like this character has been here since Fast 5, and he's kind of just, like, been waiting for that moment to, like, get his, get his, comeuppance on the family. I think that they did a really good job with that, and I think that's part of the reason why I felt so attached to him as a character. I thought they actually developed him really well, and his motivation actually made a lot of sense in this movie. Like, yes, obviously he's going to some extreme and truly sadistic manners to get to, what he wants, but you understand his motivation in the movie, and I thought they actually did a really good job with that. What do you think of Dante as a villain?
Oh my god, he was so good.
Yeah.
Like, he was like this comedic villain, like he was funny, but he
also, yeah.
Like, he was serious at times, or tried to be, but he was more just like on the funny side.
Yeah.
And just like his one-liners killed me.
Oh my god.
Like, honestly, put him in a room with Roman. That would be so funny.
I don't know how they do that.
Also Jacob.
After the stuff he does in this movie, I don't know how they would do that, but,
It's just like...
I don't think Dante is going to...
Dante, Roman, and Jacob.
Oh, yeah.
Funny trio.
Yeah.
That would be a funny trio.
Yeah, like I said, Jacob is a lot funnier in this one for sure, and I thought they did a really good job with that. Overall, like I said, I think that the writing was just a lot stronger here than it's been in other films, because, again, it just feels like there's more going on here. There's more they do in terms of the family as a whole. You feel that sense of family, but you also feel like there is legitimate consequences to some of the things that they've been doing, and I thought they did a good job with that in this movie. So, yeah, overall, I thought the writing was really strong here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the cinematography in these films. Because, yes, obviously the action is outrageous, but it's a staple of this series at this point. And I think this film was easily some of the best action to date. Like I said, the rolling bomb scene especially is generally very riveting to watch. I thought that was a really strong scene with the way they handled the action there. There's another one that happens like in the climax of this movie that I thought was like really thrilling. And yeah, there are definitely some moments where I was like, oh my god, what the hell is happening in terms of the action? But again, the way they do it here, I thought they did just enough to where it didn't feel like they were overdoing the silliness of this franchise. I thought they did enough to where it did overall work for me, and I really did appreciate the cinematography in this film.
Oh, I thought the cinematography was actually like really cool. It was pretty awesome, actually, how they did it.
Yeah.
It was very innovative.
And there is a street race scene, so that also feels like a little bit of throwback.
Oh, I love that so much.
Yeah.
I love the street races. They're so good.
Oh, yeah.
They're just like so intense and fun and riveting.
We haven't seen those in a long time, too, so it's kind of cool to see that back again.
But yeah, it was very innovative, creative, and they like really like went all out with the cinematography, which very much impressed me.
Yeah, they really did. And then in terms of the score, I thought this, Brian Tyler always composes a really great score for these movies, and this is really no different. I thought that the score, again, it just felt very thrilling. It really heightened a lot of the tension that was going on, and I thought they did a really good job when it came to the score here. Let's talk about the editing in this film, because, I mean, like I said,
I will say I love the score, too. Like, it was great, fun, and I just love the music.
Yeah. Let's talk about the editing to this film, because yes, admittedly, the film is very long. It is the longest film in the Fast and Furious franchise, and did it need to be that long? I think so. I think there's a lot going on that they really had a lot of ground to cover, but there definitely are some things that I could have potentially done without, just some scenes here and there. I think the first, 30 or so minutes was a little bit choppy, like the setup to everything. They try to recap events that happened in the previous movies, and it's guys, it's not that deep. Like, it's not hard to understand why Cypher and Letty fucking hate each other. Like, it's not hard to understand that. It's not hard to understand why.
So entertaining though, their hatred.
Oh, it is entertaining, but like I don't need a recap of why they're like butting heads. Like I don't really understand why they needed that. So I do think the pacing overall was well done here. Honestly, paced a lot better than some of the other films have, and I thought again they did a good job of making each storyline feel like it had some sort of a purpose to it, and I liked what they did with it overall. So I didn't have too much of an issue with the pacing here, although the film can definitely feel like a bit convoluted.
Yeah, I didn't have any issues with the pacing either. Like I said, it was a little convoluted, but I still thought it was like really well blended. Yeah, and I just really enjoyed it.
Yeah. With that said, this film is definitely not perfect. There definitely are some clear issues that I do think does bring this film down. Let's get to the glaring issue, and this was definitely something that I had a fear of going into this movie. There are way too many goddamn characters. It's like there's just so many people, and unfortunately, because there's so many people we're following, some of them just get the short end of the stick. Like if you're really excited to see Mia in this movie, don't hold your breath, because she has as much of a purpose to this, maybe even a smaller purpose than she did in the last film. I
think she still did good.
Oh, she did
great with her character. I just thought she was very underused.
I think she literally was only in like one scene. Like she was like not in this movie.
Two, maybe three at most.
Yeah, and like, look, F9, I didn't think she had much to do either, but like, why are we bringing this character back if we're not going to do anything with her? I just didn't quite understand that. There's some other characters here, like Helen Mirren, once again, only has one scene in this movie. I don't know why they keep bringing her back. I love Helen Mirren, but like, this is all they give her. Han, also not really much to do here. Even Natalie Emmanuel's character Ramsey doesn't even have that much to do in this film. She hasn't really been, I think, handled that well as a character in this series, and that kind of continues to be an issue here. But easily the biggest issue I had, I will say, in terms of this film are the other new characters we're following in this movie. Mainly the characters of Tess, played by Brie Larson, and Alan Ritchson's character in this film, who's kind of replacing Hobbs in a way, the character of Ames. I just felt like these characters were honestly kind of unnecessary. I could have honestly done without them in this movie. Tess especially has really nothing to do here. There is a moment where she has something kind of substantial to the film, but I feel like we could have still gotten there without her involvement. And then Ames, again, I think Alan Ritchson does play the role really well, but he's kind of just like the hard ass that's like always kind of like on the other, like he always, is kind of like coming after the team. He doesn't like Dominic Toretto very much. And I just found both of these characters to be kind of unnecessary. I understand, we want to...
I will say, though, I actually like Brie Larson's character, because I am a big Brie fan. Mm-hmm. So I actually thought she blended in pretty well.
Oh, I don't think she blended in badly. I just felt like her characters didn't really have much to do and kind of just felt like a plot device to me.
Sometimes. Definitely not. I mean, I definitely felt that way about a few people.
Yeah, Daniel Melchior's character, I thought had a little bit more to her, but there is something that's revealed with her that I just wanted to see more of, and I think we will in the next few films, but it's kind of like, why are you introducing this character now if we're not going to really do much with her until later on? So I just felt like they needed to kind of dial things down a bit and realize that there are some characters that we just don't really need to introduce yet. Like, again, if you're excited to see Shaw, not in this movie much at all. Jason Statham has some good moments here and there, but I felt like they really could have done more of them, particularly between him and Han. We really don't get to see enough of that dynamic, and it's just really making me wonder, like, why did we bring Han back in this series if we're not going to do, like, anything with him? It just feels like he's just kind of, like, there just because. Like, I just don't really understand.
I really liked what they did with him. I just thought...
they didn't really do much of anything with him.
The only thing that he really did in this movie was his dynamic with Roman or with Tyrese Ludacris and Natalie.
Well, also his him wanting to him and Shaw, like they had
Yeah,
a whole,
that
but
too.
again, that felt very underwritten with what they ended up doing. So yeah, I just think there's way too many characters in this movie. Also, like I said, for me at least, I don't know if this is an issue for you, but some of the plot lines we have in this film, they're not really about this movie. They're setting up the next movie, particularly when it comes to the plot line between Letty and Cypher. I like what they're trying to do with these two characters, but
Yeah.
I feel like we could have honestly done without quite a few of the scenes we get with them in this movie. I felt like they could have just kind of done that in the next one, especially if this is going to be a trilogy of films.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, we could have only had a few scenes between these two, because anytime we cut back to it, it just felt like, what does this have to do with anything? Why are we constantly cutting back to this? Cypher still very much confuses me as a character. It feels like they still don't really know what to do with her post-Fate, so yeah, I just felt like they could have done a better job at giving that storyline a bit more of a narrative purpose than it really did. There wasn't really too much that it was tying into, so I thought they could have done a better job with that. And I have heard people say this, there are definitely moments in this movie where action scenes happen, and they very much do not need to happen. They kind of just happen out of nowhere. It's like, we're just going to have an action sequence to have an action sequence, and because that, the film can get kind of annoying in that way, but for me, I still found it interesting enough to where I was never really, like, annoyed by the action sequences. It was just like, do we really need to have this scene here? Like, what was the point of this? So, yeah, those are really some of my only issues with the film.
Yeah. The main characters I just didn't really think need to be there were Jason Statham and Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
Love them, like, as actors, and, like, I like their characters.
Yeah.
I just think this movie, they just...
Season?
Yeah.
It honestly feels like a TV season with how much is going on.
It could, right?
Yeah.
But like, I just think they didn't really need to be there in this movie. But yeah, and then obviously Mia was just underused, so those are like really my issues with like the other characters.
Yeah, there is a cameo in this movie though that is so funny.
So funny.
I will say the other thing about this movie is that it is, I think, like I said, the funniest in the entire franchise. I think there's some really, really great moments here. Just between Dante's one-liners alone and some of the things that he's given to do are just really fun to watch. But also, there's a scene in I believe it was like a convenience store with like Roman and Tej and Han and everything that took place in that scene. I thought was just absolutely hysterical. And there are some really funny moments like that. Like I said, I felt like this film just remembered how to be funny again, and I thought they did a really good job with that. And as we know, going into this film is very much a part one. It's very much something that like you have to go into knowing this is part one of the series, so it's not going to end as satisfyingly as you hope. But I will say, there is a pretty big cliffhanger here that I think definitely it's going to get a lot of people talking. It's going to make some people upset. It already has made some people upset with how, like, abrupt it was. But I really dug the direction they took with this cliffhanger. I was very surprised with some of the directions they went. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe they actually did that.
You're gonna love it.
But I think it definitely is something that I'm excited to see how they end up, what they end up doing with it in the next few installments of this franchise overall. And there is also a post-credit scene that is very important, all I will say.
Stay for the end.
Very much stay for the end. I hate that it got spoiled for a lot of people.
I know.
It's really annoying that it did. I'm not going to...
Why would people spoil that?
I'm not going to say what it is, because unlike the publication...
Like, that's something that does not need to be spoiled.
Yeah, unlike the publication that spoiled it, I think it's something that is very much meant to be a surprise, especially because it's literally the post-credit scene in the movie. But it is very exciting, and I think you will, especially if you are a fan of a certain character, you will definitely be very excited for it. Overall, Fast X, I feel like, was like the return to form we needed for this series. Yes, it is absolutely ridiculous. There are moments that had me absolutely just rolling my eyes, but also howling with laughter at just how insane this series was willing to go. But there was a level of charm, a level of fun, and a level of urgency that we just have not had in this franchise in a long time. It helps that we also have just such a fantastic big bad in Dante Reyes, played by Jason Momoa, who hands down is the best villain of this entire franchise. Everything they do with him is incredible here. Some great performances from
the rest of the cast, especially Vin Diesel, Tyrese Gibson, Michelle Rodriguez, and John Cena. I thought all of them were really great here.
They were so good.
There's really strong action scenes, some very good direction from Louis Leterrier. And
I really like the action sequences.
Yeah, and a generally very shocking cliffhanger that I'm very interested in seeing where they're going to take it. Overall, I just end up having a really fun time with this film. I can understand if people are checked out of this franchise, because look, I was at one point. I was very much checked out after the last film, but I promise you, I think if you are willing to go into this film recognizing that it's still going to be really ridiculous, but actually is a lot more like is a lot more aware of just how to be fun and not to take itself as seriously, I think you will honestly end up having a really fun time with this one. So overall, I thought this was easily the best Fast and Furious film in a long time, and I'm going to give Fast X a B+.
I am in the same boat there. It's a B+ for me.
Sanctuary is very much not the film that you're expecting it to be, and it's honestly so much better because of it. I mean, right off the bat, I mean, what really works in this film so well is the two performances here. When it comes to two-handers, you know, you have to have performances that are just really willing to carry the entire film, and thankfully both of these performances are extraordinary here. Margaret Qualley gives some of the best work I've ever seen from her. She is just incredible in this film. She's playing this character that is just constantly fighting for agency, but also has... you know, she's constantly like dominating the screen every time that she is there. I think she gives such a powerhouse performance in this film. And Christopher Abbott, I mean, also is just fantastic. He's always popping up in films like this, but I honestly think this is one of his best performances to date. The character that he's playing, he's very sleazy. He has a very specific way of wanting to do things, and he has a simple request, but you can see that there is a lot more going on with him beneath the surface, and he does such a great job at playing such a multifaceted character. Both of them, honestly, are very multifaceted in their roles. These are not, you know, characters that are what they are presuming to be at all, and I think they do such a great job with that. And the other thing that works so well here, though, and, you know, these are two characters that are, like, really just kind of pushing each other over the edge throughout the film. You know, it starts off with, like, the scene you've seen in the movie where, like, the phone goes into the fish tank and things like that, and it just gets progressively more just insane from there. I mean, these two are doing everything they can to constantly just, like, battle for control, and I was just so, like, taken aback by just how far they end up taking it. And that really is what makes this film so damn entertaining to watch. And I think that works so well. But it also, Zachary Wygant's directing is just phenomenal here. He has such a specific style that's able to blend so many different genres in this film. I mean, 1 second, you're on the edge of your seat. You have no idea what's really going to happen. You know, you're just like, you're clenching your fists, not knowing what these characters are going to do. And then the next second, you're howling with laughter just because of how ridiculous this whole situation is getting. I think that he just did such a great job at, like, balancing the two tones. And again, it's such a great job at showing how ridiculously extra these characters really are. They're also so exceedingly demanding. I mean, what these characters actually want to do, it's insane. I don't want to get into it too much because I feel like the trailer honestly did a really good job at hiding what this movie's like actually about. But I was so surprised by the directions they ended up going. And the thing that works so well about this movie is that this starts off very simplistic. You have these two characters. They are always meeting up to do basically the same session over and over again. We see from the beginning that, like, it's this script. It's incredibly by the book, but you can see that he starts to go, you know, she starts to go off script a bit, and he starts to question, you know, what's really going on? Why are you doing things differently than you've done before? And it kind of, you know, and for a while, like, you know, it really is just seeing these two play out their session of sorts that they're always kind of like used to doing. However, once they get away from that session, you really see them both start to kind of question their roles in all of this. Is this something we should really be doing? What have we been getting from this? Have we really been enjoying it? You know, is this something that there's more material, you know, are we doing this for material gain, or are we doing this because we generally are attracted to each other? These are the questions that these characters kind of start to wrestle with. And I thought they did such a great job at saying so much in such a small amount of time. This movie's only like 90 minutes, but they get so much mileage out of these two characters. I mean, yes, this film is very much about control, but I think it's also about satisfaction. It's about agency, and also kind of dives into like our greater purpose in life, like what these two characters, what they're really all about, what they were really here to do. I think they just do such a great job with that. And the lengths these two are going to just constantly outwit and outdo the other are just incredible to watch. And I think they just do such a great job. There's one scene especially involving Rebecca and just what she ended up doing. I was just like in utter shock. I was like, oh my God, you're actually doing this. Like I couldn't believe it. And I thought they just did such a great job with that. And look, and like I said, it's one of those movies where there are plenty of points where like I'm like, okay, I kind of get what's happening here. Then there's like this rug pull of sorts that happens. You're like, oh, wait, no, this was happening the entire time. Then they flip the script again, and they just did such a great job of just constantly keeping you on your toes throughout this entire movie. And it's honestly very hard to do that in a film like this, but they do such a great job. And let me address some issues that people might have out of the way. Yes, this film can feel like a stage play of sorts, because it is very much just like in this hotel room. It doesn't leave this hotel room. It's there the entire time. But I gotta say, I mean, they do such a great job at making this feel so dynamic, so colorful, so theatrical in that way. I just felt like this didn't feel like a play. I could understand why this needed to be a movie, because they got so much out of like the cinematography. They got so much out of just like the designs of the hotel, certain things that are around the room. This is a very detail-oriented film, and I think they do such a great job with that. The other thing that really works so well is the score in this film is just so euphoric. I mean, it's incredibly cinematic, and honestly, it's so much better because of it. Despite, again, its constraints, it honestly elevates all of the tension that is going on in the film. So yeah, I really love this movie a lot. I know I'm gushing about it, but this is just really,
as you should.
I don't think you are prepared for at all. Yes, this film may look like it's just about a dominatrix and this guy and him kind of like wanting out of it, but it is so much more than that. It went in so many directions that I wasn't expecting. Both these two actors are like working at the top of their game. Their chemistry is just so great in this film. It's equally thrilling as it is absolutely hysterical. I really just can't recommend this enough, but it's one of those movies to go into like as cold as possible. Like, don't know too much about this film, because I think if you don't, you'll have that much better of an experience, and ending in a way that I really wasn't expecting. Like, there was a point I thought it was over, and then it kept going, and I was like, oh, that's how the movie's going to end. I was really shocked they ended it there. I really had such a great time with this one. Honestly, one of my favorites of the year so far. A- for Sanctuary. Definitely, I think a film that people aren't going to expect, but I think for those that do end up seeing it, they're going to be very impressed by what it turns out to be, because this is a very, very different kind of film that I absolutely adored.
Yeah, it was like incredibly well done, very thrilling, very intriguing, and like I just was never bored during it, because like it literally like left me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh my God, I just need to see more. Margaret Qualley and Christopher Abbott were fantastic as Rebecca and Hal. Like, they were just, their chemistry was phenomenal and just very authentic, very real, and just watching them was just so good.
Yeah.
Like, they really got into their characters, and like they really just got into their roles, and it was just phenomenal acting.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Honestly, my only issue is I just wish it was a little longer. Just because
I was gonna say that. I'd say that's really my only issue, is that I honestly could have had this gone on for like at least 20 more minutes, because I feel like there's so much to unpack, especially in like the third act of this film, that some of it can feel just a little bit rushed, and it feels like we don't really get to see the full like extent of it, but it's not really that much of an issue.
Yeah, it just like could have delved a little. They could have like delved deeper with some things, just because it could have been a bit longer. Yeah. There's like a little bit more story to tell. Yeah. But overall, this film was absolutely amazing. One of my favorites of the year too. Definitely like one of the strongest and most amazing movies I've seen in a while. One of them. So it definitely deserves some like a lot of awards, and A- for me.
I'm gonna get them, but it's a super.
I mean, yeah, it definitely deserves to be talked about more.
Yeah.
But A- for me as well.
Hey guys, it's Kevin again. I'm here with...
Hey, it's Allie.
Yes, and we are here to review the Disney live-action remake of The Little Mermaid.
Woo!
Okay, so The Little Mermaid, here's the thing. Going into this movie, I really did want to be excited for it, seeing the different directions this one was going to take and things like that. I was excited to see what this was really going to be. The problem is, these days, when it comes to Disney live-action remakes, I just don't have very much hope for them at all. And it's because I feel like they've just gotten increasingly lazier as they've gone on. They've basically been, like, shot-for-shot remakes. They haven't really done anything to change the original film, and if they did, the changes were inferior to the original. It's just very often felt like this is just the next one on the list, and so I just did not have a lot of faith for this movie going into it. I really wanted to be excited for it, but just because of the track record of recent Disney live-action films, I just wasn't really that hyped for it. But what did you think going into this one, without giving your thoughts on what we actually thought, of course?
I was, like, very excited to watch it, but, like, I also was a little nervous, like, just because, obviously, the original and everything was such a classic and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's always been my thing, too. It's like, it's a classic, it's one of the best, why would you even dare touch it?
Yeah, because, like, remakes are very hit or miss.
Yeah, especially when it comes to... Well, Disney ones, for me, especially recently, have very much been more of a miss than a hit, at least in my opinion. I like the first couple that they did, Cinderella, Jungle Book, Beauty and the Beast, but once we got to, like, Aladdin and The Lion King and things like that, all just kind of, like, went downhill for me, and every so often they've had one that I like. I like Lady and the Tramp. I liked, some of the others. There's one they did recently that I maybe liked a lot that I'm not going to talk about right now because I haven't reviewed it yet. But, this was one I just really wanted to be excited for, but I really just couldn't. The Little Mermaid is easily one of my favorite Disney films, and it's a perfect movie in my opinion. There's not really much that you really need to change to it to improve upon the original film. So I didn't really have a lot of high hopes going into it, but coming out of it, I gotta say, this is a much better film than I really was expecting. I feel like The Little Mermaid is an example of how to do these Disney live-action remakes. It takes what works about the original, but also puts its own new spin on it in a way that felt fresh and exciting, and it's easily, I think, one of their best live-action remakes in a long time. But what did you think before we get a little bit deeper into it?
Oh my gosh, it actually surprised me, like, quite a bit. Like, it was just really well done, and it was just, like, such a beautiful film, and it was just stunning, like, and honestly, like, I was shook, because I was like, okay, it's actually a really great film. So, like, it really surprised me and impressed me.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to talk about, but we're just going to get into it, starting off with the cast here. And I will say, as much as I had a lot of hesitations going into this film, the one thing I was most excited for is the cast here. Specifically when it comes to the casting of Halle Bailey as Ariel. I was so excited to see what she was going to do here. I will admit, when she was initially announced, I didn't know who she was. I was like, I remember people were talking about other casting choices for Ariel. I was like, this is a really random choice. But with the marketing and things like that, I had a feeling she would be like the one positive thing I could say about this film. And I can just say right now, she not only gives such a strong performance, she is hands down the reason to see this movie. I mean, the way that she is able to retain just the general spirit, innocence, and just optimism of Ariel, she does such a great job with that whimsical sort of feel that you want to the character is very much there. And you can tell that this is, she was born to be a Disney princess. Like, just from her dialect to the way that she plays this character, she just had it all down pat perfectly. But what I think is even better about her performance is she adds so many layers and complexity to Ariel as a character. Every emotion feels so real, and she just does such an incredible job playing her here. It's truly a star-making performance. It's the kind of performance I think is going to transcend this character. Obviously, yes, there is the fact that she is
you know, now she is Ariel is black, and I think that's something that's going to appeal to a lot of different, you know, generations of younger girls that maybe haven't seen themselves represented in Disney princesses before. So there's obviously that. But I also think with the way she portrays Ariel here, I could very well see this becoming the definitive portrayal of Ariel. I think she just does such an incredible job in this role. My God, her voice is just absolutely astounding. Every time she sings, you are just glued to the screen, just so amazed by her vocals in this movie. And the thing that also, it's a very hard role to pull off, I think, because there are points in this movie, obviously in the beginning half, where, you know, she's very lively, she's, you know, really just kind of fantasizing about the mortal world, but then when she gets to land, you know, the majority of the film, she's not speaking, and I think that's where she shines even more so, her facial expressions and things like that. It was all just so incredible to behold, and it is one of the best breakthrough performances that I have seen in quite a bit, and there is no doubt in my mind that after this film, she's going to be the next big megastar. We're going to see her in so many projects after this, and I'm so excited to see it. And I'm hoping with how good this performance is, it's the kind that can just kind of shut up all the fucking naysayers that were constantly denying her and saying, oh, why would you get her to play Ariel? She, you know, this, and that. Like, all these terrible things people have said about her. She is great in this movie. And I think anyone that is, like, denying her credibility needs to see this film, because she truly is going to blow you away with the kind of performance that she gives here. It is so pitch perfect, and I just absolutely loved what she ended up bringing to the table here. For me, there's a lot of things to like about this movie, but she is undoubtedly the heart and soul of this entire film, and I think this film would truly be nothing without her.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know too much about her going into.
I knew who Chloe and Halle were, but that was kind of it.
Yeah, same. That's literally all I knew.
Yeah.
But, like, my God, after this movie, she's definitely going to be, like, a breakout star.
Oh, yeah.
And I think she deserves, like, so many roles. And, like, she just absolutely killed this. She was absolutely the standout.
Oh, yeah.
Like you said, she really, like, nails the sweet and innocent thing.
Yeah.
And, like, just the positivity of Ariel and how, like kind she is and positive.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, she was just absolutely amazing and, like, just very delicate, too. Like, just any scene with her just, like, was such a delight, and it was just so sweet to watch.
Every scene, but she's in basically every scene, so...
It was just so sweet to watch her. She was amazing.
Yeah, she was really great. But someone that I don't think is getting enough credit that I thought was really good was Jonah Hauer-King as Prince Eric. And look, I've always enjoyed the Prince Eric character a lot, but, you know, I don't think that he's a character that has, like, a lot of, like, complexity and, like, he's, like, this very well-developed character. I just think he was good for what he was in the animated film, but the way Jonah Hauer-King plays him, I thought was really good here. He really kind of makes this character feel like his own. Eric just feels a lot more like a human in this movie. He feels a lot more like a real person. He doesn't just feel like a Disney prince, and I thought that he just did a really good job at depicting him here. I really like what he ended up doing. He gives a lot of personality and heart to Eric overall, and I think what he does here, it kind of puts him in, like, the upper echelon of, like, Prince characters in Disney films. Like I said, I've always enjoyed Prince Eric, but I really like what they did with him here, and I thought he gave a really strong performance in this movie.
Oh, yeah. Like, honestly, he's another one I didn't know much about either.
Yeah. I know I've seen him in something, I just can't think of what.
Yeah. But, like, yeah, he was fantastic as Eric, and, like, he just put that real, like, raw emotion and everything.
Yeah.
Just, like, really got into the character, and I really...
Great singing, too. He has one song that was just incredible.
Oh, yeah, he has such a great voice.
He does,
wow.
yeah.
And, like, I really like what they did with his character, and, like, Eric's always been, like, one of the better love interests and princes. So, like, he just absolutely killed it.
Yeah, for sure. I thought he was really great in this film. And the chemistry between these two, dare I say, is even better than the original. These two have just such a natural chemistry that is just infectious, and you just latch onto them immediately.
It's very genuine, very authentic.
Yeah, and we'll get into a little bit more, but the film, because of its length, it gives a bit more time for the romance to, like, blossom, and because of that, the chemistry is so much stronger, and I thought that they had such a genuine bond to them, and I think definitely it's one of the best parts of this movie is just seeing these two interact.
Yeah, the development and everything.
Yeah, but hands down for me, the biggest surprise of this film, and I truly can't believe how great this performance was Melissa McCarthy as Ursula. I thought was phenomenal in this movie. And I will tell you guys right now, I went into this film not expecting to like her here. I was like, why Melissa McCarthy? This is a really weird choice for the role. She's mainly known for just doing like comedies and things like that. But I've always enjoyed Melissa McCarthy as an actress. I just always think she picks like really bad projects. But I've said it before, when she has the right role, her talent really shines through. And I will say this right now, this is definitely the right role for her. She is fantastic here. And yes, I've seen people say this, she isn't necessarily doing anything of her own, but she does what a great villain should do. She chews up all the scenery. She is perfectly conveying the balance between the really sinister and conniving nature that Ursula has, but also that very like over-the-top comedic nature as well. It really takes advantage of her comedic sensibilities, and I thought they did a really good job of that in a way that's better than a lot of films that Melissa McCarthy has been in recently. This film really utilizes her comedic chops very well, and I also just felt like they just did a really good job with her here. She's not in the movie a ton, but whenever she popped up, I thought she was hands down one of the best parts of this movie. I was so surprised by how great she was here, and I generally want to see her play more roles like this in the future.
Oh yeah, I adore Melissa McCarthy so much.
When she's not working with her husband.
No, I actually think they are pretty cute and funny together.
The issue that I have is not necessarily their relationship. It's I think that she loves him so much that she works with him constantly, and that doesn't benefit her because all the movies they do together are really bad.
Yeah, some of them for sure.
All of them.
But yeah, like I honestly forgot that it was Melissa McCarthy as Ursula.
That's how good she was.
Because like she was so unrecognizable. I'm like holy crap, she's so amazing.
Yeah.
Like she was awesome as Ursula. She really killed it there. She definitely needs to do more roles like this. Like obviously I love her as a comedian and actress and everything, but like she definitely needs to do more roles like this just because it like really showcases what she can really do.
Absolutely.
But like because this is such a different role for her. So it worked out like super well, and like, she was amazing. She was such a standout.
Yeah, she was incredible here. As far as the other performances go, Daveed Diggs I thought was very good as Sebastian here. He isn't trying to copy off of what the original voice actor did for Sebastian, the original. He really just kind of does his own thing, but also retaining like just the fun of that character. And I thought he did a really good job here. He was definitely one of the big standouts for me. Awkwafina, let's talk about her. She's in this movie a lot. Honestly, more than I think she needs to be. I do think she does do a really good Scuttle, but she's very much playing Awkwafina. She doesn't necessarily transform into this character. She's kind of just playing herself, but I do think she does a good job in the role. She has some fun interactions with Sebastian. I like what she did here. Jacob Tremblay is a great flounder. I thought he was definitely one of the big standouts for me here. I want to see a little bit more of him, but I thought what he did a really good job with. I thought all the performances were really strong. Unfortunately,
I will say with those three, like I really like their dynamic together.
Yeah.
But I kind of agree, like, Scuttle was a little overused.
Yeah,
I think Flounder was a little underused.
Yeah.
But I thought Sebastian was actually just right, because he was so funny.
Oh, yeah, and like I said, he didn't try to just copy off of the other actor. He really kind of did his own thing, and I thought it worked really well. The only actor I was honestly kind of disappointed by was Javier Bardem. I was honestly very excited to see what he was going to do as King Triton, and I don't know, I just found him to be very flat in this movie. It just kind of felt like he wasn't really into it. A lot of his line delivery just feels very wooden. It didn't quite work for me. I don't know if he just wasn't really into the role or if he just really didn't have much to do, because I'll be honest, King Triton does not have a lot to do in this movie. But I just really was not digging his performance here. It just felt very weirdly wooden and just kind of flat to me. I just wasn't really into his performance here.
I actually didn't dislike him, but like I will, because he was good as his character. I just wish they did more with him, because he kind of was just like he was a little underused. He was only in like a few scenes.
Yeah.
With, like being obviously the overprotective father.
Yeah.
But I just kind of wish they did more with him as a story.
I just feel, I don't know, he usually is like such a big performer. I just felt like he just kind of felt checked out here. I just wasn't super into what he was doing. But all the other actors I thought did a really good job, and the cast is definitely one of the best parts of this movie. Okay, so now let's get to the directing and the writing. Talking about Rob Marshall's directing, I'll say this right now. It's nothing spectacular. This is not the kind of directing where it's like, oh my god, he really did something different to the table. This is very much like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Rob Marshall knows what worked in the original film. He isn't necessarily trying to do anything different of his own in terms of a directorial style, but I think he did a good job of bringing the spirits of the film, to life here. I feel like a lot of these live-action remakes have tried to be, like, very, like, self-serious and more, like, taking this, like, more realistic approach, and I think Marshall did a good job of just retaining the fun of the original movie. This film definitely has more serious moments, I think, than the original, but I thought his directing was still very strong here. He recognized what needed to be done, in terms of like an adaptation, but again, he also isn't trying to necessarily do anything that different, and I thought his directing actually did work quite well here.
Yeah, I actually didn't mind it. Like there obviously it wasn't like perfect or anything, but it was still really well done, and he did really well. He did a pretty good job with the directing, and he just did a lot with it, and made it like really creative.
Yeah, he did. Getting into the writing here, this is where we really get into, I think, what really sticks out to me about this movie. Because, listen, the thing that I think holds a lot of these Disney live-action remakes back is that they try so hard to copy off of the original. And there definitely are moments here where, obviously, they're telling the same story as the original. There's a lot of things that are very similar. But this film does make an attempt to change some things up a little bit, to give you some expansions, and I really did appreciate that quite a bit here. I think the way that the film tells the story, it does do it really well. It recognizes that there aren't necessarily a lot of things that need to be changed, but there are some things we get more expansion on, particularly when it comes to Prince Eric's character. Like I said, I think in the original, he's very fun, he's very likable, but you can't watch that movie and tell me he's this very well-developed, very, well-defined character that has, like, a genuine arc of his own. He doesn't really have that in the original movie. He's just a very likable lead that you root to be with Ariel, and you want to see him, like, find the voice and things like that. This film really gives him a lot more to do. I would really liken it to what they did with I don't know if you saw the Aladdin remake, but it's what they did with Princess Jasmine in the Aladdin remake. They gave her a little bit more of a story. They gave her a little more independence of her own, aside from just being Aladdin's love interest, and I thought they did a really good job with that here. There's a lot of responsibilities that is mounted on by him, mainly because of his mother. She has this path that she kind of wants him to go on in life, and we really get to see him kind of struggle with that. We get to see him kind of, recognize, what does he really want to do versus what he's supposed to do. Yeah. And I thought it actually worked really well for the character. It made you generally root for him and him trying to find Ariel and kind of like escaping his life. Like I said, he has this really great musical number that dives kind of more into like his hopes and desires, and it just makes you latch onto Eric that much more, and especially when the two eventually end up connecting, it is that much stronger overall. So I really like what they did with Prince Eric here.
Oh, I think so too. I adored what they did with him. And just like they really did delve deeper with his character, which was great. And like we really just got to know more.
Yeah, I thought that was definitely one of the things they did really well in this movie. But also when it comes to the relationship between the two of them, I mean, we really just get to spend more time seeing these two fall in love, the smaller interactions. There's this really fun scene where Ariel is showing Eric things about like underwater and things like that. And I thought that was a really fun scene. It's a really good way to kind of like see these two fall in love and get together. It felt like we got to spend more time on their relationship in this movie. In fact, you'd be surprised, a lot of this movie actually does take place on land. Yes, there's a lot of it that does take place under the sea, but I feel like just as much of the movie takes place on land, and the stuff on land is almost entirely new. The stuff we get with Eric and Ariel, I thought was
honestly very sweet, and I thought it actually added a lot to the film. It really makes you root for these two to get together. And I'm not saying like the original didn't do a good job with that. It's just this one, they have more time and they actually dedicated to us really fleshing out the relation between them. And I thought they did an excellent job with that here. So I think that was one of the things the film improved on actually very well.
Yeah, it was amazing. And like, it was just, their relationship was just so pure.
Yeah.
And it's just like very heartfelt. It just made me smile.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that was definitely one of the things they did well when it came to the screenplay here. Honestly, you know, a lot of things I think they do here does work very well. That being said, that does lead me to some of my issues with this film. The biggest issue that I had, I think, with this one is that there are some things that I think they could have done that they didn't. Especially when it comes to, like I said, King Triton. His character, there is a personal dilemma that he's going through. We dive a little bit more into what is really, like, ailing at him, why he doesn't like the sea and things like that. But I feel like because they had the 2-hour runtime, they really could have dived deeper into his backstory, kind of latching us more onto him, recognizing why he feels the way he does about the sea. They don't really do that here. It's very much just like very cut and dry, and I feel like you have this 2-hour runtime, you might as well utilize it, and the film just doesn't really do that as much as I think they needed to. So that was something that I think they definitely could have done a little better.
Yeah, like, with his story, they could have just done like way more and delved deeper because like we didn't really know tons about him in this film. So I just wish they.
Well, we do.
Well,
it's
we
just
do,
very like it's very one note. Like
Yeah.
something happened to him. We hear about it briefly. I wanted to see more of it.
Yeah.
So
I just wish they like got way more into his story and like just like utilize the runtime more.
But also just the genuine world building of the sea. I think they could have done a lot more with here. Ariel has sisters, as we know. They don't even really feel like they have a place in this movie.
Yeah,
They're shown.
I like would have loved to see more with them in Ariel because like we only saw them like a couple times.
Yeah, and you could say, oh, that's a problem with the animated film as well. But they play a more significant role in that movie than they do here. And here it just kind of felt like they're here because they need to be. And I don't think they did enough with them. The same goes for Flounder in this movie, who, look, Flounder wasn't necessarily like the most dynamic character in the original film, but I mean, one of the first things we think about is the friendship between Ariel and Flounder, and I just felt like we didn't get enough of it in this movie. It felt like Flounder was honestly kind of underused in this film, and I think they could have done more with him, and in place of that, we have a lot of Scuttle. And look, again, I like Awkwafina in the role, but Scuttle is a character that works best in smaller doses, and they really try to make Scuttle like one of the main characters here, and it just doesn't really work. There's only so much I can take of Scuttle just being really annoying and talking about like forks for, you know, hairbrushes and things like that. It didn't quite work for me in the way that I think they were hoping for. So I just think they used a little too much Scuttle in this movie for my liking.
I still like Scuttle. I just thought, and like Awkwafina's great and did such a wonderful job. I just agree they kind of like added a little too much of Scuttle.
Yeah, definitely. As far as the cinematography goes in this movie, because that was my biggest concern going into this film, I will say right now, that was the thing that I was very much harping on in this movie is, oh my god, these visual effects do not look good. This look, especially having seen recent other underwater films, Avatar: The Way of Water, for example, to name a few, I just felt like they were not utilizing the underwater setting all that well. I will say, watching this movie, it is not as bad as I thought. I do think that it's not the greatest CGI or anything. There's definitely things that look fake, but they do enough to make it have its own, like, distinctive feel. It doesn't feel nearly as lifeless as, like, some of the other settings have for these live-action films, and I thought they did enough here to where it didn't really end up hindering the film for me. I never was like, wow, these are amazing visuals, but they weren't nearly as, like, poorly constructed as I had feared going into them. Actually, some of them were really quite good. The Under the Sea sequence, I thought they got a lot out of that. I thought the Poor Unfortunate Souls like sequence and things like that was really well done. There's really only one visual effect that I was like, that is horrible. I really don't wish they had done that differently, but thankfully it's in the movie very briefly. Aside from that, I honestly thought the visual effects weren't nearly as bad as I thought they were going to be.
Oh, I thought they were like really stunning, and I love the visual so much, and like it just looks so pretty. And, like, I'm just like, it's so like refreshing and just beautiful.
Well,
and just like they're very beautiful and just aesthetically pleasing.
Well, I will say, when you watch Avatar: The Way of Water, no underwater movie looks nearly as good as that. However,
I need to see that one.
However, I do think that the visual effects were better than I was expecting.
Yeah.
But like I said, if you're not a big fan of the underwater stuff, there is a lot of time spent on land in this movie. And I think that's when the film honestly really does come alive. The setting of the land and things like that. There's a lot of different like textures and things like that that I thought worked really well. So yeah, overall, I enjoyed the cinematography considerably more than I expected to. Like I said, you know, like a lot of these live action remakes, the score, as usual, is very good. The music in Little Mermaid has always been fantastic. There are a few, but like a lot of these live action remakes, there are a few new added songs here. The majority of them I enjoyed. There's a really good new song for Prince Eric that gives him a bit more development. There's a song with Ariel when she has gone back on land and she's kind of like learning things about the world that she didn't know before. I thought that was a really fun way to kind of like establish more about, you know, her experience and kind of put us into her head of like, what is she really feeling, even though she can't communicate it because she can't talk right now. I thought that was really well done.
Yeah.
But then there's this other song, and it happens, like, about, I want to say, like, not halfway through the movie, but, like, towards the end of the second act, and it is this song between Scuttle and Sebastian, where they're trying to wake Ariel up, and I will just say right now, you know how there are songs in Disney films, a lot of these, you know, musicals that always end up getting cut, and you watch them and you think, okay, I understand why that was cut from the movie. That is how I felt about this song. I don't know why this was still in the movie. It felt completely unnecessary to me. It doesn't at all flow with the other songs that are in the film. It doesn't have the same style. It doesn't have the same feel to it. It very much has the feel of like somebody else wrote this and it just doesn't fit in this movie. I don't know why this wasn't a deleted scene because it's completely unnecessary to the film overall.
Yeah. Overall, I like absolutely love the score. Like always, like I've always been a fan of the Little Mermaid songs, especially like Kiss the Girl.
Yeah.
Like Ashley Tisdale's version as well.
Which is not in this movie.
No, but I mean, I will say Scuttle's new song was pretty good.
No, it was not.
I didn't actually dislike it, but it was just kind of random. Like
I
feel
was
like it was just a little bit filler. Like that one could have just been like maybe just on the like soundtrack, but not the movie.
I was literally cringing in horror watching it. I was like, "Is it really? This is in the movie?" It just felt like such a momentum killer to me.
It was just kind of like random, like I said, and like it just didn't need to be there.
Yeah,
but I didn't hate it. Like I didn't dislike any song.
I liked all of them except for that one. That was the only thing where I was like, and look, I love Lin-Manuel Miranda, but like sometimes we got to dial it back a bit. And Scuttle rapping is not something that I need to see. So yeah, that did not work for me very much at all.
I love Lin-Manuel Miranda.
I do too, but you don't need to put his stamp on everything. And I think this was one of those times where it's like, okay, Lin, we get what you're doing, but like this does not fit. And I think someone should have done that, and I think the movie would have been better off because of it, because it has no place in the movie whatsoever. As far as the editing goes, like I said, the movie didn't need to be 2 hours. Like, definitely did not need to be. I do think it takes a little while to fully get into it. And I do think that, like I said, the movie doesn't take full advantage of its 2-hour runtime with some of the aspects we touched upon before. But for what it does do it pretty well. And I honestly wasn't like bored or anything while watching this movie. So compared to some of the other Disney live action remakes, I honestly thought this was paced pretty well.
But yeah, I definitely did think the editing was really well done. Like obviously it had some like little issues here and there.
Yeah.
But they did a really good job with it, and I was just very impressed.
Yeah, me too. But yeah, overall, I mean, I think this was a much better film than I really was expecting. There's a few changes that they make that I think really do elevate the film, particularly with Prince Eric and now the inclusion of his mother. I thought definitely did elevate that character a little bit. They focus a bit more on Ariel and Eric's relationship, but also the film is elevated by such a talented cast here. Halle Bailey is destined to be a star. I cannot wait to see what she's going to do in
in future projects. Melissa McCarthy is an amazing Ursula. I love what she ends up doing here as well. Jonah Hauer-King as Eric. Those three performances really are the reason to watch the movie, especially for Halle Bailey. She is just absolutely incredible, and I just can't get enough of her performance in this film. Yes, the film can very much feel like this is an inferior version to the original, and there's nothing about the movie that I think, aside from Halle Bailey's performance, that I think that is better than the original, that is better than what they did in the original. But considering, I think, just how lazy and how little effort there's been into these Disney live-action remakes, to the point where they feel like they could have been made by an AI, this feels a lot more like there was effort put into it. They feel like they had an idea of what they wanted to do. They had a genuine vision, and they made some choices that I think actually do benefit this film quite well, including an ending that I thought actually really fit. The movie does not end in the way the original film does, without spoiling it. And I actually really like the way they wrap things up here. I thought it was very heartwarming the way they wrapped it up. So overall, yeah, I was honestly pleasantly surprised by this film. I think if you want to talk about Disney live action remakes that actually work, this surprisingly is one of the few that I actually did end up really enjoying. It's generally very delightful to watch. They do a really good job at recreating a lot of the best sequences from the original film, but also adding some elements that I think make the story that much better overall, and really end up putting their own personal spin on things. Such incredible performances across the board. Halle Bailey, like I said, destined to be a star in this film. Melissa McCarthy, amazing as Ursula. And really, especially given like the marketing for this film, which I just was not into at all. It just looked very just like copy and paste to me. The fact that there was like so much more effort put into this, and they really just did a great job of putting their own spin on the story, but also keeping what works from the original. It just felt so much more refreshing and so much closer to what I want these Disney live action remakes to be. They could be really good if they would put the effort into them, and gratefully this film actually does. This is one of the few that I can say, yes, they did a good job at adapting this. Yes, they did a good job of making this stand out and be something different. I can see kids from this generation seeing this as their definitive Little Mermaid and wanting to watch this version specifically, just based on some of the things they were able to do in this film that I think really did elevate the material for sure. It's certainly not better than the original, but I think especially compared to some of the recent Disney live action remakes, this was just such a refreshing film for me that I was so surprised by how much I enjoyed. It's easily, I think, the most surprising film so far of this year. I was so delighted and charmed by this one, and I am going to give The Little Mermaid 2023 a B.
All right. Well, overall, besides a few little things, I honestly really enjoyed this film. It was wholesome, it was gorgeous and lovely and just stunning and just very heartwarming, and just I love it so much. It very much impressed me because obviously I didn't have super high hopes going into it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just super glad that I really enjoyed this film.
Yeah, me too. I really wanted to come out positive.
Yeah, I was so sad that it was gonna be just very hit or miss. I thought it was good. I was sad that, because if I didn't like it, I'd probably be very sad, because just from all the hype and everything, I'm just oh, please be good, please.
Yeah.
And I love The Little Mermaid. It's definitely Ariel's one of my favorite princesses.
Yeah.
And Halle Bailey definitely deserves awards for her role.
I don't think she's gonna get them, but
hopefully, but
I don't
see.
No.
Or I just hope she gets more roles after this.
Yeah.
And then starts winning awards too.
In future films, yes, but not this one.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, one of the most impressive films this year so far, and I definitely give it a B+.
So, Allie, what movie are we talking about next?
The Machine!
Yes. Never gets old. Never gets old.
It sure doesn't.
It really doesn't.
And that was literally only, I don't even know how that started. It just was kind of random. It just came.
Well, I know how it started.
So, Allie, what are we about to see?
The Machine!
Woo! Okay, so in all seriousness, I was actually kind of looking forward to this. I thought it seemed like it could be kind of a fun premise. Right off the bat, I am not familiar with Bert Kreischer as a comedian. I've heard he's very funny. I honestly haven't really heard about him until this movie, but since then I have heard people say that like his humor usually is really good. There's somebody here who might have a little bit more knowledge when it comes to Bert Kreischer, which we'll talk about. Yeah, I really was not familiar with like his brand of humor or anything, but the marketing seemed like it could be kind of a funny idea. You know, we're getting to see him like reminisce this like crazy memory involving like the Russian mafia and how he got involved with it and how that kind of led him like on the path to become a comedian. That's a really crazy idea, but it's one of those things that feels like it's kind of something that you kind of have to tell a movie about. Unfortunately, the movie in question is needlessly convoluted. And look, I know that there's probably a lot that Bert Kreischer really wanted to do, but I feel like this is the definition of him just like needing to pull back a bit because this is the definition of just too much movie for me. Like there's just simply too much going on here. Now I'll get the positives out of the way right off the bat. Bert Kreischer, I'll talk about him as a comedian a little bit. I actually do think he does have some screen presence to him. He's generally very charismatic. He's a lot of fun in this movie. He seems like he really wants to be here. You can tell that there is genuine passion he put into this, and it honestly does leap off the screen. I think he honestly does have a future in film. If he wants to become a more serious actor, I think this is honestly a pretty good like vehicle for him to do so. And I think that he does give a pretty solid performance here. And I like what he ends up doing in this movie. I really don't have any complaints about him as an actor. And I was kind of worried, obviously, like when you see a comedian who's more known for just like their stand-up, sometimes it's hard to translate that to acting. But I honestly thought he did a really good job in this film. I thought his acting, for the most part, was really good, and I was very impressed by his performance. But I gotta say, Mark Hamill steals this entire movie. He is so good in this film, so well cast as Bert's father of Albert. I thought he was just so much fun in this movie. He seemed like he was there's so much that he gets to do in this film. One thing especially that I thought was just absolutely insane with this character that happens in like the third act of this movie. I don't want to say too much. All I'll say is that it involves some substances of sorts, and it was absolutely hysterical. I loved what he got to do in this film. I think the times I did laugh in this movie mainly were because of him. I thought he had some really fun stuff too. I thought the chemistry between these two, they worked really well together overall, and I did enjoy their chemistry throughout the film. I think all of the acting for the most part is kind of okay here. This is really where we get to my main issues with the movie, though, is that I think the directing in this movie, it just feels very tonally inconsistent. There are times where this film is just trying to be really ridiculous. You're not supposed to take it too seriously. It's almost supposed to be like a stand-up where everything's just supposed to be kind of funny. And then there are points where they want you to take it seriously. There's genuine stakes behind what they're trying to do. And then there's a point in this movie where it's trying to be something a little bit more personal. We're diving into Bert's psyche a little bit and like the choices he's made throughout his life. And just this does not coalesce into one film. It feels like we have a bunch of different ideas going on here. And I just don't think they meshed as well together as he really thought. Getting really into the screenplay, because this is really my main issue with the film. Like I think Peter Atencio's directing, it's not that great. It just doesn't, it honestly, and like he's known a lot for like sketch comedy, like he's done a lot of Key and Peele and things like that. So it makes sense why a lot of this feels kind of random. But I think the screenplay really is like the biggest issue with this film. I just don't think the writing is really all that great here. There's just a lot that both Kevin Biegel and Scotty Lantis, and also I have to assume Bert Kreischer played a sizable role in like figuring out what was going to happen in this movie. He does have a producer credit here. He didn't write the film, but he does have a producer credit. I just felt like there was too much they wanted to tackle in this film. The beginning of this movie, we are dealing with Bert and him kind of not being the greatest father. He is, you know, not treating his older daughter in the way that she needs to be. He still kind of sees her as a little girl. He needs to recognize like she needs to grow up. He's not really there as much for the rest of his family as much as he needs to be. And you can see how like his stand-up is kind of getting in the way with that, and he is kind of wrestling with him being him being a stand-up comedian versus him being a father. And I was like, okay, this is actually really interesting. I think this is a good central conflict. I want to see how he deals with this throughout the movie. But then Mark Hamill enters the picture, and suddenly this film is not about that anymore. It's about the contentious relationship that he has with his father and how these two have had a lot of, just baggage within their life, and they're not really on speaking terms. And you kind of get to see more of what's going on there. And I'm like, okay, this is also interesting. But then wait, no, that's not what this movie's about. It's about this Russian mafia of sorts that are now coming after Bert because of some object that he had like years ago that they still are like a hold of, and he's now kind of like having to relive his past and things like that. So you can see why there's just too much going on here. It just doesn't all fit together in the way that the movie thinks it does. Whenever the Russian mafia is coming into the picture, it honestly feels like an interference. It feels like they are that could be its own movie. Like, I don't know why that really had to be here. I feel like you could have had this more personal film where he's sort of grappling with like being a father, working on his relation with his dad. It just doesn't feel like it all comes together in the way that it needed to. So I think they just need to do a better job of either finding a way to incorporate all of these things or just picking one storyline, because all three of them together, it just feels like a mess. It also doesn't help that there are other characters we're supposed to be invested in here. The character of Irina, for example, honestly plays a pretty pivotal role in this film. I thought she was just going to be like there for a little bit. She's sort of like an ally to these characters, but she has like a very pivotal role in this film. There's a whole arc of her own, and I just didn't really care about it that much because I'm like, why are we giving so much time to this character? Like, I just didn't expect her to have such a big role in this movie. And I would if they would have taken a bit more time to like dive deeper into her. But again, because the movie is so focused around all these other things, it just doesn't feel all that satisfying. There are other characters that come in here. All of the antagonists in this film are so incredibly one note. There's like nothing to them. They're just very stereotypical, like Russian mobsters who just want to go after Bert. There's like really nothing to them in this movie. So I didn't think that really worked. And then let's talk about the humor in this movie. Now, of course, comedy is very subjective, as we're always going to say. That's just how it comes to with comedies. But I will say, I just felt that Bert Kreischer's, sense of humor, it just didn't really work for me. It's a lot of just yelling at the top of your lungs and saying really raunchy things and taking your shirt off and talking about how he's overweight and talking about his like man tits and things like that. And it's like,
he doesn't even have like man tits.
I know, but he keeps referencing it in the movie. It's like,
he just looks like his chest is normal.
Yeah, like, and that can only work for so long. Like, I understand that is his brand of humor. I'm sure that works in like a 50-minute stand-up show, but in a movie, I need a bit more than that. It just felt very one note to me. I needed more going on in terms of the humor. And unfortunately, all the humor is like that. It's just really raunchy. It's really over the top. And there's a lot of moments where he's just kind of shouting. It's like, you're not saying anything funny. Just because you're shouting doesn't mean it's funny. And it just wasn't really jiving for me in the way that I wanted to. Like, I just felt the humor was very, very lackluster in this film. I wasn't laughing nearly as much as I wanted to. So yeah, it just didn't quite work in the way that I think they were hoping for in this movie. The flashbacks as well. I thought I was really going to like them because I like Jimmy Tatro a lot. Again, another thing that I just felt was not handled well in this film. It didn't feel like we focused on the flashbacks enough. Whenever we did, it felt like we were taking time away from the main story. It just didn't really work for me. There is a middle section of this film where they try to incorporate the main flashbacks with, Bert's current plights and the whole thing with his family. And I was like, okay, this is actually really insightful. I like what they're doing. But it felt a little too late for them to do that because we still have so much more. And it feels like this is the point where the movie's wrapping up, but there was still like 50 minutes left after that. So yeah, there's simply just way too much going on in this movie. I think they really just needed to distill it down to a couple things. And I think if they were able to do that, it would have been a lot better. The movie's also way too long. There's really no reason it needed to be 112 minutes. I think they easily could have had this be like 90 minutes because I was, especially like the third act, I was really feeling the length in this film. I'm not going to lie to you. So yeah, I mean, I didn't hate this by any means. I thought there definitely were some things to like. There were honestly some moments I did find myself laughing at, but they were very few and far between. There was some solid character work. There were some interesting ideas here and there, but for the most part, this just felt like such a mess to me. I feel like there was so much he wanted to do in this film. He just couldn't figure out how to like really just organize it. And the film feels so much more random. It feels so much more haphazard. And again, I'm glad that Bert Kreischer was able to make this movie because I can tell it's very important to him. I just wish the movie that he made was a lot less convoluted, a lot less, a lot less messy, and just not nearly as scattered as it really is, because it just was very hard for me to really get into. There were moments I enjoyed, but for the most part, this just really wasn't for me at all. So C for The Machine. I didn't completely dislike it or anything. Like, I don't think this is like a completely unwatchable film, but it's certainly not anything to really it's nothing to really ring home about either. This is a very just middle of the road comedy for me.
All right. I was actually very excited going into this film, but I also didn't have high expectations going into it either. And like, I actually saw Bert Kreischer with Emily back during his stand-up tour in Kelowna back in March. So that was really fun. Yeah, so far I thought the film was fun and definitely comedic. But I definitely thought some of the jokes and everything were a little stupid and repetitive.
Like, how many times does he have to tell us like he's like fat and things like that? Like, we get it.
Yeah, like there's certain things that like are very repetitive and that he didn't need to keep on saying. Like, take a shot whenever he mentions this, and oh, sorry, I thought you froze. I thought you froze for a second. Hello?
Yeah, something happened with the connection. Like, you went like in and out.
Oh, I thought you froze.
The last thing I heard was take a shot every time.
But yeah, take a shot whenever he mentions like certain mentions his tits and stuff, like just But I mean, I do think he's a really good actor, actually. Like, he's not that bad. He did a pretty fantastic job. Mark Hamill is a great actor. He did well as his dad, Albert. He was really great there. The characters of Irina and young Bert, like Jimmy Tatro and Iva Babic is her name. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, they were pretty good as their characters. Like since they had pretty significant roles, they definitely did really well for what they had. I wasn't really a fan of the other characters because they didn't have much to do and they just weren't very interesting. They were just kind of like just there.
No.
The story was definitely entertaining, but it was also a little over the top. Definitely. The cinematography was all right. Nothing really special. I liked the score. I thought that was really fun. I just didn't think it needed to be as long as it was. Definitely over long. Like, it really only needed to be an hour 30 or 40 at most. But overall, this film was just okay. It was still enjoyable, though. It was just incredibly average. Definitely not unwatchable, but C+ for me.
About My Father was honestly a huge surprise for me. I went into this thing, it was just going to be like very bottom of the barrel. This was going to be like one of those comedies that like they just kind of like, dropped into theaters without any real, they just kind of wanted to like send it into theaters as like kind of like a mercy killing because they didn't really know what to do with it. But honestly, it's a funnier film than I really was expecting. I think what works so well about this film is a couple of things. One, Sebastian Maniscalco really did put a lot of passion into this film. Yes, it's very simplistic. We've seen this premise before of like this guy who is trying to impress, his fiance's family, and he's kind of acting different than he normally would, and he's dressing differently. They're much more, upper class and things like that. So he is definitely, acting a little bit different than he usually does. Like, we've definitely seen that premise done before, and kind of like his father who's from the completely different side of life and him trying to acclimate to that culture. Like, we've definitely seen that before, but I feel like they did enough here to where it really does work. The other thing, surprisingly, Robert De Niro is very well cast in this film. I thought he had some very funny lines throughout this. I really enjoyed his character in this film, and kind of just seeing him having this very strict way of life, having a very specific way of doing things, and how he slowly starts to adapt to his fiance's parents' standards and kind of like what's really going on there. I thought that worked really well in this movie. And I did think there were some really funny moments here. Like, I do enjoy getting to see these two, and just the situations that they get in with this family. The way Robert De Niro is, taught to play, the way Robert De Niro has been taught to do something versus the way this family has been taught to do something, I think is a lot of fun. There's a scene involving a haircut that I thought was really funny, the direction that it ended up going. I was not expecting it to go where it did, and I honestly thought that worked really well here. The parents are also very well cast. Kim Cattrall and David Rash are both a lot of fun. There's a lot of really good moments we get from both of these characters. Yes, they're kind of like just like very douchey, and you can tell that they are just very snobby in the way that they do things, but that's really part of the charm of their characters, and I thought they were actually a lot of fun in this film. But I gotta say, maybe the stand of this entire movie, Brett Deer as the character of Doug, I thought was just so good in this movie. He was so much fun here. He plays this character that you can tell that he has been through a lot. And so he's kind of like mellowed out, and he's doing all kinds of things like, like stress bowls. And he's, he's playing this like singing bowl, and he's, using like stress balls and all these different, different ways of achieving like, eternal happiness and things like that. And I thought his character was just a lot of fun. There was a lot of great stuff they got from him, but it never felt like they were trying to like talk down to his character. Like, the joke was more like the things that he's doing. They weren't like making a mockery out of this character necessarily. I thought it was more like, him just lovingly poking fun at some of the things that he does. So I thought that ended up working quite well here. The things that bring, so again, I think the humor here, it's pretty simplistic. There isn't a lot to this. It really is just him trying to like woo over the parents so he can propose to their daughter, and then his father and how he gets involved, and kind of seeing them try to get along and things like that. Like, we've definitely seen that premise before, and I think it works for the most part. What does bring it down though is that this movie is incredibly predictable. It's very cliche where it ends up going. There's not a single direction this took that I wasn't expecting it to take, and I don't think that was that was definitely something that did hurt the film a little bit for me. There are some things in this film that I just think are a little bit questionable. There is a side plot involving his fiance Ellie. There is a direction they take her character in, and just the way it ended off, I was like, I don't know if I like this. I don't really agree with what this movie is saying about this message in the film. Like, I understood kind of what they were going for, but I felt like with what we ended up getting, I don't think they did a very good job. And also this revelation we get with her character and something that's been going on, I just don't think it felt earned enough. I thought they needed to do a better job of kind of peppering it throughout the movie, so that way this reveal would really like hit us, but it just was not nearly as effective as I wanted to be. I also will say there were some moments that just did not really work for me in this film. There's this whole sequence involving him like hang gliding, and something ends up happening with the removal of clothes, and it goes on for far too long. Stuff like that I just didn't really find all that funny. There were some other jokes that just kind of did fall flat for me. There's also a character in this film played by Anders Holm, and at first I liked what they were trying to do with him. He is like the really snobby brother. He cares so much about himself and like businesses and things like that. There's a really funny moment where, everyone's like freaking out, and he's like, oh my God, Bitcoin just crashed. Like, I thought that was
so funny
moment from him. But aside from that, this character has almost nothing to do throughout the entire film. It doesn't really feel like we get a significant arc with him. So I just was really questioning, like, what is the real point of this character? They dive into the fact that like him and Sebastian Maniscalco, like those two are really like butting heads, but we don't dive enough into their rivalry to like really get any sense of that. So I don't think they did the greatest job with that in the film. Some of the characters here are just a little too one note for me, but I'd be lying if I said by the end I wasn't won over by this movie. I thought it was generally very charming. I thought it had some really funny moments. I couldn't point out a lot of things in the movie that were necessarily memorable, but I won't lie and say I did have a fun time watching this. So it is a better film than I did expect. It's nothing extraordinary. It's nothing you have to like rush out to see immediately. But I think if you want just a really fun, like lighthearted, simple film, you really could end up doing a lot worse than this one. So I honestly did enjoy it. It also, I think, tackles like Italian immigration
animation like really well. Like it dives into the history of it and things like that. And that's something else that I did overall appreciate. And it dives into like some of the stereotypes that are imposed upon them and kind of like how different, like I thought they did a good job with that. Again, I think that comes down to Sebastian Maniscalco having so much involvement with the writing. So yeah, overall, I did end up enjoying this a lot more than I expected to. So B- for About My Father. It's nothing extraordinary, but it honestly is a better movie than I was overall expecting.
Yeah, this one actually was really good and funny, honestly. It would definitely surprise me for sure. There were definitely some stupid jokes at points, but most of it I thought was pretty funny. The acting was great, especially like strong performances by Sebastian, Robert, Leslie, and Brett. They were all just fantastic. I wasn't really a fan of Anders' character because he was just kind of dumb and just didn't really have much of a development. He was just kind of like, didn't hate him, but he was just kind of there.
Yeah.
David Rash and Kim Cattrall's characters were funny at times, but I was just very iffy with them because like they were just very snobby and not exactly that good of people. But they were definitely funny at times.
That is the joke. It's more for me. It's more so like the direction they take their characters at the end. I was just like, you don't know about that.
Oh yeah. But yeah, this film was definitely very generic and simplistic, just kind of very typical, simple comedy. But it was actually quite enjoyable and fun. And it definitely had like a pure and a sweet heart to it for sure. And besides like a few issues, I actually really like this movie. So yeah, B- for me as well.
You Hurt My Feelings was definitely different from what I was expecting. But to be honest, I don't really know what I was expecting from this film. It's another one that like I really wanted to see like Sundance. I know I say this a lot, but I didn't get to see anything at Sundance this year. And this is one I really did want to see. But to be honest, this film is a lot more simplistic than you're expecting. But honestly, that's part of its charm. That's what works so well about this movie. It really is just these two characters who, you know, and I think we all do this within relationships. There are things that we kind of hold close to our chest where it's like, our significant other is doing something that we don't really like, but we want to like be nice to them and not really tell them the truth because we know it's important to them, and kind of like what happens when that is like completely exposed. And this film really kind of tackles that really well, but it doesn't do it in a demeaning way. This film is not trying to say like, oh, you suck for doing this. Oh, you're terrible for this. No, the film is really trying to lovingly talk about how like this is something we all do. We all have something that, you know, we've lied about before, because that's just part of being in a relationship. That's just part of, you know, being in, you know, whether it's a relationship to your spouse, a relationship to your boyfriend or girlfriend, whether it's a relationship to your son. This film is really trying to tackle that idea, and I think it does do it really well. I think what works so well about this movie is just the cast here is just so incredibly charming. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, I think, gives such a fun performance in this movie. She's always really great, but I think here this is definitely one of her best performances to date. I think she is a lot of fun in this film. Her and Tobias Menzies have such believable chemistry. You believe that these two are a couple. There is a great gag in the beginning involving these gifts that these two end up getting each other, and you can tell that they don't really like it, but they're trying so hard to like make it seem like they're appreciative of it. And I thought they had such great payoff to that later on. I loved what they ended up doing with that throughout the film. And I thought that, like I said, both characters were a lot of fun here. But then you also have her sister Sarah and her husband Mark. Mark is someone who, he's a struggling actor and he's not really sure if he really wants to do it anymore. And you can see that, you know, Sarah's kind of like encouraging him to do so. Sarah also has this like, you know, she has this invention of sorts that she's making, and you can tell that it's not something that people are really liking, and kind of like what's happening with that. And again, a lot of these stories feel very mundane, but that's really what this film is trying to be about. It's not trying to be anything that big, because the film is really trying to say this doesn't have to be a big deal. If we finally, you know, discover that, you know, our significant other's been lying to us about how they feel about our book, that's fine. We can calmly have a conversation with it. Let's move past it. Let's not let it try to get in the way of our relationship. And I thought that was just really wholesome, really uplifting. And this film does a really good job with that. And yes, I think there are going to be some people who aren't a fan of this movie. In fact, there were 3 women that were next to us who were not pleased when this movie ended. I literally heard them say, they're like, this could have been like on streaming. Like we could have seen any other movie. Like they were not happy without this one. They thought it was just
they probably just thought it was like really boring or something.
They from what I gather, they just didn't like that there wasn't much of a conflict to this. But I feel like that's really the charm of this movie. It's like it doesn't have to be a conflict. And I feel like there's enough going on here to where it is really entertaining. The film is absolutely hysterical throughout, and I think they do a really good job with that. There is this great recurring gag with the character of Don, played by Tobias Menzies, who is a therapist, and this couple that he is trying to help that is struggling, and just there is a moment with these two especially that just had me in absolute stitches. It might be the funniest moment of the entire movie. I love the direction they took those two characters in. I think my only real issue with this movie is I just wish it was maybe a little bit longer and we got to dive a little bit deeper into some of these characters. I thought the character of Sarah, I liked her in the movie. Michaela Watkins is very good, but I wish we got to dive a little bit deeper into her character as well as the character of Mark. Their son Elliot as well. I want to see a little bit more of him in the movie, but I think they do enough good work in this film to where I did really end up enjoying it. I thought there were a lot of really funny moments here. I thought Nicole Hofstadter's directing, it's really funny, but it also has this sense of this beating heart to it that you just really end up latching onto. So yeah, this film was definitely not what I expected at all, but it honestly was something that I just found to be so incredibly wholesome, very uplifting, and kind of just like the film that we really need right now. You don't need a film to win me over. You don't necessarily need a film to have this like crazy amount of conflict and all these like insane things that are happening. Sometimes all you need are just really likable characters, a really positive message, and just some really funny scenarios. And I think you have a winning combination, and that's exactly what this film is. So I really had a great time with this one. Before you hurt my feelings, like I said, it's not going to be a film for everyone, and I can understand why someone doesn't really like this movie. But for me, I thought this was exactly just the kind of like fun, uplifting, romantic dramedy that I really needed.
Yeah, this one was just really wholesome and light. There wasn't anything too crazy that happened because it's charming and very simplistic, which like the right kind of simplicity, because like this one didn't need to be too crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't too simple. Like there was enough going on to where I was never bored.
Yeah, it was definitely like there was stuff going on, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
And like the acting was really great, especially Julia Louis-Dreyfus. She was fantastic. I actually think they utilize each character very well, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Like, besides, like, I would definitely like. I wish they delved deeper into certain things. Like maybe it could have been a little longer in that sense, but with certain storylines. But I think the characters were utilized pretty well. But yeah, this film didn't need anything too drastic because it's just very sweet and cute, but also comedic because like it actually made me laugh quite a bit. So yeah, like it was just a wholesome and charming movie that was just very like it had conflict, but very, very light. And I really enjoyed it a lot. B for me.
Kandahar is honestly worse than I expected it to be. Going into this, look, you guys know I'm not huge on Gerard Butler. I do think he's a very likable actor, and I do think he does well in films like this. But I wish that these movies would just utilize him a bit better. And there's a film that I already reviewed, Plane, that I thought honestly utilized that very well. It wasn't a great movie by any sense, and I didn't really like that film all that much, but I thought that film got the most out of Gerard Butler. I thought they did enough with his character to where he really had a lot to do in that film. Here, I mean, this is about the bare minimum of what they really could have done with him in this movie. The character of Tom is just so incredibly dull in this film. His entire character is just, he is this undercover operative. He is working for the CIA. He's trying to like, expose like this whole like terrorist organization and things like that. And I just did not give a shit about him whatsoever. And I think he does an okay job in this movie. There just really isn't a lot that he gets to do here. And so I felt that his talents were honestly kind of wasted in this movie because he doesn't have a lot of moments to just be the like action star in this film and things like that. I just didn't think that his performance was really all that great here. If anything, I thought Naveed Negahban was the bigger standout in this film. I thought he gave a really strong performance here. I've always been a really big fan of his, and I thought that his performance actually worked really well in this film. Actor of Mo honestly did have a little bit more depth to him than I was expecting. Actually did feel somewhat connected to. There is a past that he's gone through of sorts that I did somewhat feel invested in. There's a good scene between these two, like around a campfire, where they're starting to open up to each other. And I thought these two did have pretty solid chemistry. And like I said, Negabon is a very talented actor, but I feel like it's more the performance. It's not really the character that I can credit. It's more so like just his performance gave a few more layers to this character, because really other than that, there isn't a lot going on to either of them. And I really couldn't tell you much about either of these characters other than they have families that they need to get back to. Oh my God, what a complex character. So many layers to them. Like there wasn't really much there at all to really latch onto in this film. Unfortunately, that's only like a little bit of this movie. The rest of it I found to be almost a complete bore. You're mostly watching these two on the run throughout most of this film. There's some other characters that we're introduced to that are honestly not that significant to this movie, and I really couldn't tell you much about them at all. There's like this reporter we follow for a little bit that doesn't really have a lot to do here. So yeah, I wasn't really a big fan of the majority of the characters in this film. The writing is just really kind of just whatever here, and I wasn't super invested in what was going on. I just found it to be really generic in that way, and it's honestly disappointing because I think Rick Roman Way has gotten a lot out of Gerard Butler as an actor before. I mean, Greenland, I thought was one of the better Gerard Butler movies we've gotten in a while. I really liked that movie. But here, it just felt like he was kind of on autopilot. I didn't feel like he had much of a style here. It just really felt like this was just another film that Gerard Butler did. They didn't know what to do with it, so they just kind of dumped it into the end of May, where no one's really going to care about it. There's also no reason this movie needs to be 2 hours long. It is a real slog to get through, especially I would say in the first two acts. I really had a hard time getting invested. As far as the action goes, it's fine. It's just very minimal. There aren't a lot of action scenes that I can point to and say that was really effective. That was really cool. So yeah, this is just an incredibly disposable film for me. It's the kind of movie that I just forget about almost instantly. I really don't have all that much to say about it. Gerard Butler is okay for what he has, but there really isn't that much for him to do. I thought, like I said, Ali Fazal and Naveed Negabon gave strong performances, but really other than that, I don't really have much to say about this film very much at all. So yeah, this was just an incredible bore for me that I really am not gonna, that I'm probably gonna forget about like the second we're done with this video. So C- for Kandahar, just the definition of just the kind of snooze fest action film that I just cannot get into whatsoever.
Yeah, I didn't have high expectations going into this movie at all, and I was proven to be right because it was just incredibly generic, very typical. It's just like one of the storylines you've seen like plenty of times. The acting was well done for sure. Like Gerard Butler and Naveed Negabon were actually pretty good. Like they did very well. Like they definitely had a strong performance. But like definitely Gerard Butler needs to like get some better movies again, because like this is just like super basic. It's just like it's just very whatever. I mean, the cinematography was creative, but it was also very common because it's similar to like other movies like this, so it just looked very simple. There were definitely a few scenes I liked, which had a lot of heart to it for sure. Overall, this film was just very overlong, very dull. I just think it didn't need to be as long as it was. Like, it really only need to be hour 30. This film wasn't bad, but it was just a complete snooze fest, in my opinion. And C for me.
So if you guys remember, there was a movie in 2020 that came out called Becky, and I never got a chance to actually review it, but I did watch it before this one, and it's a pretty good film. You know, it's kind of a typical home invasion movie, but it has like this twist on it where this girl is way more equipped in terms of like, you know, the action and in terms of the combat. I mean, she does not hold back in terms of the kills and things like that. And so it's a little bit more twisted in that way. Lulu Wilson gives a really strong performance. I think Kevin James is really good there too. and it's a much more serious film. So imagine my surprise when going into The Wrath of Becky, and this is much more of like an action comedy now. I mean, they have completely switched gears in terms of the genre, and honestly, I think it's for the best because this film is honestly so much fun to watch. And part of, I think, it works so well is, again, Lulu Wilson's performance is honestly even better than she was in the first movie. She has a lot more to deal with in this film. You can see how she is grappling over the loss of her family from the previous film and how that is still very much affecting her, but also how she's like trying her best to move on and like live a normal life, but then also just how determined she is at exposing people that are similar to the ones that completely destroyed her family. I think they do a really good job in diving deep into that. And I think her performance is really strong here. I think she absolutely anchors this film. And, you know, I've always been a big fan of hers, but I honestly think she's one of those actors that has gotten better and better as she's gone on in her career. I think this is honestly one of her best performances to date. I love what she ended up doing in this film. And she provides a lot more narration this time, which is some of where the comedy comes from. And I thought she was just really great here. But the other thing that really sticks out about this one to me that I think is much better than the first one are the villains in this movie. Now, yes, they suck. They are the definition of just evil, fucked up, like right-wing terrorists that are just have all these horrible ideals and neo-you-know-whats and things like that. And they are just completely just deplorable in what they're doing. But the film very much acknowledges that, and they do a much better job at really just showing how threatening these guys really are and just kind of like what their motivation is and what they're really all about. And again, though they are so incredibly despicable, I thought these characters were just a lot better written. Sean William Scott in particular was really well written in this movie. This is the type of guy that you do not want to cross whatsoever. You know, if you do anything even slightly to piss him off, I mean, you are absolutely going to regret it. And there's this great monologue with this character that I just found so engrossing, the way they ended up doing it. I thought he was just so great in the role, and I loved what he ended up doing in this movie. I thought he was just such a dastardly character, and I really liked what he ended up doing here. I thought all of the characters that we encounter here, whether it's there's this one character that you can see is a little bit more naive, the character of DJ, who is not nearly as intelligent as some of the others, and it caused him to make some really dumb decisions. You know, you have this other character in the movie who is a little bit more reluctant of joining. I thought all of them honestly were really interesting to watch, and they just did a really good job at showing how threatening they were, but again, also giving them a bit more depth than I think the ones in the original film. So that's something I think this movie did a much better job with. But also, let me just say, it is relentlessly funny. I mean, there were so many moments I was dying of laughter here. They do a really great job in terms of the comedy, but also in terms of the action. I mean, look, it really delivered in the first one. This one, I think it delivers even more. And it's because this one is a lot more sporadic in the way it goes about it. The other one, it's a lot more like throughout the movie. This one, you really have to wait until the third act to get to the really good action. And it really does end up paying off there. And I think they do a really good job. There's a nice little twist in the film where I was like, oh my God, I did not expect them to go in the direction that they did as well. So I was very impressed where they end up going there. I was very, I was very impressed with how all of that turned out into this film. So I thought they did a really good job with that. So there really is a lot to like about this movie. I mean, the whole group, like I said, of the noblemen, you absolutely hate these guys, and they do such a great job at portraying them as just the kind of people that you want to see like ripped to smithereens in the way that Becky's going to. And I think they do a really good job with that. So the only thing that's really holding this movie back for me, I think, is just the beginning of the film is very rushed. There is a character that Becky becomes really close to, and I was like, oh, this is actually really sweet. I like this character a lot. This character of Elena, there's a really there's a really effective scene with her in the beginning, and then something happens. I don't want to spoil what happens, but something happens with this character, and I just didn't feel like they did enough with her in the movie. I wanted to see more of their bond. I thought that she honestly provided a lot to this film, kind of diving into the hope that the movie's trying to give you with the character of Becky. I thought that, you know, there was a sense of heart with her character that just wasn't there in the first movie. And I feel like it was kind of stripped away once she wasn't in the film as much. And I kind of wanted a little bit more of her. So I thought they could have done a better job with that. And also, the film is only 83 minutes long. It is a very quick watch, but there just are a couple things I wish they dived a little bit deeper into, because it doesn't take very long to get to the real meat and potatoes of this film, where I feel like they could have taken a little bit more time to dive a little bit deeper into kind of like where Becky's at, where, you know, she's been after all this time. I thought they could have done a better job with that. But for what this is, I thought this was so much fun to watch. And I enjoyed the first one, but I think this one accomplishes it even better than what it's trying to. I think the comedy is very consistent. I think the action works very well. I think the characters are more well defined in this movie. They're more well developed here. Lulu Wilson is just so incredible and proves that she can absolutely carry a film. She does such a great job here. Sean William Scott, I think, is a really threatening presence that I thought really did end up paying off in the end. There are some really great twists and turns I wasn't expecting. A really strong screenplay, really good ending as well. And I feel like if they want to continue making these films, I'm all for it, because I think there is a lot of mileage you can get out of this moving forward. I really enjoyed this a lot. So yeah, B for The Wrath of Becky. The first one I probably give a B-, but this one I enjoyed even more so than that one. This is just easily one of the most, some of the most fun I've had watching any movie this year. Really wish this was getting a lot more recognition than it was, because it is a very fun time for sure.
Yeah, the only time I've watched the original one was actually with you, right before, like, yes, basically right before we saw this one.
Yes, we did.
Like the night before or something.
Mm-hmm. No,
but I actually
the night before.
What?
I said no. We watched Becky, not the night before. I was making a really bad joke.
No, it was funny. But I actually did like this movie way more than the first one as well. It was super funny, very highly comedic. Yeah. Lou Wilson was fantastic as the lead. Like, I think the whole cast did actually a great job. Like, I didn't think anyone was bad, but I definitely just wish we got to see and know a little more about a few of them for sure. Like, mainly all we know about the men are that they're idiots. They're literally just like Republican idiots.
Yeah. But I feel like that worked for this movie. Like, yes, the first one they were too, but here they just felt a lot more threatening to me.
They did, yeah. I also wish we got to see more of the relationship with Becky and Elena, because I think, like, I just wish Elena was in more, because I was really sad that we barely got much of her, because that was so sweet. Their relationship was so sweet. I just wish we got to see it, like, way more.
She was such a good character too, like very well written, I thought.
Yeah, like I really loved their dynamic, and I wanted to see more.
There's a really nice parallel with her too. Like, she's kind of in a similar spot, like, to Becky, and I just wish we got to see more of that.
Yeah. But the beginning was definitely kind of rushed in my opinion. But yeah, besides a few little things, I actually really enjoyed this movie a lot, and it was just very fun sequel, and B+ for me.
And the last movie, at least for this video that we're going to be talking about, is the movie Reality. I was very excited for this. I didn't really know much of anything aside from the fact that it was Sydney Sweeney and it was a HBO film, and it got like really good reviews. I believe at South by Southwest is where it premiered, and everybody was really talking about it. And it was a much different movie than I was expecting. I will say right off the bat, we talked about this with Sanctuary. This is very much a film where you can tell this is based off of a play. It just has that feel to it. It's a single location, the entire movie. It also feels like a film that was like very obviously shot during COVID, and they had like limitations the entire time. And that's not necessarily their fault. With that being said, I do think the fact that this film is literally directly off of a transcript, and it's like word for word exactly the same, does hold this movie back a bit, but there are definitely quite a few things that do elevate it. Sydney Sweeney is extraordinary here. She does such a good job at playing this character of Reality. You're with her basically throughout the entire film. You totally understand her motivation, but you also can see just the nervousness within her. She's trying so hard to keep it together. She's trying so hard to make it seem like she's unfazed by what's happening, but you can just see how much that is eating away at her, the nervousness, the worry of what could really happen. I think she just does such a great job at embodying Reality Winter. I didn't know too much about this story at all. But I really think she does an excellent job at playing this character. Just the level, you know, the layers that she brings to her, I think is just so well done. It's easily one of her best performances to date. I really love what she did here. But I got to say, Josh Hamilton, I don't think is getting enough credit here. He is so good in this film at playing this investigator that at first is like very calm, very reserved, but you can see he grows increasingly frustrated throughout the film. He grows increasingly, agitated at her. And he does such a great job at playing this agent that is just trying so hard to like kind of keep it together. But you can see how hard it is for him to do so. And then contrasting that, Marchant Davis, Agent Taylor, he is way more like reserved in his approach. And I thought both of them did a really good job in this movie. I thought all three performances were really strong here. The directing by Tina Satter, she does a really great job at just escalating tension throughout this film. It's one of those movies where literally from the beginning, like, you know, something's going to happen. You just don't know exactly where it's going to go. And Satter just does such a great job at like slowly escalating tension throughout the film. I like the way that she does that. It's a very brisk 82 minutes. Like, this is a very easy watch. I feel like it's very short, and I think, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be any long. The idea to set this all like within her house, not have like really any score throughout. There's occasionally a score here and there, but not really having much else going on. It makes this feel so incredibly raw and authentic.
It does.
It's one of the most, I think, suspenseful films because of that. This film, you're feeling this immense sense of tension. It feels like you're like right there alongside reality, like throughout this movie. And I think it's so much better because of it.
Yeah, it's like so much more like real and just so much more intense and suspenseful.
That being said, what holds the film back for me is the fact that, like I said, this literally is just based off of the exact transcripts that Reality, Winter was interrogated with. The character of Reality Winter, she was interrogated. The real Reality Winter was interrogated. This is the transcript. It's like beat for beat, exactly the same. And I understand that you want to try to be as, respectful to the story as possible. You really want people to know it. And there is definitely a lot you can get out of that transcript. For me, the issue is there is so much classified information within there that it just feels like we're missing something. Like, we don't really know the full extent of what these characters are talking about. We don't know the full extent of what really happened. And I feel like obviously you don't want to reveal that information because it's classified, but this is your chance to kind of like take some liberties, maybe make some stuff up. And I feel like they didn't do that. They could have done that and they just didn't. And I feel like that did end up holding the film back for me because, there's a certain point where you're like, why did we need to make this into a movie? Like, why exactly did this need to be a film? It feels like there is a more interesting version of this that they just didn't really think about, like maybe seeing her actually commit, the quote unquote crime that she did, see her exposing these classified documents, what leads her to doing so. I think that might have also worked. There are a couple instances of flashbacks in this movie, but they're very brief. And I honestly think the inclusion of them would have made this film that much more effective overall. Or what you could have done is have this interrogation be like the middle section of the movie, and then have like the beginning be like, leading up to the interrogation, and then have the ending be basically what ends up happening to her. Because the film kind of ends like right as something is happening, like right as we're getting into the third act, the film just kind of cuts off. So yeah, it's a little bit frustrating to watch at points, but it's still very riveting. It's still something you are invested in. The subject of what's going on, it's interesting enough to where you're never going to get bored. And I wasn't bored myself. I just wish there was a little bit more going on here, because at times it can just feel just a little bit aimless and you're having a hard time understanding like what the point of it really is. But for what it is, it's still super effective in what it's trying to do. The cinematography also really well done here. You feel that claustrophobia. You feel trapped inside that house the entire time. I think it's very well edited. The sound design is really cool. Oh, the only other thing I will say is there's this really interesting thing they do with the classified information where they literally like
distort the audio and like literally like cut the character out of the movie. It was a really interesting sort of camera trick they do where like the character just kind of like disintegrates and then they'll cut back as if they were still having a conversation. And I thought that was a neat little gimmick at first, but they keep doing it throughout the movie and it just started to get a little bit grating to me. Like if they did it 1 or 2 times, I would have been fine with that, but that just got a little bit bothersome. There are also times where like they're literally cutting back to the transcript, and to me it just felt like they were trying to show off. It's like, hey guys, look, we're literally copying this word for word. Look at the transcript. Oh my god, can you believe we're doing the exact same thing? It's like, yes, I get it. This is based off the exact transcript. You literally said that in the beginning of the movie. You don't have to keep cutting back to it. In fact, Ali can attest to this. I was literally reading the transcript as this movie was happening to see how
you were.
And literally it was almost exactly the same word for word. So that is impressive. It just felt like there was a little bit more they could have gotten out of this if they had kind of just done their own thing and not necessarily be so reliant on the transcript. But because there is, it does fall a little bit short. But for what it is, I think it's still very effective. It has a really interesting message and like what it's trying to accomplish. Reality Winner, I think, was honestly a hero for what she did, and the film definitely does dive into that. So yeah, overall, I thought this was a very effective film. It's not at all what I expected to be. You can see that I kind of have complicated feelings on it, but it doesn't change the fact that I did overall really end up enjoying it. I didn't know how I felt about it first, to be honest with you, but the more I think about it, the more it is a film that I do think I did overall end up enjoying. So B for Reality. I wish it took a few more chances than it really did, but for what it is, I think it's still mostly very effective, and a film I think definitely isn't going to leave you anytime soon.
Yeah, I was very like super excited to watch this film. Like I adore Sydney Sweeney; she's one of my favorites.
I was gonna say she's one of your girls.
Yes, yeah, she was fantastic as the lead. Like her emotion was just super authentic, and like this movie was just very incredibly intense and riveting, and it just like leaves you on the edge of your seat. And like the story and the acting were very raw and just like very real. Like you could just feel it. Obviously we don't know much about what happened because the information is classified. But this film was super intriguing, but it leaves us wanting to know more about the story. Because like I really wish like we knew more, but we obviously don't. But it didn't. I mean, I was fine with the movie only being like a little under an hour and a half. Like I thought it was perfect because like I actually like in that sense. But like obviously I just wish we knew more about the story and everything and knew more of what was happening. But that's just this case and everything and this interrogation. It's just you don't really know, but you want to know.
Yeah.
But it was
like,
incredibly
for certain things, like they talk about like Russian interference and things like that. I just wish they dived a little bit deeper into like what they're really trying to get at.
Yeah.
It's clearly about like the 2016 election and things like that. But again, I just wish they went a little deeper than they did.
Yeah. Like it was incredibly well done though, but it's literally just based off, it was legit just based off of the same transcript, which I'm like, oh my gosh. But I think it was still well done overall. It's just, it was just pretty crazy with that part. But yeah, like this one girl is most likely she's probably being interrogated by 2 Republicans.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Probably.
But like, yeah. But Sydney was like fantastic. This is definitely one of her best roles for sure. And like she's such a great and talented actress. And so this really like showed her more of her raw side. But yeah, besides wanting to know more about the story and everything, I still really enjoyed this film and definitely one of like just one I was really excited to see for sure and B for me.
Hey guys, it's Kevin in my review for Bottom. And I was very excited for this film for a couple reasons. I mean, one, just the premise here is kind of like the classic like high school teen comedy that I just don't think we get to see enough of nowadays. It very much feels like a throwback to that. But also the cast here. I mean, so many incredible people in this movie, which I will get into. But really the big draw for me was the fact that this was a reteaming of Emma Seligman and Rachel Sennett, who absolutely killed it in both of their respective debuts. I mean, it wasn't Rachel Sennett's debut, but like really her like big breakthrough role in that of Shiva Baby. Ever since seeing that film, I've been clamoring for Emma Seligman's next film, but I've also been such a huge fan of Rachel Sennett, and she's basically been killing it in everything since then. Even something like The Idol, which, I don't want to talk about that one. She was, like, far and above, I think, the best part of that show, and she has just been killing it in so many roles ever since, and Seligman has really only had Shiva Baby to kind of, like, showcase her talent, and I've really been waiting for her next film to come out, and, you know, ever since hearing about this film when it premiered at South by Southwest earlier this year, I was so excited to see how this was going to turn out. I heard people saying this was an even better film than Shiva Baby, and it honestly became one of my most anticipated of the entire summer. I was just really hyping up this film, hoping it was going to be something really great, and I will say, Bottoms is a very different film than I expected it to be, and certainly not anything like Seligman's previous film, but it's still a really, really fun comedy that I think has pretty much all the makings of a cult classic that I think a lot of people are really going to dig, and we're going to get into right now. So we're going to start off here, obviously, with the cast here, which is definitely one of the biggest draws when it comes to this movie. Aside from the fact that Emma Seligman was directing it, that was the other reason I was really excited for this film. You know, cast-wise, I think this cast is just absolutely fantastic. There's so many actors here that I'm such a huge fan of. But obviously, you know, we got to start off here with just the incredible combined efforts between Rachel Sennett and Ayo Edebiri. Both of them are just fantastic within this film. I didn't know that prior to this, these two have actually worked together on quite a few things. There was like a sketch they did for, I don't remember what show it was, but it was like a Comedy Central show of some sort, and they did like a sketch on there. So these two have been working together for quite a bit. They're also really good friends, and you really see that dynamic shine through here. I mean, without these two, I don't think this film works nearly as well as it really does. And Sennett, I mean, this is the kind of role that she just absolutely kills. The character of PJ is very cynical. She makes a lot of choices in this movie that are very unethical, for sure. And there's a lot of things about her that, you know, just make her this very self-righteous type of character, but Sennett just really nails it here. You see the kind of character that PJ is, the way she's able to kind of, you know, lure people, but also you are still kind of rooting for her because Sennett's able to make this character feel likable and feel somewhat authentic, and I think she just does such a great job with that here. I really enjoyed her presence throughout this film. She has so many funny lines. She seemed like she was having so much fun in this movie. Her energy just really shine through here, and it's the kind of role that Sennett has just really been killing. This girl who is just not a very good person, but isn't really aware that she is. I mean, she just does such a great job, and I think the biggest difference, you know, between PJ and say like Shiva Baby, for example, is that PJ is someone who is very much at the bottom of the totem pole. She isn't someone that has like a lot of people, you know, surrounding her and things like that, and I think Sennett just does a really great job at playing this role. But unexpectedly, Ayo Edebiri was actually like the heart and soul of this entire movie, and I've been a huge fan of her recently. Me and my girlfriend have been watching The Bear, and I have just pretty much fallen in love with her as an actress since then. I think she is just such a remarkable talent who really just kills it in everything that she's in, and that really is no different here. The character of Josie I really loved in this film. You know, she's someone who, yes, obviously she's trying to pursue this romance of sorts, but she starts to discover a lot more about herself, and there's this really great sort of journey that she goes through that I thought was just really well handled in this film. I really enjoyed her character here. She does have some really funny lines here, but she also gets some of the more emotional material, and I think that's what works so well between both of these actresses, just the back and forth between them. They both have very different personalities. They're both very, you know, they have similar stories, but you know, their mannerisms and things like that are very different, and I think they just bounce off of each other so well. The film generally would not be nearly as good if it wasn't for these two just being at the top of their game. They work so well together. They have some of the most believable chemistry I've seen in any film this year, and I just really loved both of them in this film so much, and I think both of them, it's just been amazing to see how much their careers, how much they've both been thriving, and this film very much just reminds you of that. You get to see just how dynamic of actresses both of them are. They're some of the best best young actresses working today, and this film very much does prove that. But as far as the rest cast goes, I mean, everyone else is just as great here. I don't think there's a single dud in this movie cast-wise. Ruby Cruz, I've never seen her before, maybe had the funniest lines of the entire movie for me as the character of Hazel. I really loved her in this film a lot. There is a recurring joke with her, with something that she is obsessed with that I really wasn't expecting them to do, but it really worked. And Cruz just, the thing that works so well about her is that she plays it straight pretty much the entire way through, and I thought she just killed it in this movie. Hazel is just such a crazy character, and Cruz just really killed it here. I thought she had some of the funniest lines in the entire movie. Havana Rose Liu, I've seen her in other stuff before, but I don't really feel like she's gotten to show like her true talents as an actress until this film. I mean, she really just shows the potential that she's had. She's shown in other films, but here I just really like what they did with the character of Isabel. They took her in a direction that I wasn't really expecting either. There's one scene especially involving a reaction she has to something, and it's probably one of the funniest scenes in the entire movie. I really loved her in this film. I thought she was just really great here. Kaya Gerber's also very good here. I really enjoyed her in this film. Miles Fowler, I thought, was a really big standout. But I gotta say, the two biggest standouts for me, besides the people that I've talked about, first of all, Nicholas Galestein. I have been kind of dunking on this guy in other films I've talked about, just because I just didn't find him to be all that great. If I'm being honest, I didn't find him to be a very dynamic presence. I didn't find him to be someone that was that had any like real charisma to him. He seemed very wooden and just bored with the material that he had. But here he gets to show how great of an actor he can be when he actually is working with decent material, and he kills it in this film. The character of Jeff is just the kind of like douchey and egotistical just this guy who athletic guy who's like constantly lauded by everyone in the school as like, this god of sorts, and he just kills it in this film. He does such a great job at making this character, kind of seem almost infantilized the way that he goes about it. It's so well handled here, but again, also showing how problematic this character really is. I think he just does a really great job of playing into all of that. He doesn't take it too seriously, and I think that's what works so well here, and I honestly want to see Galestein take on more roles like this. I think this is exactly where he thrives, playing these kind of characters that aren't nearly as serious, or aren't nearly as like sincere, or nearly as one note as what he's playing here. Jeff is honestly just such a fun character, and he really kills it here. But the other big standout for me, who I am so happy to see in this film, is Marshawn Lynch, who plays Mr. G. Listen, I've seen Lynch pop up in a lot of things that I would not have expected him to pop up in. Still thinking about his cameo in Westworld. That's still insane to me that he was in that show. And I've been watching him in Stars on Mars pretty much this entire summer, and he has just been such a fun character in that for me. But here, I mean, he really just showcases how much we've been kind of missing by him not being in more films. I mean, Lynch, for someone who is making like his big acting debut here, he kills it in this movie. He is just such an amazing presence here. The character of Mr. G, similar to a lot of the characters in this movie, is not a very likable guy. He's going through a divorce of his own. It's caused him to have like some very like misogynistic views of sorts, but it's all kind of played in this like over the top manner to the point where he doesn't even realize like the things that he's saying and things like that, and that's what makes it so incredibly funny. And he is just so great in this film. You latch onto his character every time he's on screen. The film just has such a he's easily one of the most dynamic presence in the entire film. I loved what he ended up bringing to this film. I thought that he was just such a huge standout for me here. The journey that his character kind of goes on, again, is not really one that I expected, but I really loved what he ended up doing here. I don't know if Lynch is going to continue acting in films, but this film almost kind of makes it a demand. Like, I feel like this is kind of essential for him. Like, I think has kind of found his calling here. Like, it's surprising to me that it's taken Marshawn Lynch this long to pursue acting, but he is such a natural and such an amazing find, and I'm so happy that he is taking on more roles like this, because I think he definitely has it in him to be such a incredible actor, and I can't wait to see more of where he goes down if he chooses to act again after this film, which I can't imagine he's not going to. I mean, I feel like everybody's been praising the guy after this movie, and it's definitely, you know, it's definitely for good reason, because he just absolutely kills it here. I love everything about his performance here. This entire ensemble is just so great. Everyone is just so into what they're doing. Nobody felt like they were half-assing it, and as for a film like this that is so heightened and ridiculous, it's very much required, you know, it's very much the type of performances where these people need to be giving it their all, and thankfully everybody is. I thought everyone just really killed it here. But now let's get to the directing and the writing here, which this is really where I think the film took a much different turn for me than I was expecting, which I gotta credit Emma Seligman here. I mean, just what a remarkable talent she really is, because I can say right now, if you go into this film expecting anything like Shiva Baby, you're gonna be disappointed, because this film is almost nothing like that at all. I mean, Shiva Baby was a film that, yes, had a lot of comedic elements to it, but it also had this sense of tension. It had this sense of, you know, it had this sense, it had this sense of anxiety that is nowhere to be found in this film. This film is honestly way more comedic than I was expecting. Like, yes, I knew I was going into a comedy, but this film, it's almost a satire with the way they go about it. I mean, this is just so incredibly ridiculous. Everything in this film is on a whole other level in terms of lunacy. It goes in so many, like, absurd directions, but I just really gotta commend Seligman for going to those places that she does in this movie. She really challenges herself as a director here, I feel like, with the stuff that she's tackling, because again, it's so distinctly different from her previous film, and I don't think I've seen a director this early into their career already make two films that are completely identical from each other. I mean, it has somewhat of a similar vibe to Shiva Baby, but that really is just with its comedy. Other than that, I mean, they're really nothing alike whatsoever, and I think that's something that I'm honestly very impressed by here. Yes, there are moments of heart, but for the most part, this is very much just a comedy, and it also really works. I mean, Seligman just really knows how to sell the humor here. I found myself laughing at this film very frequently. I think that the comedy here, it's definitely in a different ballpark than that of Shiva Baby. This film is much more offensive. I think it's going to offend a lot more people. It's much more quicker when it comes to its jokes. It's kind of non-stop in terms of the humor. There's even a few sight gags here that I thought worked really well. I was just very impressed by the way Seligman decided to helm this film. I think that she did a lot of things that were different here, and she really did challenge herself in a way that I wasn't expecting, and it really makes me feel like, I mean, I just can't wait to see what she turns into, like, just in a few films from now. Like, I'm, like, 2 films in, I'm so impressed by her, and it just kind of has me thinking, like, where is she gonna be in, like, I don't know, 2 to 3 years from now? Like, that's something I'm really excited to see. I cannot wait to continue seeing her journey as a director, because there's already so much that she does so well. There's so many things here that I think you can already tell are distinctly her own ideas, and I think she just does that so well in this movie. There's still, and even though this film is a satire, there is a sense of rawness to it that is still somewhat borrowed from Shiva Baby, but other than that, like I said, I mean, this film is just completely different from that, and that's what honestly is so impressive about it. So I was just really loving her directing here. I think it, aside from the cast, is like easily the strongest aspect of this entire film. Let's get to the writing here, because the film ends up being a lot more simplistic than I kind of expected it to be, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The movie really is just these 2 girls who want to hook up with cheerleaders, and they're doing everything they possibly can to do so, and all the various shenanigans that they get themselves involved in, but they handle it very well in this movie. There is a lot of focus on these characters and them concocting this lie of sorts, and it was so convincing that it I honestly forgot that it was a lie, and it's because of the way that these two are able to convince everyone, what they've really gone through. There is this accident of sorts that happens in the beginning of the movie that I'm not going to get into too much, because I think they've actually done a good job of kind of hinting in the trailer like what actually is going to happen in regards to that. But there's an accident of sorts that goes down, and the way they decide to cover that up is so fun to watch, and you honestly kind of forget that this is a lie that they're telling, because again, these two are so like convincing in that way. And I think this is what makes these two characters so well written. You see how manipulative these two really are, but you also see, what they're really trying to do here. I mean, they've always kind of been the two people who are constantly bullied in school. Everyone's always making fun of them. Even the staff in this movie is making fun of them, which that alone should tell you just how ridiculous this movie is. Don't go into this movie for realism. That's all I will say. I'll get more into that in a little bit, but definitely this is not a film in terms of realism in any way, shape, or form. But I think the way that they end up going about the whole scheme and things like that was really well handled in this movie. But what really impressed me, I gotta say, I think, is the creativity that's given to this film. I was not expecting for this film to be this satire of high school. I mean, just the different things they decide to do here. The staff in this film, they don't treat the students like you would typically see. They're always like praising the athletes, and everything they do, they're always taking their side. And then anyone who tries to oppose them, they just think of them as like the worst. They're like the scum of the school, basically. They are insulting them along with everybody else that's there. And the movie does a really great job of kind of, yes, I think giving social commentary on like patriarchy and things like that, but kind of taking it to like a completely just like insane degree that you wouldn't expect. And I think it honestly does work really well in this movie. There's a lot of other things that escalate throughout this film. Like there's this conflict of sorts involving this rival team, and the way that they end up kind of getting their, like kind of staking their claim on the football team here is just so well handled in this movie. It's such a creative and insane and ridiculous idea, but it really does end up paying off. The other thing I was not expecting is this movie is violent. Like, holy shit, this movie really goes for it in terms of its violence. I mean, if you want a movie that just shows how, unpleasant of an experience a Fight Club can be, this film really holds nothing back in that regard, especially in the third act of this movie. It goes into some really gnarly places in terms of the violence here that I don't think anybody will really be expecting, and I thought that worked really well in this film. So I really just appreciate a lot of the creativity that they put into this, but also getting to see these characters and the various situations that they get themselves involved in, and also how this all ends up going down. There is a good message in this film, I think, about, coming together and like putting aside differences and things like that. But again, a lot of it is just not meant to be taken all that seriously. I mean, the characters you have in this movie are just so incredibly ridiculous. There's this one girl in the movie who just keeps like screaming things at the top of her lungs, always praising these girls, and, just pretty much just kind of using like all these different buzzwords and things like that. And that's her entire character. And it just kind of works. Like, that's all she really is, and it just kind of works in this movie. And then you have like the two football players in this film who are so idolized by the school. They're almost always in football gear. They always have shoulder pads on. Just little details like that I think is just so clever in this movie. And then there's Marshawn Lynch's character, who, the other movie, this character does not work. I mean, he is completely misogynistic. He has gone through this divorce of sorts, and he's this teacher, and he's teaching like gender studies, but he's doing it in a way that is very problematic. But the film never tries to side with him, and it almost kind of makes it seem like he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He doesn't realize the severity of what he's saying, and there's kind of this likability to him because of that. And I think it really is due to how well that character was written. I think in any other movie that character could not work. I think in a lesser film this character would just be like very unlikable and like, why do I want to follow this guy? But again, I think not just because of Lynch's charisma as an actor, but also due to the writing of this character. I think it all really does end up working. So, and even though there is like, the film does not really take itself seriously, there's still a lot of social commentary here about like, you know, gender norms and about fluidity, and there's a lot it has to say about like the patriarchy and things like that, and all of those themes are very well explored in this film, and I think they do a really good job with that. And like I said, these characters are so incredibly heightened to the just 11th, 12th, 13th degree, honestly, in a way that you really weren't expecting. And I think it just really works when it comes to, you know, the satire in this film. There's no such thing as a half measure in this movie. There's no such thing as, normalcy in this movie. This movie is just on a whole other level, and I think that's what makes it work as well as it does. Some of the other characters, they all just have such weird quirks to them that I didn't really know if it was going to fully work for me, but where they end up taking them, I thought worked really well. Like I said, the character of Hazel especially has this really funny recurring gag with something that she wants to do to the school that I'm not going to get into too much, but there was one joke especially that they ended up doing like right after, and it was honestly something that for some people might go a bit too far. There are quite a few jokes in this movie that might go a bit too far, but I think if you have the right mindset, and I think if, you know, you're willing to watch a film that has really dark humor that is trying to be offensive in that way, I think this film is going to work for you in that way. And that's something I do applaud this film. I think there's a lot of comedies these days that just kind of feel very sanitized and they're not really willing to take chances. And this movie absolutely does. There's so many things here where I was like, how did they get away with that? And yet they did. And I think that's what makes this so impressive. So I was very impressed by the writing in this film. There's so many creative ideas within this film. The cinematography also is very good here. The way this filmed, yes, it can sometimes look like a typical like teen comedy, but it's far more dynamic in terms of its style. It has much more personality to it than I think any other comedy that you'll see this year. There is a very specific look and feel to everything, and I think that works really well, but also just the different angles, especially when we're in the Fight Club, the way that they kind of put you in that environment, I think is really well done in this film. Like I said, they really hold nothing back in terms of the violence here, and I just thought the cinematography was really great here. It's not quite as impressive as it was in Shiva Baby. I think that film had a much different look stylistically, and I think that's the one that sticks out more for me, but I still think that the cinematography here, it still works really well in this film. The score also by Charlie XCX is so good here. It's the perfect kind of, it's the perfect kind of score for this movie, and I thought she honestly did do a really good job. There's some needle drops in here, one especially that I was generally taken aback by. I was like, holy shit, I was so surprised they ended up playing this specific song that they did, because I have not heard this song in a movie in so long, and I'm not going to give it away, but when it came up, I was kind of like, I was in awe. I really was. I could not believe they played this song in the movie, but it honestly worked really well with the scene in question. So I thought overall the score and the soundtrack just worked really well here. Then we get to the editing in this movie, and the big thing about this movie is that it's only about 20 minutes longer than that of Shiva Baby, which is generally surprising. I would have thought that this film would have been a little bit longer than it is, but it only clocks in at 88 minutes, and this is really where we get to my only real flaw with the film. The thing that keeps it from being just incredible, because there's so much about this movie that I love. There's so many great details. There's so much great social commentary here. The satire, it's just so biting in the way it goes about it. The actors are just, the performances are just so incredible to watch here. The cinematography, I mean, there's so much to love about this one. but the editing is really what weighs it down for me. I just think this movie is a little bit too short, and I've noticed that's kind of an unpopular opinion. I've seen a lot of people say that they think this movie is very well paced, and I don't really agree. I think that there are quite a few things in this movie that do feel kind of rushed. There are things that happen, and I expected for them to be developed a bit more, and then they just kind of don't go anywhere. And I was very surprised about that. I was like, oh, okay, that's all we're gonna get of this thing. I thought we were gonna do more with that. And then there were things that started to happen later on that just didn't feel quite as earned to me, and I feel like just needed a bit more development, and that's really the thing that holds this film back. So I just think the editing, it's still very well paced in terms of, like, you know, there's no scenes that drag on or anything like that, but I think it just feels a little bit too quick. There are some things I wanted to see, you know, kind of just, I just kind of wanted to see things like kind of play out a little bit quicker, like kind of just see some scenes breathe and things like that. And it just, I feel like they could have done a better job in terms of the editing. But the other thing that weighs it down for me is, even though I enjoy all of these characters, I can't really say they are all that well developed, because honestly, there isn't a ton that most of them are going through. There are things introduced about these characters, but they just don't really get that, like, satisfying end that I really would have wanted. I didn't feel as, like, connected to them on an emotional level that I was really hoping for. And they don't necessarily need to be emotional, but there just needs to be something more to latch onto. Particularly, surprisingly, the character of PJ, there just isn't really a lot to her. She is just this very, like, she's this very, like, hypocritical character, and she makes a lot of wrong decisions, and, you know, she's, like, lying through her teeth, and there's a lot of people she's manipulating throughout the movie, and there is sort of an arc there, but I just wish there was kind of a little bit more with her. We dive a little bit into, like, her parental background and things like that, but we don't really get to dive deep enough, and I just felt like there was a bit of a disconnect there. And there's a really good scene in this movie where, like, PJ and Josie are trying to get to know, the people that they're in this class with a little bit more, and, you know, that they're in the club with. They're trying to get to know the women a little bit more, and there is this scene where they start to reveal more about their past, but it just feels a bit too short. I would have liked to dive deeper into some of their traumas, maybe get to see them sort of work through it. I think that would have made for an even more satisfying experience, because honestly, there's a lot of characters here I just felt I didn't really get to connect as much with, and I think that's the one thing that brought this movie down for me. So while I still enjoyed all the characters that we're following, I just felt that if they would have taken a bit more time to develop them, I think the movie could have been even better than it really was. And that was just the one thing that held this movie back for me overall. The character of Hazel, also, there is a revelation that ends up happening with her that I was like, oh my god, like, I couldn't believe they did this specific plot point, and then they don't really do a lot with it after that. There's no real resolution there. We never really come back around to it. The character that it involves is barely in the movie, and I just felt like if you're going to do that, there probably should be a little bit more of a conversation there. There probably should be a little bit more, you know, there probably should be a little bit more going on with that specific plot point. They just didn't do all that much with it, and so it just left me kind of underwhelmed, and I also feel like you didn't necessarily need them to do that. Like, Hazel already has this really fun sort of quirk to her, and there's a direction they take her in that I thought worked really well. You kind of don't need this specific thing to happen with her for her to figure out. You could kind of just cut that from the movie altogether, and I honestly think the movie would be just as good. So I get what they were trying to do, but it just felt like this was another thing they wanted to kind of tack on that they just didn't really end up doing all that much with, and it just left me feeling kind of underwhelmed over. That being said, the ending to this movie is insane. Like, generally, even though the film was already so incredibly just, like, bonkers in terms of its approach, I was not prepared for just how hilarious this ending was going to be. They take it in such a insanely, generally, like, violent and just, you know, very just, graphic manner that I wasn't expecting, and it's generally very brutal the way it plays out, and I just really, again, applaud them for going to the places that they did in this movie, because I would have never expected it to turn out the way that it does. But my god, the film was just so much better better because of it. Like, I think even if the film isn't really working for you, the third act is generally gonna be like one of the most satisfying endings you've seen all year, because I just was so glued and riveted by what they were doing, but also just laughing so hysterically at what they were doing as well. I thought it was just so incredibly well handled, and I really love the way they wrapped this up. And I think that's generally like the only time this movie feels somewhat similar to Shiva Baby, but it's so incredibly like just absurd with what they're doing and the way they handle it. It's the situation itself is so ridiculous that it's not nearly as like anxiety ridden. It's more just a feeling of just, holy shit, I can't believe they're doing this. Like, it's so incredibly it's so incredibly just insane what they're doing, but it's also just so hysterical to watch the way it all ends up playing out. And I think the ending, you know, again, even if the film isn't quite working for you, I think the ending is just really going to surprise you with the way it wraps up. So overall, there's just a lot to really love about this one. It's got such a talented cast behind it, all of which just commits so well to the lunacy of these characters and all the different things that they embody. I think they do such a great job with that. But Emma Seligman just really, again, just impresses here as the kind of director that is willing to take so many more chances in this movie, goes in so many different directions than her previous film, and just really makes me excited to see what she's going to do in the future. Such an incredible look and feel to it, but also has such biting satire that I really wasn't expecting it to be. This film was so much more outrageous and insane than I would have expected, but it's honestly so much better because of it. And while the film is very much lacking, I think, in a few areas, especially in terms of the writing of its characters and a bit too quick for my liking in terms of pacing, it more than makes up for it in just how incredibly creative and well handled it is, and also just how frequently funny this film is. This is just such an incredible time. There is very few comedies out there that I think you're going to find that are very much like this. This film is really just on a whole different level and really just delivered in the way that I was hoping for. And while it's not quite as good as Seligman's previous film, I still really just had such a great time with this one. So overall, I am going to give Bottom a B+. Hey guys, it's Kevin in my review for The Nun 2. So, The Nun 2, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really looking forward to this very much at all. To be honest with you, I'm honestly surprised that, like, this film ended up even happening, because I didn't really feel like The Nun, there was anyone that watched The Nun and had any real sort of, like, reverence or attachment to it. I feel like most people watched that movie and just found it to be just a very disappointing and very generic spin-off to a franchise that is much better than that. So, I just didn't really feel like this film was like really ever gonna see the light of day, but it made money, so, you know, they made a sequel. And going into it, I really was just hoping that they would find a way to make this better than the first one. The first one was such a huge disappointment to me. It wasn't just generic, it was also so incredibly dull and didn't really leave me with much of anything. It also just wasn't really that great of a story for the eponymous nun. I didn't really feel like they did enough with the character, with the entity overall, and the history behind everything. It just didn't really do all that much for me, and I didn't really know what else you really could have done with this story. But then starting to see, you know, some things were involved. Storm Reed being involved definitely high my excitement, but really I think the thing that made me a little bit more hopeful was the inclusion of Akilah Cooper, who has been the writer of some of the craziest horror films of the past few years, Malignant and Megan, respectfully. I was very excited to see, you know, what she was going to bring to the table, hoping that this could be something a little bit better. The marketing didn't really do a ton for me. It kind of just looked like more of the same, but I was hoping going into this that it would turn out to be something just a little bit more surprising. It would kind of get me more on board with what this did. And I will say, this film is better than the first one. There definitely is a little bit more to like about this film overall, but it's not necessarily that great of a film either. The Nun 2 is a perfectly adequate and very average sequel. It definitely improves on quite a few things of the first one, but still doesn't do enough to really like justify its existence overall. But we are going to get into it, starting off with the cast here. And, the first film, that was something that definitely was a standout for me. I thought everyone, for the most part, the main players, I thought did a good job. Some of the supporting actors were a little bit shaky for me, and I wasn't a big fan of them. But I will say the performances themselves, there wasn't like a lot to really marvel about. This film, I think, gives a little bit more for some of these actors to do, particularly Taissa Farmiga. I mean, I liked her in the first movie, but I felt like Sister Irene, she very much felt like a supporting player to a much less interesting main character. Here, she does get to take center stage, and she's a much better, I think she is a much better lead here than, say, the character of Father Burke, who I just didn't really feel myself latching onto in any way. Irene has gone through a lot since the events of the first movie. The events of The Nun are constantly haunting her, but she's also trying to kind of settle down and, serve her own sort of convent in Italy and kind of like move on from the events of the previous movie. And there's just more for her to deal with here. We dive a little bit deeper into her past and things like that. And Farmiga does do a really great job here. I think that she kind of is the emotional anchor of this film. I think she gives a really strong performance here. And overall, I think she does more than enough to really get you on board with this character. I think if you didn't like Sister Irene before, in the first movie, I think you'll like her more here. There's a little bit more they do with her, and overall I thought Farmiga just had a little bit more to work with in this movie, and I was impressed by her. Jonas Blaquette, as you remember, was the standout for me of the first movie. I thought Frenchie was just such a fun character. He just had so many memorable moments here for me. And here, he's a little bit different this time around. He's now settled down into this this school of sorts that he is kind of working at, this boarding school of sorts that he has kind of cultivated, and this all these different bonds that he's formed. And so there's a little bit more for him going on this time around, and I think his performance does work here for the most part. It's a little bit more down to earth and stripped back, and it's not nearly as dynamic as the first movie. I thought his performance stood out more in that one, but I thought Blaquette still had a lot to do here. Frenchie, Maurice, whatever you want to call him, he does play a pretty significant role in this film, and I think overall he did do a good job for the most part, so I did enjoy his inclusion in the movie overall. But I gotta say, Caitlin Rose Downey really shines here. She might be the standout of this entire movie as the character of Sophie. She is this little girl that Maurice forms this bond with, and she is great here. I really enjoyed her a lot in this movie. There is a story, there is a subplot of hers that I felt myself, there is a side story for her that I felt myself really attached to, and I thought overall, it's just the kind of breakthrough performance that you kind of look for in a horror movie like this, and I don't know what else she's going to do in the future, but I definitely feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more of her. I really enjoyed her inclusion in this movie. I thought she was a really big standout here for the most part. Everyone else does do a really good job. Storm Reed does what she can here. She does have some memorable moments. I will get into her character in a little bit, but I still really did enjoy her inclusion in this movie. She very much is just Irene's sidekick in this film, and I did enjoy what she had to do here. Anna Popplewell, haven't seen her in something like a very long time, and I thought that she was a pretty, had some really good moments as this character of Kate, who's sort of this love interest of sorts to Maurice. I really enjoyed what she did here. And then Bonnie Aarons as the nun, I've always thought did a really good job, and she honestly has more to do in this movie as this character. The nun just plays a much bigger role in this film, and I thought overall Aarons just really did end up delivering. Honestly, in general, I thought all the cast was really good here. I didn't honestly think there was a weak link in the bunch this time around. That is something that I can't really say when it comes to the first movie. But now let's get to the directing and the writing here, which that is one of the things I will immediately say is a huge improvement over the previous film. Michael Chavez is a director that I feel like as he's gone on has honestly gotten better with each film. I wasn't a huge fan of his directing in The Curse of La Llorona, but I thought he started to improve it more in Conjuring the Devil Made Me Do It. He started to exhibit a bit more of a style, and that really does carry over to this film. What I like about his directing is, one, it just feels a lot more confident than the first movie. The first movie really feels like it just could be directed by anybody. That's not to say that Corin Hardy is a bad director. It's just his style just wasn't really working for that film. There wasn't really much that stood out here. I feel like there was a lot more that stood out. You definitely do feel the passion that Chavez had in this film. It feels like he put a lot more effort into here, and he does a good job of making this feel a little bit different from the first movie. The film is taking more of this mystery approach, and I think it honestly does work really well. The movie is just as much this sort of like mystery thriller as it is this suspenseful horror film, and I think it actually combines those two tones very well together, and I really did like what he did. There's also a sense of heart to this movie that just wasn't really there in the first one. They attempted it for sure, but it just felt a little bit more forced here. It just felt like it felt a little bit more genuine this time around. It felt like it fit the tone a little bit more for what they were going for. So I thought overall Chavez did a better job in terms of the directing here. The writing is where we get to the more mixed aspects with this movie for me, because I do think there are some things that this film does improve upon. When it comes to the character of Sister Irene, I mean, immediately I think the movie does a much better job with her. The first movie, she really is just this, she's in a convent and she's a nun, and that really is all there is to her. There isn't a lot I can tell you about her. This film tries to dive a little bit deeper into her upbringing and her mother, and sort of her mourning the loss of her mother and the way that connects her to the nun. And while it definitely isn't anything that great, there's a little bit more to latch onto with her, but also the way that she is constantly reminded of the past as much as she's trying to repress it and just enjoy her life, and the way that kind of keeps rearing its head. She does a really good job. They do a really good job at establishing her character and taking her in a much more interesting direction here. And I did think that for the most part, her character was a little bit more interesting this time around. If they were to do a Nun 3, which I don't know if they're going to, this movie seems to be performing well, but it's also like there's not much out right now. So like, I guess maybe they'll do a Nun 3 at some point, but if they were to, I do think Irene is honestly a much better character this time around. I think they do give her just a little bit more there's a little bit more meat for her to chew when it comes to her character, and because that her character is just a little bit more interesting to follow this time around. Who I felt was honestly not as interesting for me was actually Frenchie, or Maurice, who the first movie, he was almost this like badass hero who was just always ready to take on the nun. He never really, he always just seemed ready for what he was prepared to do, but also like hadn't really faced anything like this before, so there was this humanity to him that you just really enjoyed. And here he just feels a little bit more stripped back. This is a character who now he knows what he's faced, and because of that, he's now teaching in this school, and he is trying to help the character of Sophie and her kind of overcome some of what she's dealing with within this boarding school. And there are some nice moments there, but overall, I felt this character was honestly kind of neutered from the first movie. I wanted a little bit more when it came to him, and I just felt like, well, yes, he has a little bit, like he has more to do in terms of a story this time around. There isn't much going on with him as a character. He plays a very vital role in the movie because of his connection to the nun. And, in the third act, there's a lot more for him to do. And it's not that I didn't enjoy his character this time around, it's just a lot of the humor and the fun of that character, and really just the novelty, has kind of been stripped away here. It feels much more like he's just like this really nice guy who works in a boarding school and everyone seems to really love him, but he's also connected to this nun who's like haunting him, and just the direction they went with him, I just didn't find to be nearly as interesting as the Frenchie we got in the first movie. The Frenchie we got in the first movie, like, was the standout for me. Here, I still enjoyed him, but I just felt a lot of what made that character so great has kind of just been erased, and instead we just have this much more, like, just generic nice guy, and I just wasn't quite as into it. But I just felt overall Maurice as a character just felt a little bit lackluster to me. I actually found myself gravitating a lot more towards the character of Sophie, who I thought worked really well in this movie. She is someone who is bullied a lot by her classmates, and because of that, she's kind of like closed herself off from the rest of the school. She's frequently hiding herself in this closet and things like that, and her and Maurice actually formed this very genuine bond, and I thought that was honestly one of the best parts of the entire movie. I thought their overall connection just worked really well here. You understand that Maurice is someone who knows exactly what she's facing, but she also is constantly having memories, of the nun and her connection, and I thought it worked really well here. I liked her character a lot in this movie, and I thought she was honestly like one of the big standouts for me here. So I thought from her perspective, her character actually did work really well. In terms of the rest of the movie, though, it's really not that great from a character perspective. I mean, the other characters they have here, Storm Reed, I was really excited to see in this movie. There just isn't really a lot to her. There's a little bit in the beginning with the character of Sister Deborah where we get a little bit of exposition in terms of her family and the way that they were racially, segregated, and the sort of discrimination that they had to go through. But it's all done very quickly and we never really come back to it. And after that, I mean, she basically is just a bona fide sidekick in this movie. There isn't really a lot going on with her. She does have one pretty memorable moment in terms of a horror sequence, but it really is just due to the the craziness of what she's going through and Reed's reaction to it. There isn't a lot going on with her character. There's sort of this arc for her about her like trying to like find her faith and things like that, but it just feels very underdeveloped to the point where I honestly kind of forgot about it. Like she mentions it like at a certain point in the movie and I was like, oh yeah, that's something I guess that we were supposed to follow, but most of the film it feels like she's just kind of taking a back seat to Sister Irene. And I was pretty disappointed with what they decided to do with her because I feel like you have Storm Reed, who is such a huge, who is such a huge star right now after Missing and her role in The Last of Us and, Euphoria and things like that. And they basically just relegated her to just be this sidekick in the movie. And I was just very disappointed by that. I thought there was a lot more they could have done with her. The same goes for Anna Popplewell, who really is just Maurice's love interest. Like there isn't really a lot more for her to do in this movie. Yes, they have some fun scenes together, but I wasn't particularly invested in what they were doing with her, so that didn't really work for me. And then the rest of the movie, the plot itself, it just doesn't really quite work, mainly because the film tries to, like I said, be this mystery of sorts, and while I do appreciate the fact this film is taking this other angle, it doesn't really work because we already know like who's behind everything, and the movie doesn't try to portray it in such a way to where we know what happened. The movie tries to make it a legitimate mystery, but we know literally from the beginning like what is going on. Yes, the first scene of this film is very effective in terms of what happens, and I was kind of interested in where they were going, but we know what The Nun is all about. We know what The Nun can do. We've seen the first movie. We've seen The Conjuring 2. There's nothing to really hide at this point. And so them taking this mystery angle, I think would have worked a lot better if this was the first time we were seeing this character. But because of the fact that we've seen The Nun before and we know what she's capable of, it just doesn't really work. So it just didn't feel quite as interesting as it really could have been. It takes a long time actually for these two side plots to come together. For a while, we have Sister Irene and Sister Deborah kind of learning the events of what happened with this priest, and them kind of putting the pieces together of, who was behind it all. And then we have Maurice and him in this, Sophie, and they're in this boarding school and all the various happenings that are going down there. And while both of those stories definitely do have moments, they're just not interesting enough for them to take as much time as they really do. So I just didn't find myself fully invested in what was going on, and I didn't find the story to be just all that compelling. And I think it's just because it just feels a bit lackluster. Like, yes, there's more given to these characters, but the story itself is really not all that complex, and the movie tries to act like it is much bigger than it is, and it just didn't quite work for me. So I just found the screenplay to be really not as interesting as I was hoping for. And that's really my biggest issue when it comes to this film. I just think that, again, from a writing perspective, there just isn't really a lot they're doing that is fresh or different when it comes to this character. And I think that's what's really bringing both of these films down for me. I will say, in terms of cinematography, I think this was a significant improvement. I think there's a lot more they do here in terms of cinematography. There are a lot more scenes that stand out, and I think they do a really good job with that. But I would honestly credit Akilah Cooper for that in this movie, because the third act of this film goes all out in terms of craziness, and she's known for always having these like incredibly bonkers like third acts, and this film is no different. I mean, where we end up going is pretty insane. The different, directions they take, the different entities we encounter. I mean, there are lots of insane moments in this movie, and that's what really sticks out when it comes to cinematography. There is one scene especially involving blood that I thought was really well handled in terms of cinematography, and in terms of the scares, there are a few more memorable set pieces in this movie that did get to me. There's a scene in the trailer they've shown involving these magazines, and while I found it to be kind of lackluster in the trailer, in the actual film, seeing it play out, honestly was one of the most effective set pieces in the entire film. I love the way they handled that sequence. I thought it worked really well here. There's a bit more of a foreboding presence to the nun in this movie. You know exactly what the nun is capable of, and you're waiting for the nun to kind of strike. And when she does, it feels a little bit more effective here. I felt more, gripped by what was happening. I wouldn't say by any means it was terrifying to watch or anything, but I did feel a little bit more unnerved by what was happening. There wasn't, there were a few more scenes in here that did definitely get under my skin a little bit, and I will definitely give them that credit. So I think in terms of cinematography and also scares, this film does deliver on that front, and I think they did a pretty good job with that. Even though, yes, there are some generally very effective scares in this movie, there's still a lot of jump scares here that just were so obvious to me and didn't work whatsoever. The tropes of the first movie are still very much here, so again, they feel a bit more refined this time around for sure, and there's definitely fewer scares that didn't work for me, but there are still quite a few that still just kind of fell flat overall and didn't really do all that much for me in the grand scheme of things. Like I said, the screenplay, really the main thing I was looking for here was Akilah Cooper. I was excited to see what she was going to do. I feel like she was brought on for the third act of this movie and nothing else, because the third act of this film feels like an entirely different movie with how just insane it gets. I mean, the third act of this movie is absolutely relentless in terms of in terms of events, in terms of scares, in terms of what they end up throwing at you. I mean, it's pretty much non-stop action in the third act of this movie, and I think a lot of that was due to Cooper coming in. I feel like most of this film was written by Ian Goldberg and Richard Nang, and then Cooper was brought in at the last second, or at least it kind of feels that way, because the film prior to that is very slow paced in terms of how it ends up. It's very slow paced in terms of events. It's very slow paced in terms of the story. The third act is constant and really just kind of never stops. And I think they did a really good job when it came to that. I just kind of wish the whole movie was like that. Like the urgency and the relentlessness of that third act, I wish was applicable to the entire movie, because I really did enjoy the last 30 to 40 minutes of this movie quite a bit. It just sucks that most of the film was not like that. There is this one creature especially that they show in the third act of the movie, and holy shit, I mean, I was it's so surprised by what they end up doing. The third act is much more campy than the first two. So if you really like very over the top and campy stuff in horror films, the third act is really going to deliver in that way. And I found it to be honestly very entertaining. It just sucks that the two acts preceding it, I just wasn't as invested in, mainly because I just didn't find a lot of these characters to be all that interesting for the most. The score as well by Marco Beltrami I thought was okay here. What didn't really stick out all that much to me, and the editing, similar to the first film, I just thought this was way too long. The first two acts really did drag for me. There were definitely points where I was checking out of the film, but like I said, that third act, it really does end up delivering. It's a little bit longer than the first movie, and I don't really think it needed to be. I think it honestly could have just been the length of the first one, because yes, there is a little bit more going on here, but a lot of it, like I said, it's just very slow pace, and they're not particularly characters that I'm super invested in. So I just think they could have, I think that they should have added a bit more here if the film was going to be a little bit longer, and they just really didn't. And even though as much as I did enjoy the third act, I honestly felt like it did start to drag a little bit. There's a point where you think it's going to end, and there's a choice that was made, and I was kind of okay with this choice. I was like, oh my god, that's actually really effective. I wasn't expecting the movie to go in this direction, but I feel like that's actually a really good note for them to end on. And then something else happened, and they went in a completely different direction, and then basically the climax started up again, and I was like, okay, but I thought we were kind of past this. So it just kind of drags on after a bit. And so even though I think it kind of is the high point of the movie, it also just feels a little bit too, it just feels a little bit too eventful in that way. It feels like there's too much going on here. And I think they could have pulled back a bit, and it would have made it that much better overall. The one other thing I will say here that definitely is going to disappoint some people is, if you remember in the first movie, like, one of my biggest complaints was the fact that this movie is called The Nun. And The Nun, while yes, is in this movie more, still doesn't really get that much of a backstory. There isn't a lot I can tell you about Valak. There isn't much of a motivation I can tell you behind Valak. Definitely has more of, like, she definitely has more of a presence in this movie, and you definitely get the sense, you know, you definitely feel her, like, her, you know, her sort of foreboding nature in this film a lot more. But it still doesn't change the fact that there just isn't really a lot to her. She feels very throwaway. She feels like the kind of, you know, the kind of villain that was a hit in The Conjuring 2, and then they just want to make a spin-off of, and it just hasn't really felt like there was much of a purpose beyond that. I feel like they are just kind of making these movies because they can at this point. This movie was made because of the fact that they wanted a sequel, that the first one did well, and now they're making another one. And while, yes, there is admittedly more effort put into this one, it doesn't change the fact that a lot of the same issues that were in this movie, in the first movie, are still present here. They might not be as much of an issue, but they still very much are one. So overall, The Nun 2, it's an average sequel. There's things here that do work a little bit better. I think there are some scares that are a little bit more impressive. I think that there are, you know, there's stuff they do with some characters that I did overall end up enjoying. The third act absolutely does deliver in terms of the lunacy, in terms of the, you know, just craziness that you're expecting from you know, a screenplay from Akilah Cooper, but I really only credit her for that because the rest of it just isn't really anything that impressive. It does do a little bit more with the nun as an entity, and the story is a little bit more interesting to watch, but still, it hasn't done a lot to fully win me over. I was really hoping going into this one that I can say, well, it had a rocky start, but at least the second one did win me over, and I'm just not really being able to say that. To be honest with you, I saw this film 2 weeks ago, and I'm struggling to remember a lot that really ended up happening in it. And I think it really is due to the fact that it just isn't really anything that great. It's a very unremarkable horror film. It's certainly not quite as dull as the first one. It has more of a style. It has more to do with its characters. It has some more memorable set pieces in terms of scares. But overall, it just really didn't end up doing a lot for me. It's not the kind of film where if you like the first one, this is going to get you on board like immediately. This will, you know, absolutely convert you to the franchise. If you haven't been liking the Conjuring films, I can't quite imagine you're going to like this one. There are some things that are a little bit different, but overall, it kind of does, by the end of the movie, it does kind of just feel more of the same and didn't really leave all that much of an impact on me. So overall, I am going to give The Nun 2 a C. The power of my channel compels you. Hey guys, it's Kevin again, and I'm here with
Allie.
Yes, we are here to do a couple reviews for some movies that we watched while I was here in Canada, once again visiting her, even though I leave tomorrow, which is very sad, but did want to get a few reviews done while we could. And what movie are we reviewing in this video?
We will be covering The Exorcist.
So, I was not excited for this film right off the bat. I will say that. David Gordon Green, if you would have talked to me like, I don't know, like 5 years ago, not 5 years ago, like 4 years ago at this point, like let's say 2018, and I would have heard he was doing a Exorcist film after Halloween, I would have said, hell yes, I think he's the right fit for it. I think he knows what he's doing. And, you know, I think for that first Halloween film, he did a good job, but he completely fell off after Kills and especially Ends. And after that, I just was not here to see him ruining a even better horror film than what he already did. He completely destroyed the Halloween franchise, and I did not want to see him do the same with The Exorcist. I also felt like he was just a really weird fit for it. When I think of The Exorcist, I do not think of David Gordon Green at all. I feel like that film is kind of in a league of its own. It's not even kind of the same as Halloween. Halloween is way more just like a slasher, whereas this is a lot more psychological and a lot more challenging, and I just did not think he was like the right fit for it at all. The marketing didn't do shit, didn't do anything for me. It just looked like a very generic horror film, and I just was not excited at all for it. But you, on the other hand, I actually have not seen the original Exorcist, so what were your expectations going into this?
I don't know why I haven't seen the original yet,
Yeah.
but I will soon.
Mhm.
So really, my expectations were not very strong or
Yeah.
high because
Yeah.
like I didn't really know what to really expect. I just knew it was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, this seems like something I'd watch with Kevin and Emily.
Yes,
'cause
which is what we did.
So, which we did. So
Yes.
it was super fun still to watch.
Yes, it was definitely fun to watch. Unfortunately, though, the movie itself is not very good, which is not shocking at all. I think that The Exorcist Believer certainly does try to do something a little bit different, but it's the kind of film where it really just feels like it has no idea what it really wants to be the more that it goes on, and I just was not a fan of it at all. But what did you think?
I mean, obviously, it was just okay for me. Like, I didn't hate it because I didn't fully dislike it or anything. It just wasn't that great because I just thought, like, it was just a little bit cheesy, cringy.
Yeah, we'll
like,
get into
cringy
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Like, it was just a little stupid.
Yeah, we'll get into all of
But,
that,
yeah.
but yeah, we'll get into that. But of course, we're gonna start off talking about the cast. And I will say, for a film that is wildly inconsistent, the acting is certainly one of the better elements of this film. I think the majority of the performances are actually pretty good here, specifically when it comes to Leslie Odom Jr., who I knew was probably going to be one of the standouts. He's a very strong actor. He's always done a very good job, and I feel like he does what he can to make this character of Victor Fielding stand out. He gives this character, some sort of emotions you can latch onto. He's dealing with a personal tragedy of his own, with his wife dying years ago and him kind of having to like pick up the pieces and things like that. And so you can latch onto that. You also really want him to get out of this because you care about his relationship with his daughter and things like that, but he also is going through like his own sort of personal struggle, and I feel like the character itself we'll talk about in a little bit, but Odom Jr. absolutely elevates the role and I think gives a really strong performance here. It's very emotional. It really makes you care about this character more, and I was generally very impressed by what he did. I think he by far is maybe the best element of this entire film.
Yeah, he was definitely the standout for me too.
Yeah.
Just because like he was just phenomenal in this
yeah.
role. And just like his emotions and like everything was just super like effective and just it was just like he really like gave it his all because he was definitely like the main huge like the best performance for me.
Yeah. The other standout for me, I would say, was Ann Dowd. I thought she gave a really strong performance in this film. Her character, I'll talk about a little bit later, but it's Ann Dowd. She always does a great job in roles like this. The character, oddly enough, her name is Anne. She does a good job again of making this character, kind of exhibit these raw emotions and things like that. She has an urgency and sort of like a personal reasoning for why she's so like connected to, getting this exorcism done and things like that. And I did enjoy her performance in the film. I thought she did do a really good job here.
Yeah, she was definitely the other standout for me for sure. At one point, I literally thought she was related to Chris O'Dowd.
No.
I'm like, wait, that is so wrong.
No,
That's so off. No. What is wrong with me in that sense?
I don't know.
But yeah, she was amazing in this role. Yeah. Like sometimes it felt like she was just kind of underused, but she was still great.
Yeah, as far as everyone else goes, I really don't have a ton to say. Jennifer Nettles and Norbert Leo Bust are good for what they have.
Yeah.
I think that they're okay in the film. The two child performances here, Lydia Jewett and Olivia O'Neill. I thought Lydia Jewett was actually really good. Like, she definitely sold the character really well. Olivia O'Neill, I was very iffy on. I thought that she was just trying a little bit too hard to kind of like replicate what Linda Blair did in the original film, and I just don't think that she did the greatest job here, especially moments where like you're supposed to be like scared by her. It came across more as funny to me. I wasn't really into her performance that much at all here. Didn't think she did the greatest job, but what did I don't know if you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the characters were just kind of very under.
I'm talking about the acting, not the characters.
Oh, sorry. The acting, like, I mean, yeah, I thought everyone did good for what they had. But yeah, I was a little bit, it was a little laughable with some of the scenes with Catherine.
Yeah, definitely.
I was just kind of like,
Yeah.
Is this supposed to be a thing,
Yeah.
or what are they supposed to be doing here?
Yeah, it was a very questionable performance, and I hate
Yeah.
hating on child actors because obviously,
she's good for what she had.
they're new to what they're doing, but I just didn't think this performance ended up working for me. I just don't think that she really worked. Let's talk about Ellen Bernstein here. What's there to talk about? She's in the movie for 10 minutes. I'll get more into it in the script, but for what she has, she's good, I guess. I'm happy that they brought her back, but also, like, she does a good job in her scenes, for sure. She's a very talented actress, but I don't really have a ton to say about her beyond that. But yeah, overall, the acting is definitely one of the better elements of this film. Like I said, the movie itself is not really great, but the acting is one of the things that does overall elevate it for me. Okay, so now let's get to the things that really bring this film down, starting off with the directing here. Look, David Gordon Green, I don't want to shit on entirely because I do think he does have talent in him. Hell, he still has a show going on called The Righteous Gemstones that I've heard is very good.
Need to watch that.
Yeah, we do need to watch that. He's very involved with that. You know, he's done some other movies that have turned out well for him. I just think this is the perfect example of handing somebody not just a movie, but a franchise and telling them that, like, they can do whatever they want with it, and them having little to no idea what they really want to accomplish. Because watching this film, I don't understand what his vision is here. I don't really know what he's trying to accomplish. It feels like he's just playing it way too safe in this film. He thinks that this is just any other sort of legacy sequel, and the way that he goes about it, it's just very perplexing to me. There are definitely sprinkles of a possible style here and there. There are moments in the first, act of the film that I think he did do a good job with, but any moment that's supposed to be somewhat scary really ends up falling flat. The placement of humor as well really doesn't end up working. It's just very confusingly directed. I'm not really sure why they ended up giving this to him, especially because, like, yeah, obviously the first Halloween was successful, but I don't think anyone was, like, clamoring for an Exorcist, like, legacy film and things like that, and I just feel like he was just completely the wrong person to helm this film. I don't know what he's going to accomplish moving forward, but I just did not think he did a good job directing this at all. Even though he ruined the Halloween franchise, I can at least say he had some idea of what he wanted to do with that. Here, I feel like he generally had no idea what he wanted to do. The more this film went on, the more I was just really baffled at the choices he decided to make. I just feel like this is such piss poor directing on very much every level. And like I said, I do think David Gordon Green has some talent, but this was very much not the film for him. What did you think of his directing overall?
Well, I think from what the movie was, like, he did a good job with it, but I feel like some of his other movies he's done way better with.
Yeah.
Like Pineapple Express, great movie.
Yeah.
What else? Fat Man, that one was funny.
That was an executive producer.
Oh, executive producer.
He did not direct that.
Oh, wait, that's the executive. Halloween. It's definitely a very classic franchise. So I feel like, but I didn't think it was the worst thing ever. Like, I'm not gonna hate on it as much as you did, but I don't really have, like, a lot of thoughts on this. I just think it was, for what he had, I think he did a pretty good job, but it definitely could have been better.
Yeah, the screenplay here, though, is really what ends up bringing this movie down in many significant ways. I think Peter Sattler and David Gordon Green, like I said, they just didn't know what they wanted to do when it comes to this script. I think overall, this script is such a mess. It does start off having potential, and that's what really pisses me off when it comes to this, is that I think there was genuine potential here. We start off and we kind of have this story of these two different families and them kind of coming from two completely different walks of life. You have Leslie Odom Jr.'s character, who's like this skeptic of sorts, doesn't have any belief in religion whatsoever, whereas you have this other family that are basically like religious zealots, and also I feel like have these undertones of being maybe racist as well. But the problem is, and it's an interesting setup, the way that they go about that, seeing these two come together that want nothing to do with each other, but both have had their daughters like taken away from them. But the problem is, like a lot of issues and like a lot of elements of this film, they don't really go beyond that. There's never a point where we dive deeper into both of these families and their ideologies. We do focus on the character of Victor, which I will get into, but I thought overall, it was a pretty promising setup. I was like, okay, there's some ideas here. We kind of get into Victor and his sort of personal tragedy that he's dealing with his wife, and how that's really kind of bled into his relation with his daughter, and how he's trying to be the best father for her, but things just don't seem to be going right and things like that. So there are definitely ideas here that can work, but they're just not developed at all. Once the film goes to where you think it's going, once the film goes to the level of them being possessed, the movie just doesn't know what to do with itself from there. It very much feels like it's making itself up as it goes along. And so what started off as a really interesting setup, I feel like really ended up falling apart in many significant areas, for sure. Yeah, so overall, I just found it to be a very conflicting screen. There's a lot of other things here that really pissed me off as well, but what did you think of specifically the way the movie started off and how promising it was?
I mean, from how it started, I mean, it was a pretty good start, but like, just a lot of it was very like cheesy, and just like, I'm just like literally looking at the screen like, what the heck? I was just very confused a lot and made like faces because it was very confusing. And also like any little references I don't really know besides like what I
I'll get into that in a little bit.
Besides things I read on like Wikipedia.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on that.
But like it wasn't like the worst thing I've ever seen, but
it wasn't to me either. I was just very appalled by the choices they decided to make. The more the movie went on, the other thing that really bothered
it just made it, I don't know, it just left me very like confused.
Yeah, that's fair. The other thing that really bothered me about this movie, though, in terms of like the story, is you go into this movie and you think, okay, it's about two possessed girls, therefore, the stakes are much higher because it's 2-1 and things like that. But the movie doesn't even take the time to develop either of these characters. So, yes, while it's on a surface level sad to see both of these girls possessed, I have no real reason to care because I don't know either of them. I have no attachment to Angela, and especially to Catherine. We know jack shit about her. We know jack shit about her family. They don't spend any time really on seeing Catherine before she's possessed and how her family treats her or any sort of involvement with that. It really is just completely glossed over, and because of that, I have no real reason to care. I honestly feel like you could have cut Catherine from the movie entirely. What is the point of having her when you don't even develop her in this film?
Yeah, we really, like, she was definitely one of the people that was underdeveloped.
I would say probably the most underdeveloped.
Yeah. Like, we knew nothing about her besides, like, being from his family.
Yeah.
Angela. But what is she like? What does she dislike? What is her home life? What is she, like, just things about her, like, what's her story? Like,
right,
we know nothing.
And the thing that sucks is I think there was potential there. The film kind of hints at her having like a rougher upbringing and things like that, but we never really get to see things through her perspective, and we also don't really get to see Angela and Catherine's friendship. So again, these are things. These are things the movie could have focused on, and they just really don't. It's a very rushed setup, honestly, and I don't really understand why they decided to take that approach, especially when, like, you have the 2 hours. Like, they don't do a good job of getting to that. It's one of those screenplays where it feels like they are just so, like, gung-ho about getting to the good stuff. They don't do a good job of, like, setting up everything else, and that just really bothered me overall.
I think their friendship was very just like just the stuff that happened with like
Yeah.
running away and stuff and then disappearing for a few days. Like that's literally all we know
Yeah,
about friendship.
and again, I really have no reason to care whatsoever. So that already is a really big issue for me. I don't think a lot of these characters are very well developed. The only character that, like I said, I felt like some attachment to was Leslie Odom Jr.'s character of Victor,
Same.
and I wonder how much of that is due to his performance, or is it the writing of the character? Because there is something there, like I said, about him being this skeptic of sorts, but as the film goes on, they don't really do much with that either. It's just kind of something they introduce, and they don't really dive any deeper into it, and so it's very frustrating overall. Ann Dowd's character as well has an intriguing setup. She's someone who has had this like traumatic past of sorts, but where they ended up going with her, I really was not okay with. It went in like a very weirdly problematic direction that I don't understand why someone didn't like look at the script and say, maybe we shouldn't go this route because it just really rubbed me the wrong way, the direction they went there. I don't want to get into it too much, but like what they did with her like really pissed me off, especially the way they wrapped things up with her character.
Yeah, like she's definitely like the standout, like I said, next to Leslie Odom Jr. But yeah, with her story at the end there, I'm like, yeah, like okay, why are they going this route?
Yeah.
What are they trying to do here? What were they trying to say?
Yeah, if they're trying to say what I think they're trying to say, yeah.
It made no sense.
Yeah, definitely. So again, all of that just doesn't really work. This is the whole problem, I think, with even having a sequel to The Exorcist, is that the movie itself, yes, it's very scary, but it's also very challenging. It has so much to say about religious beliefs. It has so much to say about parenting. It has so much to say about, just kind of like, identity and things like that. And the way this film goes about it just feels so much more simplistic, so much more watered down. There's so many ideas they're trying to tackle, but they don't really dive into any of them. And so by the end of the movie, at least for me, nothing feels earned. Nothing that happens at the end of this film, I felt like, okay, that's the direction that needed to go in. That felt like they set that up from the beginning. In fact, things they set up in the beginning, I feel like they kind of abandoned by the end. So it was just such a infuriating screenplay all around. I was so annoyed by the directions they decided to go, especially in the third act. Like, for a while, I was like, okay, it's forgettable. It's nothing really that great. But the end of the movie literally pissed me off where they decided to go, and that's really what brought this film down for me. But then there's the real issue with this film. The thing that really pisses me off is the connection to The Exorcist, which you haven't heard us talk about much, and that's because, in my opinion, this didn't need to be there. Like, this didn't even need to be an Exorcist film. This film honestly would have been better off if it was just a regular horror film. The first I want to say like 40, 50 minutes, they don't even reference The Exorcist. It quite literally pops up out of nowhere, and suddenly now it's connected to the first one. And it feels like the only reason it's there is because David Gordon Green is just so he has so little faith in this project that he thinks the only thing that's going to get people into the seats is member berries and having characters that we recognize. And the thing is, when you do something like that, I've always said this about legacy sequels, it's not so much about bringing a character back and be like, oh my god, I recognize them. That's like a very, simple reaction to do. It's what you decide to do with that character. And what they decided to do with the character of Chris McNeil, I could not believe they went in the direction they did with her. Not only is Ellen Bernstein basically in the movie for only like 10 minutes, she's completely ineffective in the film. She really has no role whatsoever. There's something that happens and you think, okay, she's gonna get involved, and then without spoiling too much, something occurs and she's basically out of commission for the rest of the movie. And the only reason that I think they did that, in my opinion, is because they couldn't get her for more than the amount of time that they did, and they had to quickly write her out of the movie. And my response to that is, why even include her at all? Because by the end of the film, she just feels so incredibly inconsequential, and I don't understand why you would even bring her character back if you're not going to do anything with her. It was so incredibly just lame and just disrespectful to what they decided to do overall.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I haven't seen the original yet,
Yeah.
sadly, but I obviously read about certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And she was obviously great with what she had, and like
Yeah.
her role. Obviously, she was fantastic. But yeah, like the direction they put her in was a little interesting. And like she was definitely underused because she was only in it for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, she was great, like acting wise, and she's like literally 90 years old. Like
Yeah.
it's insane. Like she's still killing it. But yeah, she definitely deserved better here.
Yeah, I just feel like that character was completely done dirty. Anytime especially they tried to connect what happened to her, the film is just super cringy. It's probably when the film is at its worst, and I just really couldn't stand what they were trying to do. And here's the thing, like, obviously, yes, David Gordon Green did a really good job with making a legacy sequel for Halloween, but that's because you brought Laurie Strode back, and there was so much more you could do with her character, and he did a good job with that in the first film. Here, it feels like Chris is just here, so there's some sort of, other reason to see this movie. It feels so incredibly pandering and cheap, and it doesn't feel like there was any thought or passion put into it. And my whole thing with that is, I think this really should have just been like its own thing. I don't think you needed a connection to the original film. Like, yes, you could have obviously included Chris, but if you were going to do that, she should have had a far more prominent role in this movie than she did. And the fact that she didn't, it just really, again, is appalling to me. Like, why even bring her back if you're not going to do anything with her? I just don't understand that. So, yeah, the screenplay overall, it's just a huge mess here. It's easily one of the biggest, it's easily the thing that really ends up killing this film. There's so many things I'm just endlessly questioning, like, why didn't they go back and rewrite this? Why didn't they, develop this more? There's so many things they could have done more with here, and it just really ends up falling flat. There's characters here as well, where I'm like, what is the point of them? Like, there's a priest in the movie because they need a priest in the movie. He doesn't do anything in the film.
Yeah, he's literally just there.
Yeah, there's another character they end up encountering, and it's like she's just here so they have more people at the end of the film to perform an exorcism. Like, it's so incredibly convenient and forceful, and it doesn't feel organic, and it bears so little resemblance to the original movie. And I'm not saying you have to make the exact same movie. Like, you can do something different, but don't call it The Exorcist at that point. Like, don't try to connect it to The Exorcist. It feels like the only reason they did this is because they were looking through 70s horror films that were popular, thought this would be a good idea, and really just had no idea how to go about it. And it really shows in the screenplay. So overall, it's just such a mess, for sure. So yeah, that really doesn't end up working at all. Let's talk about the cinematography here, because there are moments where, yes, it is effective. There are some good, like, effects and things like that, but a lot of the scares here, in my opinion, are so incredibly cheap and just basic, and there's nothing about it that really ends up sticking out to me. There's literally jump scares in this film with people just, like, popping up and being like, oh my god, it was you. It's so incredibly cheap, the way they decide to go about it. So I've never felt myself scared or like on edge with this film whatsoever. The only time I did was because we were watching the movie in D-Box and my chair made noise, like, and my chair moved. Like, that's the only time I felt something, and I don't give credit to the movie for that.
D-Box is fun.
Well, I don't give credit to the movie for that. I give credit to D-Box for that. Right. So yeah, the movie really fails in terms of scares. What did you think? Did you find anything scary here?
With like the cinematography and like the effects and such, I mean, it was fine, but like I didn't,
nothing really to write home about.
It wasn't really anything special. It was just kind of like, it was literally just like any other film like this. It was just all very simple, basic, nothing too crazy, and like they really didn't have any kind of creativity to it. It was just very like basic.
Yeah, there really wasn't much going on in terms of. Yeah, there wasn't really a lot going on in terms of like the cinematography that like really stuck out to me. From a score perspective as well, nothing really that great here. Anytime they try to do like a an ode to like the original film again, really ends up falling flat. And the editing, the movie itself, like I said, it's just not well paced at all. There's so many things that feel so incredibly rushed here. There's things that we needed more development on. When we get to the actual like possession stuff, not only is it so incredibly laughable, like I said, but they do this weird like hyper editing where they're like cutting back and forth to like kind of like you're seeing things through their perspective as they're possessed, and it just didn't work whatsoever. It felt like they were trying to add something a bit more like artsy and like different to the style, and it just didn't really end up working. So yeah, the editing just really didn't work at all for me. I thought the pacing was really not great for this film, especially in the third act. It really ends up dragging out, for me at least. So I just was not a fan of the editing here.
Yeah, the editing wasn't, but again, like it wasn't anything special.
Yeah.
It was just very like simplistic and literally like any other horror film.
Yeah, and the ending overall, it's just a really baffling to me, considering that this is supposed to be a franchise, and without getting into too much, there are choices they make at the end of this movie, and I don't know where the hell they're gonna go from here, because it feels like by the end of this film, it feels pretty final. Like, where do you even go from this point? They have 2 more films in development already. I have no idea how you even do this as a franchise when it feels like you've covered all the ground you needed to in one film. So why even give a film a franchise when you don't have any direction where you want to go with it? I will say the climax of the movie with the actual exorcism, yes, there are scenes that are effective here and there, but especially when you compare it, and listen, I hate to compare, but with this you kind of have to, because it's literally like a legacy sequel to the original film. When you pair it to the original film, it is nothing. There's nothing here that is even remotely as scary as that one. There's nothing here that's even remotely as effective. It just feels like a like poor man's version of what we got in the original film. Hell, again, the character of Catherine, I can't stress this enough. They're trying so hard to make her like Reagan and say similar things to Reagan and things like that, but she's not Reagan, and she doesn't have that nuance. She doesn't have that connection. She doesn't have the terrifying nature that Reagan exhibited and things like that. And so it just feels a lot less interesting. It feels a lot less memorable. No, it doesn't feel like it has as much of a pulse to it as the original did. And so it just, like a lot of things, this movie just really ended up falling flat for me. And that's really the best way to sum The Exorcist Believer overall. It's a very confounding film that the more it went on, the more it just really infuriated me. It certainly does have some redeeming qualities. Like I said, Leslie Odom Jr. gives a really strong performance, as well as Ann Dowd. There are some effective moments here and there. There are some potential storylines, but any sort of potential that it had really ends up falling flat by the end of the film. There's so many things I am so incredibly baffled with, especially the nods to the original film, the way they decide to reference the original film, the way they bring back certain characters. It's just incredibly disrespectful and really just makes you question why to decide to even bring them back in the first place. So overall, I really couldn't stand this at all. It basically was exactly what I expected it to be, and so I am going to give The Exorcist Believer overall a C-.
All right. Yeah, so overall, like, this film wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it wasn't very good at all. And it was poorly written. Like, I feel like they just didn't know what to do with some of the storylines and certain people's characters. But, like, obviously, I have yet to watch the original, so, but, like, yeah, definitely not the greatest movie for me, and I'm not, like, the biggest horror fan, movie-wise, but I'll see them with people, obviously.
But like, you know a good horror film when you see a good horror film.
And,
like we just watched Talk to Me, for example, and that was way more effective than this.
Oh yeah, and I love slashers and things like that. But like, horror movies are very like hit or miss for me. But overall, like, don't hate it, but it's not wonderful or anything. So I'm gonna give this movie
with that, guys, that's it for our review of The Exorcist Believer. Really wish I had more to really say about this one, but like I said, overall, this is just a film that you watch it and you're just endlessly questioning why this even ended up being a thing. And especially, like I said, moving forward, I have no idea what they're really going to do here. So we'll really have to see what ends up happening. But with that, that is it for our review. As always, comment down below, let us know what you guys thought of The Exorcist Believer overall, and get Allie to watch the original because she needs to get on that immediately. It's literally. It's literally
spooky season.
It's literally one of the best horror films of all time. Not even just from a scare perspective, but like from a writing perspective. There's so much that it does so well that I would love to get into, but you haven't seen it. So anyway, that's it for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you guys in my next video, and we'll see you guys for that. Okay, bye.